high-def camera on my girlfriend Katie. She thinks there's something in the house, I don't know.
You believe me, right?
I think we're gonna have a very interesting time capturing whatever paranormal phenomena is occurring or is not occurring. Windows are locked, doors are locked, alarm is on. Hearing a weird sound.
Something's here. I feel it breathing on me.
There's footsteps in, but there's no footsteps out.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
If you do try to play games with it, that's inviting it in.
Jesus, looks like something bit you.
It's not the house. It's me.
You cannot run from this. It will follow you.
I'm in control.
You're not in control.
What's happening to me?
This thing left a message.
If it's not a ghost, what is it?
Alrighty, what is going on, everybody? Episode, 203? Yeah, 203. Paranormal Activity tonight, baby. Yeah. Probably, I gotta say, one of the greenest franchises I've ever talked about on this show. But first, I want to welcome back to the show. Actually, we all want to welcome back to the show Mr. Dave to the Zee later and the beautiful Lacy Lou. What's going on, guys?
Hey, yo.
What's up?
I can't get over the fact every time. It's just been so long. I keep waiting for the yo, yo, yo. I just can't do it anymore.
I don't think he's ever said yo, yo, yo.
No, I don't think I ever said
Whatever
He's like, I'm so used to him saying this thing he never said before.
Yes.
I can tell even Dave and Lacy were like, where's the rest of the intro?
Yes.
Right? They paused and like, is that what we're responding to? Okay.
Yeah.
Jeremy, keep going. Keep going.
Kinda.
What else does he say at the beginning?
I don't know.
No, you were doing a good job. What other versions
No,
in your
you're
mentality do you have? Because they're all kind of close.
I'm
but
so
completely
focusing on the Jeremy Furnishing Moving Podcast episode 2. I've been so exhausted. I just couldn't fucking think about the intro, man.
I also noticed that your name is weird. Like some people say Jeremy, but you say Jeremy.
Jeremy.
That's your name?
It's Jeremy. See,
Oh,
I just
'cause
fucking-
see,
that
you just
Chicago
did it two different
accent, I
ways
guess.
there.
It's the Chicago accent.
It is, man. That's what's coming out there, man. Episode 2 is at the Oak Chest.
No, I got a 1945 oak chair from Thailand coming
chair.
in on the boat.
Oh
I don't know
man,
if there's oak trees, but
man, that shit was fucking funny, man. Like my guts were
Yes,
killing me
I
after
was
that.
I liked the episode. Everybody was fucking talking about it.
It was
so-
just belly laughing,
did you
dude. It was
happen
so
to listen,
funny.
Dave,
What's
did
up?
you listen to episode 200 yet?
Of course, I listened every. Yes, 3 shows ago. Of course, I listened. I was cracking up. Yeah, dude.
Was that as funny as I thought it was in my head, that furniture moving thing?
When Dave was talking, that wasn't on 200 though. That was on a show after 200.
Was it?
He was doing that. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
That
it was like
what was it?
it was top 10.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was on the top 10 show.
201. 202.
Dude. But it was awesome. It definitely was fucking hysterical. Moving furniture. So now you can say, okay, this is a paranormal activity show. So what's happened? Who's moving more furniture, Jeremy or the fucking paranormal activity people?
Right.
I don't know. I can't move the lampshades. I haven't
Jeremy
got
or
that
Toby?
advanced yet
Which
in my
one is it?
skills. In my skills, I Toby, haven't got right. that advanced.
Jeremy versus Toby.
Dude, I was like,
Podcast.
when I mentioned the fucking Jeremy doing segments in his moving furniture podcast where he like snaps his cases and shit, you got to figure out what what boutique label he's snapping around.
Yeah. It sounds like a Vincent to me.
This.
That's a Vincent right there. Oh my god, dude, fuck.
That's a
That was
paranormal
funny
activity.
as hell.
That is the Kino Lober black case of
Right,
Cosmos.
right. This is a grindhouse one.
That's a very
Oh,
fine case.
it's super funny,
so-
man.
Okay. So one thing. I
Yes,
think we
let
should
the
talk
listeners
about right
out there know what the fuck is going on with the podcast feed. Please let everybody know.
Okay, so after literal, I've probably been asked 100 times. I'm not even exaggerating. between the comments on the YouTube page, the podcast, Facebook page, you guys, I've probably been asked 100 times what's going on with the feed.
Yes.
And so as we discussed, we wanted to move away from horophilia. Not that we wanted to, but they were shutting down. So
that was the wrong terminology. We were kind of forced.
Right. Yeah. But the big thing is, right? So everybody's like, why don't you just go make a new feed? And it's like, we can. We know that. Like, we can just go. They're like, why don't you just go to Podbean? I'm like, well, we can. Or like, why don't you just go to, this place or that place? And the answer always is like, we can, but we don't want to go there and lose the feed, right? So we can just pack up and start all over again. But that's not what we want to do. We want to keep the people that are subscribed to that original feed. We want to keep them. And let me just tell you, after figuring out a way to do this, I'm very glad we did, because we would have literally started over with listenership. I didn't realize it was that many people that were subscribed to these feeds and stuff, and the follows on Spotify and things. Mm-hmm. So basically, we needed to figure out a way to take the feed from horophilia and transition it to another service like Podbean, or in our case, Anchor, which I will say is a very solid platform. Like, I'm very happy with it. It's designed really well. Spotify just bought it, so it's a very good company behind it. Duncan McLeish from Podcasts Under the Stairs, I guess you could say Dave, our co-host, because Dave left us for another show. He big timed us essentially. He recommended Anchor to me, and it has been great. So I contacted Jason Lloyd. We finally figured out a way to do this. He had to put something in the feed, and it literally instantly transferred all of our episodes over to this new feed. Like, it just transferred them. It took a little bit of time because we did have 200, but I'm saying, like, it was really fast. Mm-hmm. So now the only thing that sucks about Anchor is you can only upload episodes at 200 megabytes per segment. It's weird. Anchor is almost like its own editing software. Like, you what it wants you to do is like record segments to a podcast, and you can have your transitions and everything on Anchor, and you just drag them in and it creates the episode. But the problem is, for episodes that are already done, like ours,
good, now that'll save me hours of work. Do it yourself.
No.
I'm just fucking joking. Okay, so with all this awesome technology, you can just slide files into there and it creates the show and stuff. You can only do 200 megabytes. Like, that really doesn't benefit us.
Isn't that weird?
Right.
Isn't that weird?
It is weird because, I mean...
Well, most normal people don't have 9.5 hour long shows.
Well,
so.
Also, most normal people record for podcasts at like a bare minimum of usually 128 kilobytes per second
for audio.
But Moods uses music, so he likes to have a higher quality. I will tell you, Moods, I have lowered the quality to get them up on Anchor easier. So you could keep them super high quality on YouTube. I guess that'll be a perk of listening on YouTube.
Well, no, they're actually,
I'm lowering the bit rate.
The video quality is definitely lower, just because to have an audio video still with a 5-hour podcast at like in high def, which you just be staring at the thumbnail, it's still like fucking 10, 15 gigs. So I lower it right down to just make the file smaller. It's not for uploading. It's just a huge fucking file. Right.
Right. I guess the master will remain high quality, but then I'm lowering the quality to like, I think I did 128, and it significantly reduced the size. Like,
of course.
Episode 200 was 9 hours?
It'll almost cut it right in half, to be honest.
I had to cut it into 4s, even with the lower.
Right. Well, that was an exceptional episode for sure. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
That's a retarded episode.
Well.
Yes.
Yeah, it was retardedly long. But so
it should took me like 6 hours to fucking edit too, man. So much. There was just so much to do. Thank you once again for Lacy and Dave to contributing to it like everyone else too. It was great. Just a lot of little things to do in that one, but 9 hours later, fuck.
So, long story short, I figured it out. We're now on all the platforms we were, from Stitcher to iTunes to, the Podcast Addicts, Overcast, even Spotify. Now, the one thing I will mention about Spotify, when I transferred over, it like created a new feed on Spotify. So there's two. If you type in 22 Shots of Moods and Horror, there's two of them, and they're both exactly the same. At one point, one said "Buy Horrorphilia," the other one said "Buy 22 Shots," but now they both say "Buy 22 Shots," but there's still two. So, but they're exactly the same. So I don't know. Maybe
Isn't that nice? He said "Buy 22 Shots," not "Buy JP." He wasn't selfish for once. Thank you, JP.
Dickhead.
Well, it's under the
so
moniker of 22
available
Shots,
now.
so it would make sense that it would be that. So, yeah.
Right. They're available now, which is great. I have everything. I have all 200 and... actually, you know what? The first 20-some episodes are missing. Now, I don't know if Jason... Because we did come over at a weird point. Like, we came over, I think, like... We were like around
You know why they're
episodes
missing?
or something.
Because the host couldn't handle Jeremy hosting the show, so it just cut it right off. So just by chance, it happens to be those episodes, right?
Yeah, I think 22. It was exactly 20, I think.
That's bizarre. That's really bizarre.
But those aren't on there. I'm gonna go ahead and try to fix that at some point. And also, there's a few that are out of order. Now, I was like, this sucks because if I upload them, they're going to be out of order. Like, if I upload episode 1, it's going to come after 203 or something. But Duncan, good old Duncan, told me that you can actually set a publish date in the past. So you can set the publish date to, like, I'll look up Moods' YouTube video and see when we posted that episode. You set the publish date and it'll go to the back of the line. So even stuff like that is really nice. So I will try to get the old episodes up eventually, but right now I still need to get up the the top 10 show, the 202, and then this one obviously.
Yeah, I think the current episodes are probably priority, considering I can't see too many people listening to episode 202 and go, I need to go right back to number 1. Like,
Looking at the episode 73 thumbnail of Valentine, that's one of the best, man. It makes me laugh every fucking time.
Yep.
It says JP plus moods and you cross my name.
Does it really?
Every fucking time.
Yeah, that was a classic.
That's right. I forgot about that one.
I can tell you what episodes are currently being listened to now, which is this is neat, right? So currently right now, obviously 200 and 201 because I just posted them. Yeah. But then the episode 199 is still getting plays. 198, Rogério Deodato. And then all the Italian months are still being played regularly.
They're still getting lots of views on my channel too, which is bizarre.
I Spit on Your Grave. That's our popular one. That's not with the Italian. That's like a little further behind. Mm-hmm. Out of like the 10 popular episodes, that's the only older one.
Right.
So I Spit on Your Grave is getting hits. But yeah, so everything should be good. Very happy. You don't understand how relieved I was. The only caveat to this is I did research on this, but I'm not 100% sure that it's going to go through when Jason shuts down the site. So if bare minimum what happens, he shuts down the site, all the episodes are gone, but I'll just have to re-upload them, which will be a huge pain in the ass, but at least we have the feed still, which is what's most important.
Right.
So the feed will remain the same, and if all the episodes disappear, I'll just have to re-upload them, which is why I also may need a drive, because this laptop literally has like 4 gigabytes of space left right now. And so
it's all his hentai porn collection.
No, I mean, it's one of those small, like,
filled with burrito recipes.
It's like cheap and fast, but it has no internal memory. You know what I mean? It's like just it has like 500 megabytes of, or
500 megabytes,
500 megabytes of internal memory, or what is it, like 500 gigs? I think it's 500 gigs. Yeah. So it's super low internal memory. It might even be less than that. But
you guys want to talk about something else that's amazing?
What?
The Bills are losers.
Okay, that's just like straight left field shit. Like nobody wants to talk about sports right now.
Oh, sorry. It's 60
Nah.
gigabytes of internal memory. That's all it has. 60
Well,
gigabytes.
Dave was here, so I figured I had to bring it up that they were losers.
I don't take this as a losing season at all.
Don't matter. Right. They over exceeded expectations.
Well,
Big
what
time.
did we say the last time you were here? We did talk about this the last time you were here. We said that and this was earlier in the season when they were like, had 6 wins or something. We said if they make the playoffs and win one series, game,
One game, yeah.
it would be a success.
Yeah.
But they need to win
Correct.
one at least.
And the Kansas City Chiefs, and I've been saying this all year long to my Bills friends, fans, everybody I know. I said the Kansas City Chiefs are the best team in football, and until somebody proves me otherwise, that's what I'm going to have to go with.
Yeah.
And
I think we all
they
feel
still.
that way.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. But you know how Bills fans, well, you don't because you don't live in Buffalo. But even everyone's just like, oh yeah, we can beat the Chiefs. I'm like, I'm not
But
saying
you
we
can
can't,
though.
But
You definitely can.
Of course,
I
we
saw
can.
potential in them to beat the Chiefs.
I
for
saw
sure.
potential, but I still thought that the Chiefs are the best team in football, and we're just not at that level yet. But it was a successful season. So again, I picked them to lose. I picked them to lose 34-23 on the board at work. The Bills. I picked with my heart, my brain, not my heart. It was still
Well, at least
good.
you're not a Bears fan.
I do if I have money on the line,
No,
but
I-
in this case, I was like being overly optimistic. But if I was putting money on the game, I was taking the Chiefs for sure.
Oh yeah,
It's a smart.
definitely. And I am a Bears fan too, by the way.
Although the
But
game
my
could have went
Bears suck,
completely
though.
different. It could have gone completely different because all it would have taken is one good sack on Mahomes to knock him out of the game. He was playing with a turf toe and a fucked up head, and we still couldn't beat him.
Dude, making it to
crazy.
the AFC Championship is no fucking small feat, man. That's
No.
huge for a franchise that hadn't been
Well,
even
especially in the AFC,
playoffs
'cause in
very
my
much
opinion,
in the last 25 years.
The
Come on.
AFC is quite tough. There's a lot of
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
tough teams in the
Oh,
AFC, dude.
AFC
Like
super,
it's really
now.
stacked,
Young.
man. Yeah. So
and it's young.
I'm proud. I'm looking forward to next season. So
Yeah, absolutely. I have a question. I want to take it back to Anchor for one quick second. Is
Yeah.
Anchor? Does it have an app, or is there an Anchor app, or is so there is an Anchor app, so you can listen on the app, or in other words, 22 Shots will still be on iTunes and Spotify, etc. It's just that the feed is going through something called Anchor instead
Yep,
of.
and
it
you know
was
what's
doing
even
before.
the coolest thing about it? It's
What?
free.
Oh wow!
It's not only free, but you can also make money.
Oh, magic words.
really,
Yeah.
Dave's
So
favorite word, money,
they-
more than mine.
Anchor automatically looks for sponsorship that fits what you're talking about, and then if they find some, you can record a little ad in Anchor, like you record it in Anchor, and then they'll put it in your episodes. And yeah, I mean, I didn't do it, but people can do it. I just thought that was cool. That's how Anchor makes money, is like they get a cut of your ad revenue if you have ads. So, but yeah, it's a very, very interesting service. Like you could, like for example, we could record a promo right now for Anchor, a sponsorship from Anchor, and then they can pay us per amount of hits.
Damn, that's cool.
well, we should just start cutting some promos, man. They're simple to do. 30
And
seconds, right?
The cool thing,
Right.
the cool thing is when they send you the promo, because I did look at it just to see what it was. It gives you a thing, and it's like talk about this, and this, and then it tells you what you have to mention, and then it's like you
of
have
course.
to mention
Right.
this,
Anchor.
but it's like gives you 100% like creative control of how you do it. They're just like make sure you mention these things. And
What is it for,
it's
like
really simple.
fucking Harry Shave Club, like everybody else, and Audible and
Well, Audible, dude, I love Audible.
Manscaped.
Manscaped?
I would only
Yep.
want to do sponsors of products that I actually believed in, like Anchor.
Oh, of course.
Sure.
Of course.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want to talk about like fucking Fleshlight or something.
I don't even know what the fuck that is, but
Well,
if I don't know what it is, it's not cool. It's not cool.
Anything porno, I'd probably talk. What the hell? Isn't it porno? Isn't it pornographic? Fleshlight? Hey, there's a big audience for porn. It's true.
Oh, yeah.
Like it or not, Yeah, shit.
Right.
So Paranormal Activity.
So let me
And
ask
we
you
have-
guys this. Okay, so first of all, just so the listeners know, I'll nest for you, Jeremy. Jeremy watched these movies like 3 months ago when we were originally supposed to do the show because he's an overachiever and has to watch the movies 2 weeks before we.
When did
record an
Jeremy become the
episode.
overachiever on the show? Isn't that ironic? Christ, he went from not watching the movies at all, and then to
I think that's
overachieving.
why he did it.
I
Yeah,
got
I think
10
One
no,
extreme
I
to the
just
next.
Sick of getting shit. I never watched anything. I got shit forever. Now I got all my Patreons
Yeah, but-
done 2 months early. Got everything fucking done.
But giving you
Props.
shit for not
Nice
watching
job.
the movies that we are doing on the podcast is pretty normal. Why would you not expect us to not say anything?
It's not really giving you shit. It's just like telling you the truth.
Right.
But I prepped when we were supposed to do it. It's not my fault you guys fucking bailed. I did the work when I was supposed to do the work.
Yeah, I really wanted to get this episode done because I think the guy who bought this episode bought it like 4, 5, 6 months ago, maybe.
Yeah.
I actually had no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, this guy paid for this so long ago. I felt really bad. And, you know, these aren't cheap. It was like $65 or something, you know? So,
But
yeah,
we're doing Tokyo Story, which is one that nobody ever talks about.
right. And that's what separates us from everyone else is nobody would even know that exists. Hell, Lacy posted about it and everybody was like, I didn't even know this was a real movie. Like, I never even heard of this. Because
where can you find it?
I always knew about the movie. I just,
you can't fucking find it anywhere.
I just didn't know
knew
what its
about it,
connection
too.
was. I just didn't know what the connection was. Like I knew when it came out. What did it come out in 10, 11, something like that?
it came out
I knew,
a month before.
I knew that it was like
real-
what do they call this? A sidequel? A sidequel. It's like a side sequel kind of thing. I think
like
that's
a
how they.
spin-off.
It, in other words, a spin-off, but the fancy name is like sidequel. Sidequel.
But it's unofficial. It's not an official spin-off.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
They,
not-
they,
There's
they
nothing
just
official about it.
no. It's just called Paranormal Activity. It's technically, in narrative there is a connection, but that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
So Jeremy watched these a while back, so he might not remember. Let me ask you guys this though: did you watch them in order of release date or order in any other order?
You know what?
I watched 1 through 6, and then I watched the Asian one last.
I did the same as Jeremy.
So you
I
guys
did
all
release-
did that.
I did release 100%, even with the Tokyo one. I did all that, and then at the end of it, I went back and I watched the chronology, which is the events of 1, 2, and 3 in chronological order as one thing, which is pretty cool.
Did you watch the extended cuts, or did you watch the regular cuts?
I watched the extended cuts.
Me too.
Yeah, I watched all.
This is the third time I've done this. No, now it's the fourth. I've sat through this franchise in like a week, or sat down and watched it completely. This is the fourth time I've done it.
That's
just
fucking.
like with Saw.
That's insane.
They're very comparable to me. Both of those series. They're both in my top 10 franchises. Paranormal Activity is my number 7 franchise, straight up. So
Now,
you were asked-
Dave, when you were watching them, did you get like a lull at all? Like, okay, like you had to break it up, or did you just go straight through?
Oh, well, did I sit down and watch like in one day, you mean, or just in
Like,
period?
as you're watching them, like, when you're watching them, did you come to a point, like, to where you got to, like, 4 the marked ones, and you're just like, okay, because for me, I watched 1 through 3 without a problem, and then I got to 4, and I was like, fuck.
Well,
4 will
sucks.
do that. 4 will do that. That's the thing about
Yeah.
4, right? That's
Sucks.
true. But I watched them in order. But I mean, like I think I watched like 1 and 2 the same day. Then I watched some shows with my wife and my daughter. Then the other day I watched a movie in the morning. I watched A Little Sons of Anarchy here. Then I went back and I watched 3 and 4. You know, so I wasn't just watching them in a row, but I still watched at least 1 a day from today's Friday since Monday.
So Dave's different though, because Dave is a fan of this franchise, like a big fan. So someone like Moods and Jeremy and myself, we've never seen them. I've only seen 1 and 2.
I only seen 1.
I'd only ever seen the
I've
first
only
one
seen one.
one time when it came out in 2007, and I didn't like
Yeah.
it. So that's why I never
So it
continued.
was like 15, 16 years ago or something.
Yeah, like I literally didn't remember. I remembered certain things, but it was
Isn't
like
that
watching
crazy?
it. It was like watching it for the first time. And
That's
I was
crazy
like,
to think 15, 16 years ago. That's fucking stupid.
Did you guys see it in the theater or did you rent it?
I saw it in theaters.
I rented. I didn't see it in the cinema. No.
I
I saw
actually,
everyone in the cinema.
I remember that everybody was talking about this movie because it had that cool release thing where it's like request Paranormal Activity in your
Yep.
town. It's the scariest movie. Blah blah.
It's
blah.
the second most brilliant release behind Blair Witch, easily.
Yeah, it's
Word.
up there.
Yep.
It's up there.
Yep.
Easily.
And I remember like everybody talking about it. I was at a Halloween party, and everybody's talking about this fucking movie, and I'm like, I'm like the horror guy, you know, like I like horror movies. So when people were talking about it, I'm like, what are you guys talking about? And they're like, this Paranormal Activity, man, it's fucking scary as shit. And this girl's like, oh my god, you have to see it and stuff. And I was like, really? I was like, it's that scary? And they're like, yeah, it's like, you know, they were saying what it was about and stuff. And I was like, huh. So I went and I finally checked it out, and I did think it was pretty good. It did scare me, and I remember this mass amount of hate on the internet, like because I was part of the YouTube community back then, and everybody hated found footage to death back then. It was just an angry time in horror. Everybody hated remakes, found footage, and anything like ghost movie wise. And I remember everybody hated it, and then the second one came out, and I checked that one out. And I remember liking that one too. And then I just stopped because usually when things are like, when things go down that territory of like a new one every year, I feel like I expected these to be very cheap, and the sequels to be like very cheap, just like rip-offs. I didn't know that they were all connected. I had no that this franchise
even the spin-off is connected. So
right. They're
that's
all
what's
connected.
cool. Yeah.
Every single one has connectivity. And I was
I thought that was one of the coolest fucking things ever. Like I watched part 3 and I was like, okay, so that's the Katie trilogy. I remember people talking about the third one being a prequel, and I was like, wonder what they're gonna do next. And I start watching, I'm like, oh, this one's connected too. And then I'm like, well, the marked ones, I know that one's the spinoff because that's what it was billed at when it came out. So I watched that one, I'm like, this one's fucking connected too. And I was like, the Ghost Dimension can't.
We even
be
studied the
it's
ending
called
of
the
that
Ghost
movie.
Dimension, and it sounds stupid, but that one's fucking connected too. It kept blowing my mind.
One of my professors loved the ending of the marked ones. He thought it was fucking brilliant.
It's pretty cool, man. I mean, if you're gonna figure out a way to connect the movies, you might as well do something like that. You know, it's pretty unique. It's pretty unique because they give you a little bit of taste. Well, we'll get to it, but they give you a little bit of taste of the connectivity, and then they just hit you with it. Right? It's kind of cool. I thought that was neat.
And,
I think.
But think about that. When do you get that besides
Never.
Saw? You don't really.
No, and that's what I was really, after I finished watching these movies, and you know, you can check my Letterboxd how I watched them too, because I post things as I watch them. So I break it up. I watched other things in between and stuff too. And I just was, every time I watched one, I was like, this is crazy. These are all fucking, it's like one big ass fucking
right. Were you
story.
like genuinely surprised?
I mean,
like after you got the third one, weren't you like, okay, didn't you feel like the fourth one wasn't going to be part of the series?
Yes.
Like,
right. Because
it should have been.
Right. And you know, it's just kind of cool. I mean,
Sorry. No, I was just going to say, like, as I was watching these, I didn't know, like, I was sitting there asking myself, I was like, did they have this originally set up to, you know, connect all of these, or did they just connect them later? You know?
No, they
just find a spot that they could do that?
No, I think Chris Landon writing 3, 4, and 5, I think having the same person write 3, 4, and 5 definitely helped, because I feel like he wanted to continue the story. I feel like if they would have got somebody else to write 4, and especially the marked ones, I feel like maybe they would have went into a different direction.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I
feel
think
like
he might have had a general idea once 1 and 2 came out, and he started the third one. I think he had a general idea. Okay, what is the bigger picture of this thing? Because it definitely feels like it had an idea of what was going on the whole time, but he might not just plan like
it definitely evolves
this one's
itself.
Gonna be about this.
It definitely evolves itself. Right. You know, I mean,
I mean, the first film is such a simple movie, and you don't think of any cults or like any deeper to it. You just think it's a haunted house.
See, I always remember people saying
it
like
keeps going big.
I always remember people saying, like, you know, when the second one came out, they're like, oh, that's pretty cool. And, you know, people talked about the ending of the second one was really cool and stuff. And then when the third one came out, they're like, man, that one ends trash bags. Like complete, because you know, I mean, at this point, it's like, holy shit, it throws you kind of a big curveball kind of thing, right? So,
which one? 4?
the third one, like how the third one ends. Yeah,
trash bags.
Yeah, I remember people always saying it was just like, holy shit, like it goes into this territory, because when you think you're dealing with one thing and then all of a sudden it kind of goes into this. And I always remember people saying the third one was fucking terrible, but I was like, I don't know.
I don't know about that.
But so.
Well,
But,
I have
yeah,
a lot
I
to
mean-
say about the endings when we get to them.
Yeah, and this, obviously, I know Moods is going to throw in the spoilers section. This is going to be insanely spoiled.
Oh, obviously.
Like, there's no way to talk about this franchise.
No, you
without
can't talk
spoiling
about these movies without. Well, you have to talk about the endings. You just have to, because the endings are part of the beginnings and stuff too. So.
Right.
Right. So.
Well, and the last one came out in 2013. So if you haven't seen them by then, like, go fuck yourself.
2015, I think.
Was
it 15?
it?
Yeah, I think it's 15.
15. Ghost Dimension came out in 15.
Well,
Yeah.
this franchise is already fucking done because we have to do a roundup now. Because
Yeah,
of the
there's a
fucking
new one that was supposed to come out this March. It was supposed to
Right.
come out March 2021, but it got pushed to 2022. So, yeah, that's a little annoying that we'll have to do a roundup like immediately next year if it comes out. But
With 8 other
this
films.
was a very successful franchise for Blumhouse. I mean, this franchise kind of created Blumhouse in a way.
It created Blumhouse.
Well,
It's
it did.
Well, the
Yeah.
first
Yeah.
film was only made for what, like 15,000? Like
10
that's a fucking
10
gold
grand, I
mine
think.
for as much as they made.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and all even by the time it was worn out and people were kind of over it with the Ghost Dimension, it still made a bunch of money.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
3D helped.
I was gonna
and
ask
and
you guys,
advertising.
is that a 3D one? Because
Yes.
when I was watching it, I was like, this had to have came out in 3D, right? Because it just felt like it was,
Dude, so
you know,
just
all the visual
I don't know if these numbers are correct or whatever. I'm just kind of on the Wikipedia page here, but it says, you know, the total budget for the franchise was like over 28 million. Because a couple of these movies were, you know, insanely low budget, and it says its box office 890 million. You spent 30 million and made 900 million? What the fuck?
Dude, combined budget. So the first one was
No.
15,000.
30 million. Multiply that by 3 because of marketing, so 90 million.
Either way, you're
I know.
talking 10 times the most.
I know.
And that's just insane. But you think about it, right? Paranormal Activity is number 486 all time in the North American box office.
Mhm.
Like, that's pretty crazy. $15,000 budget, and then 3 million, 5 million, 5 million, 5 million, and the last one was 10 million, and 5 of that million was probably on the 3D.
Right.
You
right.
know what I mean? So
I mean,
these
without
are
question,
cheap,
this has to
cheap
be
movies.
one of the most successful franchises of any genre of film out there, based on the budget overall to the gross
agree.
box office. It has to be. Like, there's nothing out there there's no movies that have budgets this low that are making this much money. Maybe 1 or 2, but not 6.
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude. Like, this is unbelievable how successful this is.
They
This-
hit it
this-
at the right time.
Oh, right, man. It's
The
it's
sixth
mind blowing.
one made $78 million worldwide on a
Right.
$10 million budget. I mean, that's even insane for one that I think was, you know,
And-
well, not only that, but when you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 films in you know, less than a decade time, I mean, that's a lot to take in. And this is the film that dethroned Saw, right? Paranormal Activity
Mhm.
dethroned Saw
Yeah.
from the box office, you know, the October spot. Like, Saw always came out in October, and then boom, you have all these coming out in October for the Paranormal Activity franchise. Don't you miss that? Don't you miss when there's something
Yes.
coming out every October? The October month is so underutilized.
It's because the sequel's dead, bro.
Well, Halloween was supposed to come out this
I
past.
know, but besides Halloween, there's like
I don't think sequels are
Insidious.
dead. There's always
Like-
sequels and to
not
everything.
mainstream sequels.
They're
Yeah,
not dead.
I'm
They're
just-
not.
Look at the fucking Conjuring.
Yeah, but those aren't like real sequels.
Well, it's a
They're
whole
they
it's
are.
a whole world of
Universe.
films, basically.
Franchise.
Yeah.
Like,
But that's the
they
Marvel
stuck
effect.
it. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
Marvel. It's a
true.
universe or whatever they're
Yeah,
called.
the universe
you
of
know?
films. I mean, that's going to make
Yeah.
sense, right? I'm just surprised with how successful this franchise is that they haven't made one in, I guess it's been 6 years now, but considering, they made 6 films in 8 years and then just kind of stopped it. And I mean, I guess if you look at the way the Ghost Dimension ends, it technically could be an ending, right, to the whole thing. The way they did it. So
right,
sure.
I would hope.
Yeah, I assume the newest one will probably be something different. I don't.
That's what I'm assuming too, because honestly, we'll get into it too. But the alternate ending for the Ghost Dimension definitely has a totally different ideology in mind, right?
I didn't even watch. Well,
from what I was reading about it, the blonde bitch from Freaky in part 4 of this is supposed to be returning for the new one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
well, I hope it doesn't continue part 4 because that movie fucking sucks.
We'll get to that.
Part four is definitely the most interesting one in the whole. I wouldn't say it's the best or the worst, but it definitely has the most interesting element to it out of any of the films. It also has the biggest plot hole in the whole franchise too. It's weird.
I'm actually very curious to hear everybody's thoughts.
Yeah,
I assume
there's two things about this film that stick out like sore thumbs.
About these before.
Sore fucking thumbs, hardcore sore thumbs, man. I'm just like, wow, it's so memorable in that aspect. So, so yeah, very, very interesting. But I don't know, should we probably maybe, since we never do this, we never talk about these movies in an intro and then get into it. That's kind of strange. Should we get into these?
We talked about the franchise as a whole, which we normally don't do, but I think that was good.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So
I liked it.
That's gonna conclude the intro here, and we'll catch you guys in a minute with the Paranormal Activity franchise.
And now, our feature presentation.
Yo, who this?
Yo, Modes, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah. Alrighty, so getting into the Paranormal Activity franchise, starting with the first one from 2007, of course, titled Paranormal Activity. Directed by Oren Peli. I was looking at this guy's filmography, and he only ever directed like one other film.
Yeah, he's never made anything else, right?
Yeah, he directed Area 51, which I believe I did not see.
That movie sucks.
Yeah, I remember this one being around, but I never watched it, so...
Paramount released it.
Right. And it was like 8 years later kind of thing. But, I mean, this guy's probably living fat off the royalties of Paranormal Activity since it did so well, so he's like, fuck it. Why do I need to make anything else?
He's probably getting paid for every one they do, too.
Oh, probably. He probably has, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, this franchise is so damn successful. Fuck, being involved with it's a good thing.
I think he produced all of them from what I remember.
Could have, yeah. All right, so quick little synopsis. After moving into a suburban home, a couple becomes increasingly disturbed by a nightly demonic presence. All right, so Paranormal Activity. Dave, start us off.
Wow, Paranormal Activity, huh? Well, I'll tell you
I know
what,
you're the super fan.
I guess I am kind of a super fan. I have to give this one props because it kind of started the whole found footage thing. Granted, it says 2000 whatever, and it came out and it was actually 2009 or whatever when it actually dropped. But you'll notice when we started seeing a whole bunch of found footage movies, it was because of this one. It's almost like I make the comparison about Halloween 78 being what it was and Friday the 13th coming out in 80 being the real movie that set off that. Same thing here. The original thing, Blair Witch Project, came and then really nothing else followed it. One every couple of years, nothing big. Then Paranormal Activity came and it was like a Friday the 13th. It came out, boom, and then next thing you know, everybody started doing a paranormal movie. Everybody started doing a found footage movie. A lot of them weren't very good. Again, just like slashers. And I always compare, slashers of the 80s with found footage of the 2010s.
Sometimes it's not the first that creates the boom. It's the one that capitalizes on it and makes it sort of a
I think
pop culture.
I think Blair Witch kind of turned into more of like a cult thing where paranormal was like it hit hard in the mainstream too, and I think when everybody saw the money that this made, it was like, well, fuck, man, we can do these low budget films and make this type of money and shit. So everyone was on the game at that time. You got to remember the time this came out. I guess 7 and it was in
Dave brought up a good point. This actually didn't come out in 2007.
No.
It wasn't until 9.
I know. You didn't let me finish my thought. It came out in 2007 in the the film circuit or whatever, and then officially came out in 2009. By this time, filmmaking had become a lot easier to do. Blair Witch in 99, people weren't making movies back in those days like they are now. You could scrounge up a little bit of money, make these found footage films for a lot easier. You didn't need big budgets to do them and stuff. So it was like everybody was obviously going to jump on that bandwagon, given how successful this movie was. Right? Let's try it. Let's give it a shot. Right? So anybody with a camera can do that kind of thing. So I think that was part of it. I think it was the timing of this too, right? It comes out at a time where people are like, I can get these cameras. I can scrounge together $6,000 to make a found footage film. So we'll give it a shot kind of thing. So it's timing.
So what did you think of it? That's what I'm curious.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear this.
Let's set this up. You didn't like it the first time you seen it. Now, granted, that was...
I love when you don't like something, you're automatically called a hater.
You didn't hate it. Like you didn't want. You were fucking saying, "Oh, I'm not going to do this show. I'm gonna miss this show and all this bullshit."
Dude, I was completely.
You were a hater.
The fact that you take the fact that he takes all that shit serious is just pure hilarity. You might as well start moving furniture because this is belly wrenching funny. Obviously, dude, I had every aspect of doing this franchise and stuff. And you're right, though. Like when the movie first came out, I was not a fan. Right, I was like, it is what it is. And I mean, if I had any thought that the franchise would have turned out like this, I probably. The thing is, though, I must have just turned an ear to all the talk about the sequels and stuff, except for part 3. I always remember people saying the ending was terrible to that. If I hadn't known that this franchise was connected the way it was, I probably would have given it a fair shot because I think Paranormal Activity as a movie is not bad. Watching it all these years later with the eyes that I have now, I watch movies differently now. And I can objectively see. Back in those days, I didn't look at things very objectively. I was just like, that was fucking terrible. It's like sequel or a remake would come out and be like, fuck this movie. It's like you do things a lot differently. But then once you grow and you realize that that's just being ignorant and stupid, you watch things a little bit differently. And so,
also, let's not forget, the hype, no matter what, when we try to let the hype not affect us, when something that everybody's talking about and you check it out and it's like, okay, what's the big deal about this?
I think that's what ruined it for me the first time. I think that's what ruined it for me. I mean, this time around, I was like, okay, it's fine. I still have more connection to the Saw movies than I do this franchise, but when I first saw it, I was like, it's not even that scary. It's just fucking things going bumpity bumps every once in a fucking door closing every once in a while. I don't understand all these people in the trailer. That was the big marketing scheme. Was everybody in the trailer with the fucking night vision and everybody screaming and it was a absolutely brilliant fucking marketing. Like I said before, the most brilliant marketing since fucking Blair Witch. I think that's why this movie made so much money. It's because they toured it around to all the fucking universities, played it at midnight, and that's what made it so fucking big. But even this time around, I was like, sure, I liked it more than when I saw it back in the day. But it's like still, it's fine. I'm not like the biggest fan of it, to be honest.
And that's kind of where I was going. Like, objectively, watching the film now and kind of taking it for what it is. I think the movie's okay. I think it starts out really good. I think the acting and that's I've always said this is the main thing with fucking found footage movies is the number one thing that makes these movies good, which, / authentic feeling, because the point of found footage is to be real, is the acting has to be natural. It has to be believable. It has to be
not the doctor, man.
That you're just filming something like I'm out camping, I'm filming my family doing shit. Like that's authentic filming, right? That's found footage. I think the number one thing in these movies that fails a lot of the time is, you're watching found footage film, you're like, man, this does not feel authentic. It feels forced. It feels staged. It feels the acting's coming off like, like they're reading their lines off cue cards and shit like that. I think this movie actually, there is parts in this that does feel pretty good. I think it starts out pretty good. There is points in it where I feel like the acting just fails itself so bad. You're just like, oh my God. But, overall, as a whole, I don't think it's like insanely well made and things like that, but it's an interesting film. It's a very, very interesting thing. But with that said, what makes this movie interesting to me is the sequels and the connectivity and the narrative, the core narrative of this franchise as a whole. Now, if this was the only movie ever made, I would probably still be in the boat of, I would definitely be more leaning towards, yeah, it was okay. I don't hate this movie at all. I don't. I thought it was okay. But the core narrative here and how they explore this and how they do it and how they connect everything is actually quite interesting to watch a whole franchise like this. And I think as a whole, it's better as individual films. The first film, to me, my mind didn't really change a whole lot on my stance on certain things. I've always been a really big, I guess you could use the hater of just kind of blatant jump scares. And these movies they're pretty much all the same though in that aspect. They're very, very quiet. These movies to me they're called anticipation. It's like you're just anticipating the jump scare because essentially these are really, really quiet films, which is cool because they're found footage.
I think what's neat about these ones though is the jump scare doesn't always happen. Sometimes you think something's going to happen, and it's just it's just a still shot of the nighttime.
In the overall scheme of things,
and they don't cheapen it either. They don't cheapen it. You know how sometimes how they had that rumble noise anytime something's approaching? You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When that rumble comes, they do have some fake outs, but never when the rumble comes. Like if they did it with the rumble, I would consider that a cheap fake out. But every time that rumble noise comes in, it leads to a genuine, something that Toby or whatever you want to call it is doing. It's never. There are some good jokes when the girl jumps out of the closet in the one, and there's a couple things spread throughout, little quick jump scares that
like a cat. The cat jumps in front of the camera on one.
Just for pranks. When they do it, it's total surprise, and they don't cheapen it by using the music. And that's what I respect it for. But this movie here, I just want to say one thing about it. This, to me, I compare it to 100% what you said, Moods. I'm with you about the connectivity, how that's all great. But I think that a lot of people forget it's what I say about Ringu. When Ring, Japanese, came out in 1999, people look at that movie now, and a lot of them say, been there, done that. It's the same stuff I've seen in all these Japanese movies. And then I'll correct them and say, well, wait a minute. When this movie came out, this one originated it. That's what I think happened with this movie here, Paranormal Activity. Right. This was groundbreaking. Nothing else was due. Now it looks pale in comparison because they kept upping the game, especially in 2 and 3. So when you look at the first one now, you're like, oh, well, by comparison.
When a door slams, you're like, it might not be as impactful, but back then when it was the first one doing that, those simple, my favorite scene in this movie, and I think the scariest scene is the powder.
No, because I think the flower board is pretty cool.
If you actually put yourself in this situation, right? Like, and that's what found footage, why they work for me so well, is because I live in it. Like, this is me. I'm in bed. What happens if there's the door just slams or something? Like, that would be scary as shit if that actually happened to me. Or if I put powder on the floor and there's footprints in it, but nobody walked through it. That is horrifying. So I think with these found footage films, and especially this first one, it's a very simple film. Everything is very simple. All the scares are very simple little tricks that you're not seeing anything major happen other than doors shutting or things falling or the powder and stuff like that.
The Ouija board moving.
The Ouija board catching fire and that shit's kind of cool, man. Cool. But the one thing that I always thought that I was actually remembered when I was rewatching this film is the scene where she gets out of the bed and then stares at her boyfriend for
stands there for
when they time lapse the scene, and it's basically 3 hours of her standing there. It's kind of, that's creepy as shit to me, and those are the type of things that work.
What if you put a camera up and Aaron you're looking at the footage and Aaron's standing above you
Right.
for 3 hours.
Right. And you know, and the irony of that is that my wife is the weirdest sleeper in the world. Like, she freaks out a lot. She screams in her sleep, and she does get up and freak
mine
out.
too.
Yeah, she does a whole pile of, it actually runs in her family. Like, her sisters will wake up and blood curdling scream. It's really annoying. Like, if you walk into the room to go to sleep one night,
Well,
and
I hope
she's already
her
been,
grandma's
she'll sometimes
a
sit up in
alright
bed and
lady.
scream at me. Like, I will have to go in knowing the fact that she might just scream at the top of her lungs at me. Right? It's crazy. So,
Scary.
so I can see, like, that scene right there to me is like, holy fuck, I've kind of lived that before, you know. It's staring at me and shit. So it's subtle scares and shit. I prefer that type of scare over, you know, the obvious jump scares and stuff. But, you know, it's fine when you watch this movie, but when you do watch all, you know, 6 or I guess 7 films in our case in the franchise, you do notice a trend. The films don't change themselves a lot. They do repeat a lot of the same things. A lot of characters standing around staring and, you know, just kind of popping up. And a lot of things fall from the ceiling and or the sky and shit. That's like in every movie. There's always something falling like that. They do that in like every film and stuff. So, you know,
But
there's
in the second movie, it's awesome.
right. And it's also, and there's also a specific theme to where these films are edited, especially like in, you know, the second film. It's like, well, in every film really, it's like, you know, day 4. Here's the time, and then it'll show the room, and it'll show the cameras around, and everything's kind of done in sequence throughout the thing. So, again, when you watch these movies all together, it becomes very kind of repetitive and stuff. I'm not saying it's bad or anything. You just notice this theme. Part 2, I found myself saying, okay, day 4, now it's going to be a shot of this, and then it's going to be the pool scene, and now it's going to be this. And I was actually laughing out loud to myself, and I was like, oh, there we go. And I was having a good time with it, but it's just like, it's very formulaic. You know what I'm saying? In these type of films. But I just wish that, like, you know, I mean, again, we're talking about the whole franchise and stuff, but I mean, you know, when you really kind of break it down, this franchise is actually kind of interesting in the fact that, like, if you're a main character, you're probably not going to survive. Right. And, you know, it's kind of crazy. Like, this franchise is kind of mean spirited in that aspect that it kills off like all the main characters pretty much. And, you know, it's not overly bloody or gory or anything, but there's a trend here. And I'm just like, no one ever talks about this franchise as being, you know, that franchise, like, it kills off all their main characters, kind of like, you know.
I think what's interesting here is that I remember from reading this is like the ending changed so much compared to what was shown at the universities and stuff compared to what actually ended up happening. So I'm going to read it, but this is all spoilers. We know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the festival ending of Paranormal Activity. So this is the original ending they had planned before they sold the film to Blumhouse and Paramount. Once they sold the film to Paramount and Blumhouse, they went back and they reshot the ending. So this is the festival ending. After Katie has watched Mika up front at the bed for several hours, she slowly walks down the steps towards the kitchen. After a few seconds, a loud screaming sound which wakes Micah up. He runs down into the kitchen and screams as well. Suddenly, utter silence reigns. After a few seconds, one can hear someone stomping up the stairs. It is Katie, blood splattered with a kitchen knife in her hand. She is now possessed by the demon and has murdered Micah. She sits down next to the bed and stays stiff for at least 2 days, only nodding her head back and forth. There's a voice over the answer phone as well as Katie's friend who wants to visit the couple, and at that discovers Micah's screamingly. She runs away. She will alarm the police, who then searches the house. As they arrive in the bedroom, they meet Katie. The demon has left her body and does not possess her anymore. Wonderingly, she looks around and walks towards the policeman with the knife, who feel endangered, and in a moment of shock from a sudden door bang, shoots Katie. So at the end of that one, the cops kill Katie. And
I've never seen that ending.
There's gonna be no,
I don't think it's
no sequels.
You could see all 3 of the shot ones. It may or may not still be there, but there used to be this thing on YouTube, and it showed them concurrently all going, you know, all 3 things, and they're fucking. And there's one that wasn't filmed, but Jeremy doesn't know. I'll mention. But you know about that? Great stuff.
The theatrical ending. Katie, already possessed by the demon, now wanders to Michael and looks at him for several hours. Then she leaves the room, goes downstairs and screams. He wakes up, wants to help Katie, but gets murdered. Possessed Katie slowly goes back to the bedroom and throws Micah's lifeless body at the camera. Then she smells at it. Well, that's wrong. Then she smells at it, looks into the lens stiffly until her face mutates into so that's what we saw in the theatrical.
That's the original. Yep.
Yep. So
yeah, that's the theatrical.
Ending. The unrated ending. After possessed Katie comes back to the master bedroom, she closes the door and walks slowly towards the camera. She stops, stares directly into the camera, then she takes her knife and swiftly slices her throat, killing her.
That's the one I got.
Yeah. After dropping dead on the floor, the cam fades to black.
Yeah,
that's my favorite ending.
Well,
That's my favorite.
That's the best one if you're gonna not do sequels.
Yeah, that's the one you can't use. And I actually,
I like it. It's so much more fucked up.
yeah, no, I think that was actually kind of cool
Rocky
for what it
back
is,
and forth
but
for 2 days is fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, her walking back and forth for 2
Honestly-
days. Dude, super fun.
That's creepy as fuck. Now, do you know about the other one that wasn't actually shot, but Pele fucking wrote it, but he just didn't get to film it. He said it was his favorite one.
I think I read it, but I don't remember what it was.
Well, at the end, all the stuff happens like in the theatrical that you see, but at the end, instead of the stabbing, or maybe even after the stab, he's still alive. She fucking beats him to death with his precious camera. So we are seeing the POV of us fucking whacking into his fucking head as the camera until it freaking cracks and smacks his head, and then the fucking movie ends.
that's actually pretty sweet. That's pretty. But does she kill herself or just walks away?
Precious camera, that cocksucker. Fuck Mika. Some people say fuck Grandpa Joe and this and that. Fuck Mika. I'll say that a million times on this.
Why
What
fuck
an
Mika?
asshole. He's the whole reason all this shit went down. His fucking arrogant ass.
In the first
Starting
one,
trouble. Yeah, in the first one. But it's still, if the first one doesn't happen, you know what I'm saying?
that's me
I
though.
blame
Like, I know fuck that guy, but like I'm that guy. Like I'm the guy that's like, I want to see what this is. You know, let's keep looking at this stuff.
Well,
like
bye,
Dave's the
Jason.
smart one who's like, fuck this shit, I'm out. You know what I mean? But like,
don't
me,
antagonize it. Don't say, oh, is that
I
all you
would,
got?
I
You
would.
don't even deal with supernatural shit, and then he can kill. You know, you've seen what this thing could do. You've seen your girlfriend, who you supposedly love, almost beg you, just please stop. And the whole thing with the Ouija board and all, I'm like, enough is enough. And then he tries to guilt her into it. Well, you didn't tell me any of this on your first date. So I think I have the
he
right-
definitely
Fuck
takes
you,
it too
dude.
far. He definitely takes it too far. But at the start of it, like, wouldn't you be intrigued if you had a camera and you could possibly, catch some shit? Like,
yes, I'm 100%.
right?
Yeah,
like,
they make money at the start. Yeah.
To make
But when that guy
money,
comes
to
in,
make
of course
money.
to make money.
No, I mean,
But then when the
obviously-
guy comes in and says, don't antagonize it. This thing will feed off your negative things, and
Right,
don't pay
right.
any attention.
Well, that's
And she
where
says the same
it takes
thing.
a turn.
Yeah.
That's where it takes a turn, and now he's just being a total dick, right? Now he's endangering, everyone's lives involved, kind of thing, right? So of course,
See me, I'm sitting there. I'm like, well, if it could have killed me, it would have did it by now. So like, what's it hurt if I just keep fucking around? You know what I mean? So like, I'm that guy. But I will say this, like, they casted Katie pretty good, man. Because even in the boring scenes, I can't stop staring at.
Dude, every scene
Yeah,
in
you
this
just like her tits.
every
That's all
scene
you
in this
like.
movie, there is either a shot of her big ass boobs or her butt in those booty shorts and her tight shirt. It's fucking hilarious. They did it perfectly because you need stuff to fill in the gaps, right? And her boobs were
Right,
definitely
that's
filling
what
in
I
the
said.
gaps.
I was like, casting her was like the greatest decision ever.
Honestly, dude, I find her crazy attractive. Like, her face is fucking beautiful, man.
She's not like supermodel, like knockout
No,
gorgeous, like
but
type,
I
but
like-
she's like that girl next door.
She's that
has, like,
natural.
a
She's
nice
that
body.
natural
Mm-hmm.
beauty. She's beautiful.
Yeah.
And, like, to me, there's women
is
that are
Chris-
sexy, hot, beautiful, attractive. Like, there's all these different types of words, right? But I find her just naturally beautiful. Not really
Lacey's
trying to.
like, you scumbags.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to be
Can I actually
sexist. I'm just being honest.
with you guys about
Yeah.
something.
What about
Okay.
tits?
Well,
I didn't say
we got
tits.
them, but
I mean, this is the filmmakers
Anyway.
doing this also. So.
I'm an ass guy.
no. Okay, so
So
I
am I.
wanted to do this episode. Basically, this is like my fear factor. Okay, fear is not a factor for you, Lacy Lou. Like, I'm not kidding. Okay, so when this movie came out, there was so much hype around it or whatever. We talked about the stab hype or whatever, and I didn't like fully convey this in the Scream episode, and I don't mean to throw it back to that, but I'm going to because you said, that type of hype doesn't exist. Well, when I went to go see this movie, there was a line out the fucking door,
Marketing.
I mean, I get in the context, yeah. So I had to watch this movie in the front fucking row.
Oh,
because
God.
that was the only spot
What a
that was
laugh.
open,
Nauseating.
right? Well, no, I was so excited to see it. Like, I love horror movies so much, and there wasn't anything else like this at that time. So, I mean, I got like a neck cramp watching it with my head all the way back because, but I was that close to it. It was it was an experience. And one of the scariest, the scariest movie of all time for me is The Entity, okay?
The Barbara
movie-
Hershey movie?
Yes, that is
Yeah.
the scariest movie of all time, hands down for me.
It's going to come up
And-
later.
And so that movie fucked with me a lot as a child, and it triggered sleep paralysis, which I don't know if any of you guys have ever experienced that or anything. Anybody?
No.
Somebody at film school had it. They talk about it all the time. I was like,
I know what it is.
No,
I've never experienced.
No, it's very real and it's
I know
very
it's
fucking
real.
scary. And this film, the entity triggered that, and then I seen this film and it triggered that as well. Like I went home like shook, because you didn't get much of an explanation of why things were happening in this film. I mean, obviously, I think they over-explain things as they go on, but at this point, this was all we had. We didn't have like 2, 3, 4 marked ones, whatever.
Nothing happened and the fucking doors were shut.
Yeah, really. The only
That
explanation
shook you.
in this film that you really get is that she was kind of haunted, but from this entity or
It's
from
been
as a
following
kid.
her for-
So-
As a kid, that was the
So
only explanation we got.
But see, me with somebody who had sleep paralysis and, with, a hooded figure or, just a shadow, I felt like I was haunted, so it triggered me in that aspect. And I know it sounds crazy or whatever, but it's true and that really happened. And so, I watched these movies only one other time. I bought this movie when it came out because I was like, oh yeah, well, I'm fine. It's not going to trigger me again. So I bought it on DVD when it came out. And I watched it again, and it triggered me again, and I had another sleep paralysis episode, right after watching it. So I was like, okay, I'm fucking haunted. I'm fucking getting rid of this movie. So I sold it. Okay? No, I felt like there was, bad energy, something, I had to get rid of it. So, I mean, I did watch the other films, but I never bought any of them, and I never allowed them in my house. And
Wow.
so I hadn't watched any. I did see. I didn't know if I had seen Ghost Dimension or not. I had seen it, but I didn't remember it. I just rented them and then I took them back right away after I had watched them. But yeah.
And you
so
never
I
got
was
sleep
very
paralysis from any other films? It was just the first one?
Well, the entity as well.
No, I meant from any
I'm the first.
No,
any of the other paranormal.
Just the first one. I refused to watch that one, so I had not watched the first one since 2010. So it's been 11 years.
So you were fine with
since.
all the sequels then? They didn't fuck your sleep up?
Yes, because it explained things in those ones, and this one you don't get an explanation.
Right.
And so it just fucked with me.
Did it happen again?
No. So I ended up buying the box set or whatever of all the films, so I could do this episode. And so it was basically kind of just I was like, okay, well, I mean, I did have a few little creepy things that happened, which we'll get into later, but overall, it didn't trigger me too bad, anyways. No sleep paralysis, which was good. And I think the fact that it explained things as I watched all of the films, it makes it a whole lot less scary for me.
Right.
So knowing the things that I know with watching the sequels and that it does have a story, it's not as scary. So, but
yeah, because whenever you just have random things happen in your own mind can wander into it happening to you, but then when you start figuring out it's a cult and all this stuff, it makes it feel more like a movie.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. The first one, it didn't have any exposition. It didn't. I mean, aside from that, she was haunted when she was a kid. Well, because my grandparents' house was supposedly haunted, and they talked about feeding it negative energy. So when they would fight, that was the ghost presence would be there, or when they would have Bible study, even they would get very obscene phone calls when my family would do Bible study. So this movie fucked with me in a big bad way, you guys.
Damn.
well, we're happy to bring up all these traumatic experiences for you.
Well, no, I feel
You're gonna have sleep
paralysis.
paralysis after doing an episode of 22 shots.
No, I
We fucking go so
don't know if anybody wanted to hear that or not, but this was kind of a personal hurdle that I felt
definitely.
I kind of needed to get over. But yeah, so I mean, that movie, Paranormal Activity, was next to The Entity as the scariest movie. I still can't watch that one.
So 22 shots
Let me
of
ask you this.
confessions and horror right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry.
No, I liked it. I like it. It was cool. It was cool.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So what do you think of it now, 11 years later?
Oh man. Okay. So obviously I had seen the sequels, and I just remember thinking the only thing that could go through my head was when Billy Loomis in Scream says, things are a lot scarier when there is no motive. You know, and that as I'm watching that, and each film,
the
sequel,
unknown,
the third, fourth, it just feels like it just over-explains shit like too much, and obviously we'll get into that. But that first film, just looking at it alone, if all the sequels didn't exist, and that's I think why I like the aspect of it scaring me so much, is if she, you know, cut her own throat.
Right.
Well,
I think that you're right. In terms of scare factor, it definitely moves away from that. But just as a story, I'm interested in the story. So I agree that the scare factor goes away, but I like the story, so that works for me too. But I agree. I watched the first one. You know, I hadn't seen it since like 2010 either, and I remember it being really scary. It didn't really do that for me this time. I wasn't like, I didn't get it scared the first time I seen it, which is natural. That happens whenever you've seen a film a couple times. You know what's coming, so it doesn't scare you. But that scene with the goddamn footprints still scares me, you know. So it definitely didn't have the impact it did the first time I seen it.
Right.
But I still thought it was a pretty damn good movie. Pretty simple, scary movie, and I really like the first one, but I am not as high on it as I was the first time I seen it.
Yeah, I feel like in the other films they have a little too much going on. I liked that it was just, you know, these two central characters, and aside from the psychic guy.
It's also a lot different idea.
When Moods was talking about the fucking natural acting, man.
Yeah.
That guy shit the bed.
Right, totally. And you know, it's funny because this movie by itself is like completely different, but like when you get into the sequels and stuff, and then you look back at like the core narrative here, where Katie is essentially being possessed and stuff like that, like it makes you kind of wonder. It makes you realize that they really didn't have this thing planned out, because it doesn't go in that direction in the sequels at all.
This is just a haunted house film,
right? So
it doesn't know that, but I will say,
I'm just saying.
Cool thing
I mean,
being able to tie
when you first watch this movie, I mean, essentially, Katie is being possessed by this demon and stuff, but it's really not about that in the sequels. It tries to explain it away, and then it gets into this whole Toby demon thing and stuff. And it's kind of funny, like by the end of the franchise, you look back on the first one, you're like, man, it just almost seems like super outdated in the idea and the core narrative here, right? It gets so far away from because I mean, in reality, when you look at it, Katie being possessed has really nothing to do with what is explained in 2, 3, 4, everything else, right? It's not about that. It's about, there's certain other elements going on here. We'll get to them, but
the thing that I kept thinking when I got to like the last one is I was like, dude, this is a fucking 20-year plan that these fucking people had. Like, this took a long time.
Oh yeah, long time.
No matter how many times you see it in
must
films,
be hard as fuck to get the fucking devil, like whatever the fuck, you know what I mean?
Right.
Well, people got rich.
That's why to me.
In the meantime.
That's why to me this franchise overall was kind of satisfying, because the endings of the films, even though some of the films kind of vary in quality and stuff, I always found that the endings I always left satisfied based on what was happening, because it was like it was always on a downer too, because by the ghost dimension, the way it ends, I'm like, oh yeah, right, that's awesome, right? Because I like that type of shit, right? It's kind of crazy. So
always, after finishing every one, I'd say by the time I got to 3. I was genuinely looking forward to checking out the next one just to see where the story went.
That was me too.
Okay, what are they going to do next?
That was me too.
That really surprised me. I did not expect that. What did I say in the chat the other day, Moods? I was like, I really expected these to be just, cash in, super, another family gets haunted type thing.
Like you just want to see more.
I'm glad.
You did say that too.
I'm super glad the way my personality is.
I didn't say it. He did.
Though I'm really glad the way my personality is sometimes, because sometimes I just purposely ignore shit to the point where I really didn't know anything about these movies. I had nothing ruined.
Neither.
I had nothing ruined ever.
I had no clue.
So every time a movie ended, I was like, "Oh my god, I can't wait for the next one!" Like, the fifth one, marked ones. So I mean, like, okay, I'm like, okay, this starts out, and I'm like, oh, this is like a total kind of, side story, just kind of a, this is kind of an offshoot and stuff, and then you get a little glimpse into the connectivity, and then the way it ends, I was like, oh goddamn. That's fucking cool.
Right, and when that happened, right, because I thought Paranormal Activity, the marked ones, I remember them saying, oh, this is a spinoff, And I was like, I went in expecting no connectivity,
Right,
and then
right.
when something happens, I'm like, oh shit! I was like, this is cool. I didn't expect that at all. Like, the franchise really surprised me, and I think that this franchise is completely disrespected.
Thank you. I'm so happy.
Well,
I
again,
don't know everybody's thoughts about everything. I was a little concerned with Moose because I knew what he said about the first one. Same with Jared. All you guys. I didn't know anything about Lacey's feelings towards it. But coming into this, I was like, man, I hope. And you guys know, I knew you'd give it a fair shake. But sometimes it doesn't always come out that way. And the same thing happened when we did it for Exploding Heads. Brandon and Christian both ended up really liking the franchise. And I was like, see, if you go in with an open mind and not give in to the hate, you might my taste isn't that bad. That if I really like something, there's something behind it.
But see, Dave, this is an episode of the show that I've been wanting to do since like
I know
season
JF1.
Season 1. We literally had this planned like 8 times, and we originally were going to do it when I think the 4th one came, or the 4th one had just come out.
I'm glad that we waited.
We should do the paranormal. I know, but Moods, I'm so glad that you're like that too. How much of a pleasure was it to not know anything about this franchise?
It made it so much better because I found myself, like I said, wanting to watch the next one based on the narrative. I was like, what are they going to do next with it? And what are they going to do now? And like, how are they going to connect this? And I was like, this is crazy because I'm a franchise person. And what we don't get in a lot of franchises is that connectivity. Right. There, you do in certain franchises, but every franchise either jumps around or starts new trilogies or does this. But this one, you can play from part 1 through 6, even throw in the spin-off one, the Japanese one, and still it's all connected. It's so cool.
Here's another thing.
It's so cool.
I think watching them all in a row is normally sometimes with a franchise, you don't want to do that because it's just like, but I think if these are fresh in your head, because I'll be honest, I remember watching part 2 like 2 years after it came out and not even realizing that Katie was in it took me a while to even realize that was her when she shows up at the poll. And I'm like, oh, because my memory just sucks dick. So like if I would watch these real far,
how did you forget those boobs?
Pick up on all the,
yeah.
Well, they were hard to forget, but so I think that watching these, especially if it's your first time, watching them, close in proximity is actually a really good idea.
Yeah.
Only way I do it. That's the only way. This is the only franchise I can't just although I did watch part 3 last year and marked ones because we were doing the top 100 of the decade, and I thought they might be on there because they're like my favorite 2. So I was like, okay, let's just check them out. But I mean, ordinarily when I can't just sit down and watch Paranormal Activity and then when it ends, not want to keep going. I do. It's the same thing with Saw. I don't tend to watch just one Saw movie randomly, and that's it. It's just those 2 franchises. Also, I will say this: Phantasm 1 I can plug in anytime, but if I go from 1 to 2, I'm going through the whole damn thing.
Yeah, it's like me too with that. Yeah, I've done that with Phantasm a bunch of times. It's like if I ever pop in like Elm Street's Dream Warriors, I got to watch part 4 too. I just have to every single time. It's like one big ass movie to me. I just have to do it every time. So. But, yeah. Paranormal Activity. Does anybody else have anything specific to say about it? I mean, the movies, at the core,
generic.
There's not really a lot going.
For the time.
It's just like this movie has literally two core characters with a lot of sleeping and getting up and going to bed.
Right.
It's a $15,000 movie,
right? It's just a lot of going to bed and waking up. Yeah. So I don't know.
I think Lacey's trying to say something.
Lacey's really low.
Yeah.
Her mic's really low.
I'm sorry. Here, let me see.
She sounds like she got sucked into the fucking into the ghost dimension.
She's in the ghost dimension.
She's in
the ghost dimension. What happened? Her worst fear just came true.
Is it
her worst fear just came true.
Apparently, it's Lucy Lou.
Lucy Lou.
No, we still can't hear you, Billy.
Really? You know what? I'm gonna unplug my
there
headphones.
Can you now you're okay.
Okay. Well, apparently we got some interference here, guys.
Chase's fault.
Well, he's not even here.
Still Dan's fault.
honestly, one of the scariest movie moments of all time is when she gets drug out of that bed.
Oh,
You know,
we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about that.
I was actually going to mention that because I think that's one of the scariest things too. Because even as a kid, I'm sure we all had those moments as a kid where you didn't let your foot hang over the bed because you were scared something was going to grab it.
Exactly.
You always had that, but could you imagine something grabbing your foot and hauling you off your bed and out your door? That it would fucking break you, man. That's some scary ass shit. Like, I agree, actually, that's probably the scariest moment in the film for me too. Like, could you imagine you're in your placement, man. You're in your comfort zone in your bed and you get hauled out of it while you're sleeping.
Safe place.
That's fucking freaky, dude. You find something you can't see, man. Screw that. Like, seriously, fuck that. I would like. What would you do?
I just wanted to bring that up.
Like, yeah, I agree, man. That's definitely the scariest shit in the movie for myself too, because it's not that jumps. It just happens, right? It's a build up to it. You're laying there, and all of a sudden, it's like you don't need that fucking, that powering fucking jump scare and stuff. Which some of them do work. I mean, I will say there was a couple moments in these 7 films that actually got me, and I'm really, really stone cold Steve Austin hardcore with like not jumping on jump scares. I'm really good at not jumping. Like, I can anticipate them to the point where I'm like, okay, and my wife is through the fucking roof. She's through the fucking roof on just normal movies. Makes her jump. It's crazy. But I'm really good with anticipating. And I can't remember if it was in part 3, if it was in 2 or 3. There's a scene that totally got me, and I was like, fuck. Good, and I actually laughed out loud.
Me in part 2 too.
2 and 3 had the most like that.
Right.
It's probably one of.
Yeah, and it was probably one of. Yeah, it was, and I was like, "Holy shit!" And I actually burst out laughing all by myself. I'm like, "Man, good job, got me." So.
Well, I mean, at that point in the movie, though, like the entity or whatever, demon, ghost, whatever fucking you want to call it, hadn't touched them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like,
see,
it had fucked with things around the house, and in that moment, it was the first time that it had touched you, and you're like, ah.
Right, right.
That's like me. I would think that they couldn't touch me. Like, that's why I keep going.
I think the idea is that it's kind of evolving.
They would have already.
Yeah, it's evolving a little bit, and it's starting to get a little bit more annoyed and stuff. It's getting stronger it's getting stronger. So, but I think there's a difference between jump scares and actually scary moments, and the thing is with those. The big loud jump scares and stuff, like, that's not scary to me. That's just making you jump. But like moments like being drug out of your bed, and like JP mentioned, the baby powder and shit like that. Like, if you put down baby powder and you woke up in the morning, there was footprints in it, like, in reality, put yourself in reality with that. You would be like, what the fuck? First of all, I wouldn't stay in the house. I'd be like, I'm out of here.
I'd get rich off it. Tell you that.
I'm like, fuck this. I don't know if I could stay in the house, dude. Like, I've never really experienced too much paranormal shit. I've thought I saw a couple things back in the day, and I wasn't on anything. I definitely wasn't on anything. So I can't use that as an excuse. But you always question it and shit like that. But if you actually had something like that happen to you, that's scary.
Yeah, if you were like sure about it, oh man.
Well, it's clear as day. If you put down baby powder and you wake up and there's footprints or it's messed up and shit, and you're the only two in the house, put two and two together,
and they're not even like footprints like fucking Nikes or something.
Well, my mom
like,
said the house that she grew
in foots.
Yeah, it's not like Richard Ramirez's Iowa shoes that got him busted or whatever. Fuck, that was a good documentary.
Yeah.
Well, one of the smart parts of this
story, like always.
One of the smart parts of this movie was when they did have the psychic come and he explained the fact that no matter, even if they left the house, it would follow her. So, I mean, I would have liked to see them actually leave the house and see if it did follow them. Because in all of these films, you don't actually really get to see them leave the house and see it follow,
I think it's the best awesome haunted house explanation ever, that it's like, it's not the house that's haunted, it's you. I think they did that in Insidious.
It's you.
Too.
It feeds off fear.
Yeah, it totally fixes all issues that you would have with like get out of the house, because when you watch Amityville, you're like, get out of the house, so everybody always said get out of the house, but whenever they're like, if you can get out of the house, like in Insidious, they do get out of the house, they leave, and then it follows them. So I love seeing that in use in like practical movie making.
And this time they try to leave. Think about this. Is what's scary about this, is that it gets so bad that eventually this son of a bitch finally gives in, because this poor girl, the way she's crying, where she goes in the third act before hell breaks,
and that was after she got bit too. Like he literally had to he had to see physical abuse and physical markings on her for him to finally register and trigger in his mind, hey, this is actually real because I didn't fucking bite her. Right.
She didn't bite herself.
Right.
That was the first of the many poltergeist nods throughout this whole franchise, which I'll be talking about them. Dude, there's so many. It's crazy.
I have that as well, Dave.
Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome. I'm good. Poltergeist fans. Awesome. But I mean, look how long it took. And then he finally says, I never want to see my wife cry like that. If my wife ever cried like that, there'd be no fucking hesitation first. Okay, we're out of here. The son of a bitch, he finally says, let's go. But guess what, homie? It's too late. And then she says, no, I just want to stay. That is creepy as shit, because all of a sudden you're like, what's happening with her? And then he walks out of the room and she says it in two voices. She's like, I think we'll be okay now. I was like, holy
And
fuck.
that smile.
Yeah. Dude. Oh, she's good. And she is a great screamer. I want to put that out there because, not everybody can do great. When she goes downstairs in the climax of that film and she is screaming, that is freaking horrifying, man. She's got some skills in that department. She's solid.
I want to ask you guys this. Okay, so obviously we don't get to see what happens downstairs. I mean, obviously we do, but we don't. Yeah. So I want to talk about just as this movie by itself. Like the other ones don't exist at this point, right?
Yeah.
Right.
How do you guys feel about not seeing what happened after she screams his name and he goes down there? And then obviously he gets flung at the camera.
See, to me,
were you guys satisfied with that, or is that what pissed you off, Mood?
No, well, I actually thought about that too, because I thought about it after, we get to kind of later on down the thing too. I thought about it twice, but I thought it was weird, but it's also, the way the film is edited, because theoretically, the way the movie is set up with the cameras all over the house and stuff, we technically could have seen what happened, because there's cameras that are down there that would have caught that, right? So it's just edited to the point where we don't see it.
No, I think they only have the one camera.
Yeah, in the first one, I think they just have
it's
that.
It's just the one. Yeah.
Is there no camera downstairs? They never set up in one downstairs?
No, they evolve in the next one.
Okay, maybe I'm just.
I thought they only have the single camera.
No, because they have the camera downstairs that catches the Ouija board.
No, that's the same camera.
The camera.
That's his camera. He set it down.
He placed it. Yeah.
Oh, okay, maybe it is. Yeah, so I'm just getting it mixed up. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. So there is only one camera.
And how about the Ouija board? What it spelled? Did you guys catch that? It ended up really meaning.
No, what does it spell?
Well, because he said it's one of three things.
Oh, that's right. He does put down the camera. For a second there, I thought that they had set up one and they just didn't really use the camera. But you're right. He didn't have another. Okay, right. Okay, so that actually makes a lot more sense that we didn't get to see downstairs.
It went from J to P to I to S to the B to the A to the L to the D. That's what it said.
Okay, so what did it say then?
So he was writing the things down. He was saying, Edina, Edina, or Diane, or Nadine. He was trying to spell it out, and then later on, when they go on the computer, the girl that was possessed, they started learning a little bit about the supernatural and the occult, and that the girl that was possessed, her name was Diane. Ultimately, that doesn't end up adding up to a hill of beans in the rest of the franchise, but for this, for a standalone, I thought it was still kind of a cool thing. And I also thought it was a nice little nod to Amityville that twice they woke up at 3:15 and some crazy shit happened. As you'll see, the whole franchise, 80% of the shit that happens is in the witching hour. And pretty cool.
Yeah. I love the part. Right? I love the line where she says, "I told you not to get a Ouija board, and you go get the most badass epic Ouija board ever."
I know, right?
See, the only thing I have, like in the first three films here, like obviously you can't think about this after you watch the first one, but by the third one, if you take what you've seen in the first three films and then you think back to the first one, and she's like, a little bit naive to the fact of why, like she's like, oh, when I was a kid, I was being haunted by this thing and stuff. But once you've seen the events of, the third one and you've seen what transpired there and stuff, if you take what you saw and you put it into the first one's ideologies, it's like, it kind of denounces the whole film a little bit in narrative because she should technically know because she's an adult.
Well,
right? She should know her past.
But she was only 8.
I think it's one of those cases.
Yeah, but Dave,
where it's like
I figured
selective, like what do they call that when you
when you block it out.
But of course, you could say that, but there is a lot of cases where you would probably remember certain things. Like,
I
right?
would remember my stepdad dying in front of me.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's certain things that you do block out as a kid, but she is old enough. Like, if you're 8, 9, 10 years old, your memory because she's only 15 years later? Like, she's in her mid 20s now. It's not even that far removed from those events in time, in the timeline. So what I'm saying is it hasn't evolved in time. It's not 50 years down the road where, your memory gets skewed and you will forget certain things and stuff. But this is pretty traumatizing, to be honest. I mean, especially what transpires, what transpires at the end of part 3. I mean, dude, like, fuck, man. Like, you would never, ever forget that shit, dude.
Yeah. I just chalked it up to, like, her being possessed at that age and then the Toby leaving her or whatever,
right.
And then that memory is gone with him type thing.
Yeah, but then it even evolves even more, like when we get to the ghost dimension too, because then we get to see this newer footage that was shot, apparently in 88, between 88 and 92 and stuff, and then which is there's some really odd stuff going on there and stuff. But again, we get to see more of that too, which kind of plays into the first part too, because that's more of them being kids. So
it's a very intricate little franchise.
Super.
Yeah.
I mean, you can chalk a lot of shit up to, it's supernatural, but I get what you're saying, and I thought the same thing. It doesn't work perfect.
No, it doesn't.
Not perfectly, but I could give it a pass to a degree. I'm not stretching because I enjoy it. I do hear what you're saying, and I have thought about this as I'm watching them before, but I just look at it that we see what we see when she's 8, and maybe it's all up to the time she's 10. I don't know. I don't know. Because she basically says everything she says in the first one and the second one. The things that come out of her mouth, she's like, you don't want to end up like Mom. But the thing is,
well, the first and second one,
calling somebody else Mom later on, and then they had the fire. And we'll get to that stuff. But I don't know. I hear you, Moods. I do hear you. I guess maybe I do try to rationalize it because I enjoy the franchise, but. It could be selective, whatever that is. Like,
well, it would make sense. It would make sense in the second one why her mind is very much the same as the first one, because the second one takes place like just a couple weeks before the events of the first. Like, it's right in the same timeline, kind of thing, right? Yeah, it's
congruent with the.
It's literally
that's a hard one to explain. Is it a prequel? Is it a sequel? It's both,
like
right?
all.
It's definitely a prequel. Every single part of it takes place before the first movie, except the end part. When she goes and gets the baby.
Right.
Every other part takes place before the events of 1.
Yeah, because that part is right after the end of part 1.
The very next day.
It's literally right after.
Super. You never see that though. That was a really cool way to do a sequel, which we'll get to, but we should probably rate this one.
Okay, so I don't know. I guess we'll start with Dave rating.
Okay. I'm putting myself into that spot of when this movie came out. I think that it was groundbreaking to a degree. I like what they did. It's definitely different. And like Lacy said, it's a standalone. It's really good, really scary. And I like every ending that was shot. And they're all my kind.
How often do you get that?
I know. Never. You never do. But every one of them would have worked fine for me. Thank goodness Steven Spielberg saw Oren Pele and told him to use the other one. Or we wouldn't have been able to have a franchise out of it, and Katie would not have survived. He's the one that said, you should switch it and do that one. That'll work better. And sure enough, that's what everybody got to see. Anyway, for me, 8 out of 10.
All right.
JP?
Like I said, man, this movie really scared me when I first seen it. I think it's still pretty scary. It's a nice, fast, easy watch, and people say that it drags, and I can see that, but I think that all found footage need that good 20 or 30 minutes at the beginning to just be with the characters, right? To just get to know them, to see their relationship, to sort of get settled in the format of the technique that we're watching with found footage. So I like that stuff. It's good with me. This isn't a film that I would throw in all the time. But I could see this being, every couple Octobers or something, popping it in, good scary movie and stuff like that. I do think that it isn't as effective the more times you watch it, so I probably wouldn't want to see this again for a couple more years. But I'll say I think it's a really solid movie. I gave it an 8 as well.
Lacy.
I'm gonna rate it 2 times if that's okay.
Okay. You're gonna have an You're gonna have an alternate ending or rating.
Yeah.
Alternate rating.
Okay. Okay. All right. So when I seen this the first time, by far, it was a really terrifying movie to me. I would have, recommended it and said, "Hey guys, this movie's fucking scary as shit. You need to watch it." It would have been a 10 back when it came out. Absolutely. Obviously now it's been, 11 years or so, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this franchise is a podcaster's dream to talk about, kind of. I mean, it's because there's so much shit going on. It's this is the kind of thing that you want to talk about on a podcast, in my opinion, especially with all the connectivity that we've been talking about. Based on this film alone, now rewatching it, it still is scary and it has all those elements, and I would still recommend it. It just doesn't scare me as much, and I had a few problems with the fact that the bite mark and everything like that. I don't know. I would say it's probably around, I would give it, I don't know. I really liked it. I'm going to give it a 9.5.
Whoa. That's not what I thought you were coming in at, but okay, yeah, awesome, man.
Damn, Jeremy.
Yeah, Paranormal Activity. So, I still feel like I have my original gut feeling from when I saw it back in the day. Maybe I like it a little bit more, but at the end of the day, I don't really find it that scary. I mean, it's still just fucking doors closing and shit like that. It just doesn't scare me.
If you were in a house and your door slams, that's not going to scare you.
I mean, it didn't. Yeah, in real life, but it's not real life. It's a fucking movie.
Well, you got to put yourself in there, man. That's what scare is.
It just didn't scare me.
No thing that happens in a movie is real life, really. No horror movie, right?
I just didn't find it scary.
No, I get you. I just
didn't find it scary.
I didn't. I didn't find it scary back then, and I didn't find it scary now. When I fucking saw it back then, I was like, what the hell's all this hype for? This movie's kind of shitty. But it's okay. I give it a 6.
What the fuck? Are you
It's not that scary, Lacy. Doors closing is not scary.
He was so excited. He was so excited for this fucking franchise. Like,
yeah, because I never seen any of them, so I wanted to see what they were about. I'll be just like excited about the Wrong Turn movies. I haven't seen any of the Wrong Turn movies. I'll be excited about that one too, because I have no idea what it's about. I saw this one back in the day. I wasn't that big of a fan of it. I'm still not a big of a fan of it. It's okay. It's fine. It's not something I'm going to watch.
Jeremy, you might just be the most ridiculous person ever.
That's all right.
You know what, though, Lacy? This makes sense. This makes sense with Jeremy because...
I hope he gets haunted.
No, it makes total sense because all this stuff's going on in this movie, and it's just furniture moving, and he's the king of moving furniture.
He's like, I could totally do that a lot more scarier. I could be way more scary than moving furniture. You see
it above average.
You see the key is to moving furniture? You have to double task.
What are you knocking off points for? Like,
I rate movies differently every single time. I watch a movie and I rate it what I think is fair.
But what are you knocking off points for, Jeremy?
I didn't like it personally. I didn't find it that exciting. Personally, I rate a lot on the story and personal enjoyment a lot of the time. I just didn't find it all that interesting.
Okay.
All right, Moods. I'm done with him.
I think Jeremy could just...
Fucking Moodscape Blair Witch, a 3 out of 10. Fucking break my balls.
I'm more in line with Moods on that now.
That movie is... Honestly, dude, it is bad.
I rewatched it. Not the original.
Like Blair
not
Witch.
the original.
Blair Witch, the sequel.
I like them all.
The third one. Oh, God. I have some problems with that.
I don't know, Dave. If you rewatch that...
You give Midsommar a 5 out of 10. There you go. That's a good fucking reference. Everybody gave that movie fucking sucked his nutsacks, and he gave it a 5, and nobody gave him shit. I gave it a 6. It's a totally...
Dude, I took mad shit over that. People were shocked.
You were excited about doing the franchise.
Because I've never seen them. I thought they were interesting. I've never seen any of them, so I was like, oh, this is going to be cool. I've never seen any of these. I know nothing about them.
No, you didn't.
I like the... I like the sequels more. They're more interesting. There's more lore. There's more shit going on. This one is just not scary to me. You fucking bitch. I didn't like it. Okay.
Fuck you.
I have a feeling Jeremy's bed is gonna go flying in a minute, and then he's gonna start snapping cases. Like,
Dude, can we
Well, I
please
know who
get
I'm
a
gonna
Jeremy and
haunt
Lacy
if I
podcast?
Jesus. I said I gave it a fucking 6.
I can
Dude,
just
you guys
imagine.
need to have a show together, man.
I can just imagine Jeremy watching this
Now
movie
Moose is
going,
gonna be like, I give it a 7, and nobody's gonna fucking say shit because he's fucking Moose.
Yeah, I'm not, because you
So-
were so excited to do this fucking franchise, and then you give it a
Because I never seen any of
goddamn
them.
Go
God.
fuck yourself. I know you do
Jeremy's
that
starting
daily,
to sound
but
like
still.
Don Vito.
Chicken wing.
Oh,
I
dude.
feel you though,
just
man.
see this, man. Jeremy watching this movie going, I could move furniture a hell of a lot scarier than that. And I could double task. I could click so many MRA cases at the same time. Fuck this movie. 6 out of 10. That's enough. Enough of that shit.
It's a fair rating. Fuck you guys.
All right.
I know the feeling, Jeremy. I rated Black Christmas an 8 out of 10, and people acted like I took a dump on it. So I know how you feel.
you know, I mean,
Fucking Dave was here, he'd give it a fucking 5, and everybody would be like, oh, okay, because he's an old man. He's a lot.
and Jeremy, that's not completely true. I did catch a lot of heat over the whole mid-lamer movie, giving it like a 5 because I think people were more shocked. I think people were more shocked because everybody thought I was going to really love it. It wasn't the fact that I was going to like it. They thought it was my type of movie and I was going to love it, and it just didn't turn out like that. Like, it sucked. So, whatever.
Like, I think different movies just hit you emotionally, and obviously for Jeremy, this one just wasn't
Like I say,
scary.
Saw 2 is fucking absolutely the worst one in the franchise, and everybody's like, this kid's fucking retarded because Saw 2 is like the best one. But
Saw
I
6 is the
stand
best
by
one.
it.
Yeah, but
sucks.
Jeremy, it's the way you say it
I'm
though.
with
If
you,
you're gonna
Jeremy.
say Saw 2 is the worst one, that's like coming from the objectivity of reviewing right there. If you say it's my least favorite, then people are like, well, whatever. You know, it's totally different. That's
Well-
just a subjective thing to say, right? But I mean, saying Saw 2 is the worst, like, I don't think it's the worst one at all.
I think 7 is. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
dude. Yeah, 7
But then
sucks.
7, you have Powder.
Wait, Dave, you hate 2 too?
I don't hate it, but it's my least favorite is 7, followed by 2.
7 is
The other
terrible.
ones
7
I-
is definitely worse.
6 is the best one, hands
No,
down.
6 is great.
3 is the best.
I think 3 is actually
Yeah,
really
well,
good.
the
Three-
first,
three,
is,
one,
the
and
first
6.
is the best.
I'm
3,
gonna
1, and 6.
I'm gonna steal Jeremy's number and say 6 is the best one of Saw.
So I'm on cliffhanger here. What's Moods' rating?
So it's a little bit anticlimactic now because Jeremy is,
Oh,
just
you gotta be fucking kidding me. Break
just
my
him
fucking
screaming out
balls.
numbers and things like that. I was kind of shocked that he actually said 7, but that's where I'm at. I give it 7 out of 10.
Why don't you fucking break his
If
fucking
I had have
Canadian
rated this
balls?
movie-
Because he
because
originally
I
didn't even
expected
like
Moods
the
to give it a 4 before we did this
I
shit.
Honestly,
didn't
dude-
originally like the movies either. I've
See-
never fucking seen them
But you
until
were
I'm
now.
happy
excited
with
to
this 7.
podcast on them, you little
Because
cunt.
I've never seen them.
Well, you've seen this one before.
Yeah, but I haven't seen any of the other ones. That's why I was excited, because I've never seen any of them, and they were a franchise that came out when I was growing up. I was more of a Saw person, not a Paranormal Activity person, so I never fucking ever saw
I
them.
think-
you said
I
earlier
think-
that you went and seen these in the theater on.
No,
fucking,
I haven't seen any of them until now.
You
See-
definitely seen the marked ones. You fucking reviewed it on the show, you
I
little
watched
liar.
it in film school because I just fucking said my professor was obsessed with it because he loved the ending, so he made us all fucking watch it. That's why I've seen the marked ones, you fucking douche.
So you can't say you haven't seen any of them then.
Wow, one movie
Well,
in. Here we go.
Put it this way. Put it this way. If I had have
Fucking
been rating
Lacy's
movies, if I had been
What do
rating
you
movies
mean?
in 2009 when this came out and I saw this movie in 2009, I was probably JP's probably right. I was probably in that vicinity of like 4 to 5. So I came up quite a bit. I mean,
Yeah.
it's enjoyable. I see it for what it is.
I think that's what's super interesting about film critique and why it doesn't fucking mean shit is because you could feel one way about a movie 10 years later you might fucking feel completely different. A month later you might feel different. And for me, I change on films all the time. I
Right.
fucking hated most trauma movies forever, and now I love trauma movies. I've become quite a fucking big fan
It's the
of Italian
rewatch.
horror movies.
It's the rewatch. And you know, me and
All
Dave,
about that.
me and Dave are on a fucking platform here because Dave is about the rewatch, and I've always stressed it too. He just said it a lot more than I did, but then I also say ratings are for dummies. So add those together, and you just make up your mind on what that means. But I literally say it all the time. I literally tell people all the time. I'm like, dude, ratings are for dummies. It gives people just a point of interest. You know, like, oh, if you respect my opinion, I give something 4. You're like, you know, with me, sometimes if someone says that movie's like a 4, I'm like, I'm more intrigued to watch it now. I'm like, really? Like, I respect your opinion. You're giving that shit a 4? I'm like, wow, that's crazy. That's crazy because it turns out sometimes it's not even close to me what they rated in just personal subjectivity. So, again, going back to the point, ratings are for dummies. So, it is what it is. All right.
Nowhere near Jeremy's rating.
And a movie is
that
only
fucking
as good.
pisses me off so goddamn much. The movie gives it a fucking 7, and he gets no shit at all, and I give that shit a 6. It's fucking 1 point lower.
He originally didn't fucking like it, and he came up on his rating.
Oh, I'm up big time on
There's
it.
the difference, Jeremy.
I'm up like 2-3 points.
The difference. The difference is that Moods resisted, and you brought it to the table. That's the only difference.
Exactly. Thank you.
Right. That's all. That's why.
And Jeremy, basically what this means is you didn't grow at all as a film viewer. You're like, I feel the same I did 10 years ago.
I said I liked it a little bit more. I said that. I didn't say I liked it the same. I probably went from
Dude, that's actually really funny.
You didn't actually say that, though, now did you?
Yeah, I did. I said it if you were fucking listening.
I was listening.
Oh, yeah, okay. I say a lot of shit, and now these motherfuckers just keep on talking, and nobody ever hears what I have to say.
I'm so glad you made the show tonight, Jeremy.
Fuck you guys.
Dude, that was gold, JP. The whole point of this whole argument right now
Dr. Pepper, thanks.
is that Jeremy never grew as a reviewer. That's the funniest thing I've heard on here in a while.
Oh my god.
That's fucking.
Everybody's like, well, I would have gave it this back then, but now I would have gave it this. Jeremy's like, I feel the same all the time, every time. That's 30 years from now. Out of that.
My dick doesn't even grow when it's hard.
Well, Jeremy doesn't do rewatches. That's his gig, right?
Oh my god, Jeremy's been.
I'm gonna die.
He has been busted on this show the last couple episodes. This is gold. Oh, this is gold, man.
I get it though, because Jeremy doesn't do rewatches. So if his opinion's not going to change, then I can see why he wouldn't rewatch movies.
Right.
That's just the way he is. And I'm the opposite. I always say a movie's only as good as the last time you watched it, because that's how it is for me. But Jeremy,
that's so true.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Yeah, it's going into this new.
Jeremy doesn't budge.
This fucking social media life that we live in, man, there's always these trends. There's always these really, really strange trends that go around, from day to day. They change every fucking day because that's how people's minds can only operate now, 24-hour basis of popularity. Anyways, there's this new thing that's going around, and it's like called minimalist collecting. And it's all about these collectors that are downsizing their collection because they're only keeping the movies that, and or only buying movies that, that they specifically love, blah, blah, blah. And, they might never watch this one again in the next year or two. Like, say they have a bunch of movies in their collection and they're looking at it and they go, well, I like this movie, but I'm not going to watch it in the next year or two or whatever. And so these collectors are getting rid of all their movies and shit like that. It's called minimalist collecting or some shit. Have you heard about this, JP? It's been like, I've seen videos, I've seen people posting on it and stuff, and like, oh, this is what I'm doing with my collection. I'm getting rid of all the movies that I'm not going to watch in the next year or two. And I'm like, that's the dumbest thing in the world ever. Because I have movies in my collection that I bought in 2012 that I kept around, and I've always had this mentality too. I'm like, if I was on the fence,
that I never watched.
Well, this is my point. Like, sometimes I'll watch a movie and I'm like, okay, I dug that. And I put it on the shelf, and maybe I will go back to it. And a lot of times I do. This is why I rewatch movies years later and shit like that. And I'll be like, man, that movie, what the fuck? I really enjoy the shit out of that. And at the end of the day, I'm just super happy it's back in my collection and stuff like that. I'm like, these people's mentalities and the ideology behind, I'm not going to watch this movie in the next year or two, so I have to get rid of it, is insane to me. There's insane.
Tons of movies in my collection I watch like every 4 or 5 years.
Right. It's crazy how these things go viral.
This about these movies. I had, since we brought it up, I had all 6 of these in my collection sealed. Yeah, I don't own the Tokyo one, because it's really hard to find. But I had them all sealed, and I always was like, one day we're gonna do this on the show. I'll have a reason to watch it.
Dude, you know what's funny?
And
I had all 6 DVDs sealed, and I got rid of all the DVDs and bought the Blu-ray box set before I even watched them. They were still sealed.
I do shit like that all the
Wow.
time. But so I'm popping these in. I watched the first, second, and third one, and I go to watch the fourth one, and I'm like, man, I know these are like found footage, but the quality of them isn't like that great for Blu-ray. And then I noticed I've been putting in the DVDs the whole fucking time because they're on the right side, and there was a digital copy covering up the one on the
Holy
left.
shit, dude! Exact motherfucking same thing. Exact. I did it on 2 straight movies.
I didn't have
The
an
digital
option.
copy was on the left. I can't. How stupid are we? Because the fucking Blu-ray is blue and the DVD is a different color. Same exact thing happened to me.
And
I
the
can't believe
DVDs
you
just
said
feel
that.
different too in your hand. Like they don't feel as smooth. Like the edges are like sharp,
Right.
and Blu-rays are like rounded. But I didn't notice, and I'm like, man, I was expecting more out of these fucking Blu-rays.
But even watching
can't
part
believe
3
you
on
just said
DVD
that.
probably would have made things a little bit better. But we'll get to that. That's one little gripe I have with part 3. But anyways, we should probably move this on. That is Paranormal Activity from 2007 or 2009. All right, so moving along here into 2010 with Paranormal Activity Part 2. Directed by Todd Williams. I'm not really too sure what else this guy did. Probably not a whole lot, right? Nope. He did movie Cell in 2016.
What the hell's that? Oh, I think I have that. Is it
Is
like
that the
Cell
Stephen
2?
King one?
Is it like Cell 213 or something?
No, it's just called Cells. I don't even know.
Oh.
But quick little synopsis on this one. After experiencing what they think are a series of break-ins, a family sets up the security cameras around their home, only to realize that the events unfolding before them are far more sinister than they seem. So, Paranormal Activity 2 acts
My favorite
as
in the franchise.
more or less as a prequel to the
6.5.
first one. The events,
a little bit more than that.
the events of this movie take place, I mean, within like weeks of the first one. I think it's like a month before, pretty much, or something like that. I'm sure Dave knows the exact dates, but the point is, it happens pretty much.
I do.
17 days, 14 hours, and 37 seconds.
There you go.
before
So
the first one.
2.5 weeks before, leading up to the events of the first one. So
I just pulled that out of my ass. I'm not sure if that's...
it's something.
Oh, really?
It's something like that, though. It actually is. I think it starts in August or something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe it's August.
It starts. Okay. If you do you want me to tell you, or just want me to blow it off?
Yeah, good.
It doesn't really.
Okay.
I'm just saying it's weeks before the events of the first one.
Well, here's something interesting that I didn't pick up the first time, but I now know. In the very beginning, when you see Welcome Home Hunter, it's July 5th. And
Right.
it's not July 5th. It's just July 2005. It's when they're first bringing Hunter home, which is a great reason to have a video camera. Something I didn't mention in the last one.
Right.
Another good reason to have a camera.
Right.
That's something they do, is they usually have a good reason, and not all found footage movies do. But in this one, new parents are famous for, taking videos of their new child. So now, July 2005 is Welcome Home Hunter. Everything is quiet on the home front. We don't revisit this family again until August of 2006. He's a year old. So
Yeah.
everything's dormant for a year. And then everything we see in the film takes place between August 7th, 2006, and then eventually
In August.
September 18th.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, because they do show clips of the sister, which is, Katie's sister, Kirsty, pregnant, right? They show her pregnant a little bit, and then kind of jumps
And
forward.
two.
Right. So, which does, actually that date itself is kind of important, in the later sequels, I guess, in the Ghost Dimension and stuff, because they do bring up the fact of like when Hunter was born and stuff, right? Because he was born on... Which I still feel is wrong, because I thought the whole 666 thing was born in June on the 6th day of the 6th year. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
So
But
what?
they're bringing him home on July the 5th. So maybe there was complications. I don't know.
But he was
I
born
hear
in
you,
but he
though.
was
Or maybe
born
it was-
but he was born in 2005 because the movie takes place in 2006, a year later when he's a year old. So he was theoretically
Right.
born in July or probably in June of 2005.
05. But those are the dates they actually do give in Ghost Dimension. That
I
they were
know.
both born
I
on
know.
6, 2005, because they're counting the 0 as the year. Like the first year is 1. It's the new millennium. They're kind of maybe taking
Oh,
a
okay.
shortcut.
Yeah, because I was confused about that too. But
So
thanks for clearing
okay,
that
so
up.
I thought maybe they were just screwing up dates because I was like, I swear to God, like when the Omen remake came out, the whole marketing scheme
It
was
was 06. Yeah.
it was June 6th of 06, hence 666, and I was like, what the fuck is going on with these dates? Because I swear to God that Hunter was born in 2005. Weird. So I guess if that's the way they do the dates, then okay, so then I guess it kind of adds up because I thought they got it wrong twice. I was like, this can't be fucking right. Like, there's no way they fucked that up twice. Okay, so anyways, so there you go. So it takes place just before the events of the first one. We get introduced to Katie's sister, which is pretty cool that Katie's sister and her husband have a pool because then we get to see Katie in a bikini. That's pretty fucking cool. Mm-hmm. And yes, and their son.
You should go on her Instagram.
And their son Hunter. And this is where the story kind of takes shape a little bit. So
we talked a little bit more about...
Yeah, we follow a lot with the daughter from the husband's previous
his older daughter, yeah.
She's a big part of the movie.
Yeah,
and it's cool that it's kind of cool how she shows up later too. I think that's pretty interesting.
Right? Yeah. Nice little cameo in part 5.
I thought that was really cool that they actually got the same actress. They didn't just get someone.
I looked it up too. Did you look it up? Were you like, that's?
I recognize her. She was a little bit older.
Episode.
She was a little bit older. She'd aged a little bit, but it was definitely her.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of cool that it explained why Mika actually had a camera in the first one.
Yeah, right.
No, I love that.
Like, sees Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be documenting, that type of shit, and your family and stuff, and then you're going to get cameras for these type of reasons, breaking, blah blah blah, and he's like, fuck, that'd be cool to do, have a camera, and he just becomes obsessed with it.
That was also really cool too, is how they explained a way to have like so many cameras in the house that they're security cams,
exactly,
because they had a break-in,
right?
Which then that break-in later ties in too, so that whole thing is really cool.
I know, I thought that was really interesting. I thought that was really interesting.
As a fan of franchises like Moods, whenever you put these little details, like explaining how Mika got a camera, is so you don't need it. You don't have to do that, but then it's a nice touch.
Mm-hmm.
Love that stuff.
It's a perfect way to fill in screen time, right? Because all these movies, they run pretty long. They're all, the extended versions run like 90.
The extended versions are long.
90 to like 100 minutes kind of thing and stuff. But having those little anecdotes in there that play into the rest of the narrative is really damn cool. You can appreciate it.
You want to pay attention so you don't miss any types of things.
That's the type of anecdotes that, like, when I'm watching the French, I kept forcing myself to pay attention to every little small detail, and that's why I was so intrigued in this whole franchise. I was like, it was shit like that. I'm like, oh, that's how we got the camera. That's fucking cool.
So, the theatrical version was 91 minutes and 1 second, and the unrated version was 97 minutes and 55 seconds. So it's just like stupid shit. Like the unrated version features a new scene with a dropping baby high chair. So there is like new scenes. It's just not like extended scenes. There's actually like new stuff in the cuts. And then Night 4 is only in the extended cut and not in the
okay.
cut.
So that scene when she walks away in the kitchen and the baby chair knocks over, that wasn't in the theatrical version. Like, it's just simple shit like that.
And
that's crazy.
Night 4, Night 4 is not in the theatrical edition, and that's one can see some exterior shots and creepy music. At the next morning, the dog is barking at the door. Night 11 was not in the theatrical cut. Some interior shots of the house, some food on the cooker starts to burn, the fire alarm goes off, and Daniel throws the pan into the pool. He accuses Allie, who was in the whirlpool with her and her boyfriend. So that was not in the theatrical cut.
That wasn't? Oh, really? I'm really surprised. Wow.
Yeah, it's weird. The decisions they made in this one, and especially in the next one, stuff that was omitted, it literally makes no sense because it's only adding another, 3 or 4 minutes. And I think there's other stuff they could have cut. The stuff that they, left out was actually better than
Well,
some of the
yeah,
stuff
they
we
left
saw.
out some of the things that
Really
that
weird.
make the movie kind of interesting. With the baby chair falling over
Yeah.
and the fire on
Well,
there,
the
and him
fact that they
throwing
let
it.
like that, like her like fucking around with the boyfriend, like that's kind of like important stuff from what I remember. So I don't know why they cut that out. That's strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
I'll say this about
It's also
this movie.
weird that it's only a 7-minute difference. It's like you could have probably just released
the whole
it
scene with the
it.
fire in there, because that's kind of an important scene, because the father is not a believer of what the fuck's going on. He's getting pissed, and he's blaming the kid for
Well, he blames
leaving.
the daughter. Then.
He blames it on her,
Father's a little racist fuck.
and you miss all that shit. Then that's weird. So the extended versions are actually the way to go here, completely.
Well, he asked me like, are they just longer scenes, or or do they actually have new scenes? And I was like, oh, they actually have new scenes.
Yeah.
I think that's what
Right.
convinced JP to watch the extended cuts over the actual cuts.
I usually always go with extended anyway, but it definitely.
There is a lot of movies that when you watch the extended versions, it's just it's just extended scenes. It's like dialogue and this and that and stuff. But this is missing, in my opinion, important stuff, which I didn't look into. But yeah, thanks for reading that off though, because I didn't know.
Well, I'm going to read it for everyone because everyone has an extended cut.
Man,
You gotta
it's pretty
listen
crazy.
listen to older Latin women. You just gotta listen to.
Word.
Well,
Yep.
not according to the dad. Like I said, he's a racist fuck.
Why is he
In my
racist?
opinion.
He
He
speaks Spanish.
fucking
for her.
fired her. He fucking fired
Yeah,
her.
but he fired her
Well, he
because
was
he doesn't
intolerant
believe
to
in the.
burning shit.
Yeah.
I don't think it had
wasn't-
anything to
it
do with her
wasn't
race and
because
stuff.
The
I think
way
he
that
was just pissed off.
No, I think no, he didn't like her culture.
He
So
didn't like that she was burning the stuff inside the house, which, I'm familiar with that.
Maybe it would have fucking saved his life. He's stupid.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
we know that,
You're
but
right.
like to him, he's just like, I don't want her religious, putting her religious stuff in our house.
Well,
want
the way
some-
that I'm watching it, he comes off as a racist fuck.
all
I mean,
right,
it could
cool.
be, but
Oh. Well, I'll tell you this. I want to say one thing about Paranormal Activity 2 and why I praise this and the rest of the franchise for the most part. They could have been so fucking lazy. They could have just had a cash-in sequel to Paranormal Activity and just said, okay, let's do a similar thing with another couple in another house and do the same tricks, and we're going to make millions. But no, someone had the foresight to say, hold on, we have a sister here. She alluded to something in the story. Let's take this and really something cool and tie it together, make this actually a prequel, and just the care that went into it, and the movie that follows. I think it's great. They weren't lazy. They took the time.
and what you just said, the little thing that she mentioned about when she was a kid, that little thing being able to create a story off of that. And you're right, dude. It is not lazy, and I expected these films to be like that, to be these lazy sort of cash-ins, like okay, more hauntings with another family. But whenever I saw that they actually cared about the story and tried to make it work, even though, they didn't plan that out from the beginning, and it shows, they did their best to make it all sort of flow and connect. And you just don't get that kind of care usually with studio movies, big studio movies that are going to, have like mad amount
A million
of
sequels.
right, million sequels, millions of dollars. Like they just don't give a fuck. They just whatever, just put it in there. Let's get more money out of this. So yeah, and to actually set a story around the Chrissy character and to actually bring Katie back in these little cameo type scenes that if you didn't have that, it wouldn't have felt as connected. You know what I mean? When you start seeing her
Well, it
come
wouldn't have been
over,
connected.
well, you could still mention that she exists, but to actually have her there puts it
And
into,
Mika?
and Mika really makes it feel like it's the same
name.
time period.
It is the same time period.
Right, but I'm saying it makes it feel as if it is, and it's not just saying that it is. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's genuine. It looks genuine. It feels it. I'm really impressed with that aspect. If nothing else about this movie, number one, they did up things, and that's something else that continues the first three movies. They always up their tricks a little bit more.
Well, I think this one has
know
the
what I mean?
best jump scares of the whole series. I think it has the best scare in general of the whole series. This one,
When everything opens.
yeah, I
Oh,
feel like that's the best. That's the best jump scare in the whole
Yeah,
franchise.
that's the one that got me, man. That one just
Oh,
boom.
That's fucking amazing.
Yeah. That was crazy.
And you know what
I
reminds
disagree.
Okay, so
I completely disagree with you guys. I feel like
Why are
it
you
took
being a
too
dickhead,
long.
Jamie?
I feel like
put
it
him on
took
blast
too...
about his rating.
I feel like it took too long. Like, all right, so like Moods mentioned earlier that they did, night 1, night 2, night 3, night 4. Like, okay, so like they're just shots of like the baby in the crib and nothing's happening, a shot of the pool.
But
like,
that's what I said about the first one, and you gave me mad shit. What's
Well-
the fucking difference?
No, things actually happen in the first one.
Not really. Not really.
Okay.
Well, there is things that are happening. There is
They're
things.
building anticipation, man.
well, there is little
That's
things that are
exactly
happening.
Okay, boom.
The
There you go.
difference-
Boom, boom, boom.
The difference between this and the first one is they actually know that they're being haunted. So the things that are happening is you're just like anticipating of what's going to happen. And in this one, they don't know they're being haunted, and it takes a whole hell of a lot longer for those things to kick in that you got adrenaline from the first film.
It's not everybody.
I think
it's not
you're
everybody
misremembering a little bit because they both do the same thing.
No.
They both take.
No, I don't feel like it. Like I feel like I was more connected.
Well,
to...
I think right
I
away
just
they
feel
know.
like you have such a strong connection to the first movie that you're going to be biased with the sequels.
But honestly,
No, I'm not.
but they know
All
right
right.
away though. The only person that is really, I mean, besides the housekeeper, like she obviously can feel the presence of evil in there and stuff. And then the daughter, Allie, she's convinced right away too. And there is minor things that are happening. It's really about the dad who's just completely, out of, in left field, not believing anything that's happening and shit like that. Like, I mean, remember he denounces the wife, like, you put the pan up wrong. You must have hung it on this one and blah, blah, blah. Like, it goes on forever. But there is things that are happening right from the start of the film. And even the daughter is convinced, like, there's something wrong here. Like, she gets mad at the father. Why the fuck did you fire the housekeeper and shit like that? Like, she was just doing what she thought was right and stuff, blah, blah, blah. Like, she knew right from the start that there was something completely fucking wrong. There's things that are happening. It just doesn't really get totally fired up until about halfway through the film. But there's a lot of little things that I was finding the anticipation was working.
Of nothing happening.
There definitely is.
When you have shots of things happening, they wouldn't be effective if
there's
every
honestly
time
things
you have a
happening
shot,
right from the
something
first couple
happens.
nights they set the cameras up, and I like the premise of this too, because having all those cameras around the house and stuff, obviously from the break-ins, really does work, and it adds to the anticipation.
You could catch more stuff.
That's what
how many scenes there are of the fucking pool.
Well, that's what I was going back to the editing. I mean, this movie is edited in sequence. It's like night 1, and then I'll show the pool, and then I'll show the fucking pool cleaner and shit. Which that part
And then show the baby.
and then show the baby. It'll do that.
I like it.
It's a formula.
It builds story. It builds tension.
I feel like
it didn't build any tension for me, none whatsoever. Like I feel like we kind of knew what was going to happen. Like I mean, we obviously know that.
What was going to happen because it's.
What do you mean?
Did you know what was going to happen?
I like the twist of it. However, obviously that the events that are happening are prior to the first film when you're watching it because the dates don't match up. Like they're
prior. The date is
so that there's going to be a obviously things are going to go awry with Katie, and it's fun to kind of get there. But I feel like because of that, that it just took too long to get there for me personally.
I don't know. I like how they build up the story because this is where we get introduced to, they talk about as they were kids, like, obviously Katie talks about being haunted by this thing as a kid, and then they kind of bring it up with the sister also. So it kind of creates that not the mythology. What's that?
Which one has the photo with her in the attic? Like I said,
that's the first one. That's the first one.
Yeah,
but
and they bring it back in this one.
But they don't bring it back because these events are before. That's the trippy thing of when you think back to the first one, you're like, holy shit, like that thing ends up over there too. It's kind of trippy, but
because they're the ones that burn it.
Yeah.
Right, and it's kind of cool. Like,
but I love that stuff, man. That is that. If
else.
you want to win your way to my heart in a sequel, you do shit like that.
You know
what I mean?
Yeah, because who would be even? Think about this, and I'm gonna blow it a little bit, but think about that little picture that was found in part 1. Okay, in the attic. I don't think when they're making this movie they're picturing that. Yet somehow, when they make part 2, they make that a serious point. In the climax of the film about burning it and sending it there, and then in the next movie you actually see them taking that picture live. How could they even cast that where that girl looked identical to that girl? It's almost like it almost feels like it was planned, because when you see them taking that picture in the driveway in part 3, and I don't mean to jump into part 3, but just think, every time I watch it I think about that. I'm like, man, It looks like this already happened because it's 3 years later. How did they do that? crazy.
No,
Yeah, I
the
love
actual
stuff like that.
story is really smart. However, for me, for the scare factor and the horror movie aspect of it alone, this one lacked for me. That's it. Like, I really liked the storyline of how they connected it all. However, for scare factor, it just didn't do it for me.
Okay, the first one didn't do it for me for scare factor. Okay, I'm not calling you a
There you
stupid
go.
bitch.
Actually, you did. You
No, I called you a stupid bitch for saying that.
Jeremy won't let this go.
No, because
I know.
Moods gave it a fucking
Oh no,
7.
he found a niche, and it's gonna get.
Who cares
banned for the
about
rest of the
mood
episode. We
rating?
got it.
What's that got to do with it?
Yeah, he keeps bringing up moods rating like somehow.
I know.
it's
What's that got to do with it? Poor moods. What's got nothing to do with it? Second, Lacy
I know he's still hung up on those
scared by
ratings,
Mark.
man.
Right. Jeremy.
Like,
was-
I've obviously let that go. He's still on it.
Yeah, it's funny. It's just different. But I will say this: that thing when everything just opened up, that we were talking about being the great jump scare. Lacey didn't like it, but it seems like the rest of us did. That actually reminds me.
No, I didn't say I didn't like it.
I thought you said you weren't into it. I'm sorry. I thought you said it didn't work for you, that scare, when everything opened up.
No, I'm just saying that this film as a whole, it's
Oh, I
not
got
as scary as the first film.
Oh, okay.
Like, it
I
takes
just meant
too
that.
long to get there.
Gotcha. But that scene in particular.
I don't think this movie's trying to be like that at all. I think what this movie is trying to accomplish is it's creating the narrative. You know, it's getting more in depth to what it's doing, even though it kind of gets away from it, because one of the ideas that they bring in this film that, you know, that we clearly know is really not what this thing is about. Like, there's a point where the daughter starts to investigate, you know, demons and certain things like that and stuff. And then when she discovers that, like, if you make a deal with this demon for wealth and power, you got to forfeit the soul of your firstborn. I think that's what it was. I think that was the ideology that they were kind of getting at in here. And if it,
Firstborn male in the bloodline.
Well-
Yep.
right,
Well, they
right.
But
kind
it
of
doesn't
lose
not
me because
make that work either. You know, it just kind of goes away from
It
it a little bit. But
it completely.
that still work.
Oh no, it does.
Well, they kinda
It's
give
cool
you a
in this.
red herring,
It's
though.
cool in this side, but like by the time we get to the sixth film and stuff, it's really, you know, with the whole Toby character and stuff, and then what they're trying to accomplish with these bloodlines and these kids that were born on 666 and blah 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 and stuff. I mean, looking back, once you get to the end, you look at this, you're like, that's not really where they went with it at all. Like it was a totally different idea here, like completely different idea. Right.
Yeah.
So,
but I think that's cool that there was, you know, nobody born male on Christie's side of the family since the 30s.
Right.
Like that's scary.
So
right?
when
Isn't
you're
that
watching,
scary?
it makes complete sense, because now you're questioning, like, who the fuck made this deal?
Right. I want to go back to Dave because he was saying something about that scene. He never
About that scare?
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to give it high praise. It is high praise, and don't. All I'm going to say is this: that scare, when everything opens up, the anticipation, because it's almost like you know something's happening, and it takes so long to get there, and then it finally does. It reminds me of The Exorcist 3 jump. How long it
I've
takes.
never
to
seen
unfold.
Exorcist.
Me neither.
I agree, because I have this written down.
That's
Like,
great.
I actually really like the anticipation to that scene too, because again,
Yeah.
going back to what Jeremy said, you know, about the shit that was cut, they actually cut out the, you know, the scene with the baby seat or whatever falling over, which is kind of stupid because it adds a lot to this, because we get that little moment. We get that moment of her putting up the pan on the you know, the hook and falling off and stuff.
That's what.
Right? We get these little
what
moments.
All these movies are.
We get these little moments, but without that baby, that high seat falling over and stuff, like, it's just kind of missing from that. This is more anticipation, because you know in your mind, we've seen so many movies that something bigger is going to happen, but there's all these little kind of subtle moments. Oh, this fell off. This fell over. And there's not really much to it. And then all of a sudden,
I thought
boom!
Alan did a good job of like carrying the movie too. Like I could kind of put myself in her situation, you know, where she's trying to figure this shit out.
Well, because she's a
pretty good
believer.
casting.
Because she honestly was a big fan of the housekeeper, and she was honestly really hurt by it, and she believed, you know, she obviously believed what the housekeeper was believing too. So she's like, "Fuck this, man! I'm going to prove that she was right," kind of thing, right? So yeah, I like that.
And she was hopeful. She was hopeful that it was her mother's, so she had another gimmick going on.
Right, and also the fact that, like,
mom.
you know, when she read that, you know, they got to forfeit the, you know, the soul of the firstborn and shit. She's at this point now. She's clearly trying to protect her brother. I mean, really, right? I mean, you read something like that, and you know that there's something going on in the house, man. It's your duty, because you have a dickhead father that's completely not helping out the situation. You got to take control of the situation, and she's a strong character, man. And you know that's pretty much why she lives through this too, right? So,
yeah.
Well, and she gets sent away to Isn't that what they say? She gets sent away to.
She went on a school trip for a couple of days.
And then she comes back.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't kill off those types. I mean, it's usually the shithead parents and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, the fucking what the fuck was I gonna say? I'm sorry, I forgot. Go ahead, somebody else.
Dave has already reviewed Twilight on
red
Letterboxd.
The red herring
What's your red herring?
Well, when the daughter is obviously like kind of investigating or put on to something abnormal is happening, or paranormal, I should say, not abnormal. She goes. They bring in the fact that her mother is dead and it could potentially be her ghost.
Yeah, not necessarily. I wouldn't say that's a red herring. It's more of like what the character is like hoping.
It's her reason for pushing it.
Right.
Okay. Even though I wrote that down, like I didn't get that till just right this second. So, like, I get it. Like, she was hopeful for the fact that, because she's like, fuck it, bring it, And if that's what she was really anticipating. But now I get that. Like, I didn't get that. Like, I was thinking in my head, like, okay, because in the lore of this, in the first one, they're like, it's not a ghost, it's a demon. And then, like, obviously, like, we get into, like, witchcraft and cults and, like, all this shit, as the series goes on. And for me, as I was thinking about it, so I'm glad that we brought this up, because I'm looking at it differently now.
Yeah.
And Christy has good reasons to squash it. And if I'm her husband, I'm trying to sign up or say, yeah, I don't want to believe it for his reasons. He just doesn't believe anyway. But once she finds out after she talks to Katie, hey, if you give this thing attention, it's just going to get stronger. So shut up. Let's not talk about mom. Let's not talk about the past. Let's drop the subject now. It just leads to bad things. And once she gets that information, then she has her own reasons to be quiet. And I just really feel for Christy this whole movie. I adore her.
Well,
I think she's a great character. She's a pretty girl. I definitely feel for her. I really feel bad about that girl. She didn't do nothing.
Well, is it because she was in the jacuzzi tub?
We don't see that in the theatrical. We only see that in the unrated cut. So.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Damn. They kind of.
She was in the tub too. Christy was.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Christy was the one that was in the bathtub.
The husband goes in there with the camera.
I got you.
I'm sorry,
the
bath.
Oh, the bathtub. Oh, I was thinking the thing outside. I was like, no, that was the daughter.
I know, right? Right, yeah.
I got confused on what we were calling what.
Like I had written in my notes. Like, keep in mind that in my notes, I was watching them as they were being filmed. So, obviously, in part one, Mika mentioned that he was a day trader, and Katie said that she was going to school to be a teacher, so, like, student loans and shit. So I'm, like, thinking in my head, like, how do they have all this money and everything?
Because
and
of the fucking curse.
Well, and then obviously the stepdaughter in the sequel mentions that, maybe the grandmother cut a deal to get wealth, and that's why the demon's after them.
Yeah. The wealth thing, right? Like the wealth thing in the concept of making a deal with the devil, it's not like, oh, you magically get a pile of money. No, it's you're fortunate throughout your life and good money comes to you. You know what I mean? It's a constant. And I think I've always thought that was incredibly fascinating, right? Because you get all this awesome life I was just watching a Twilight Zone episode with the deal with the devil, the one with the newspaper and stuff. You guys remember that?
The devil's printer. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
With Burgess Meredith. Oh.
Yeah, good. I've always loved the deal with the devil type narratives. They're just always fascinating to me. But okay, what else?
Well, what I had written in my notes was, keep in mind these are the thoughts that I'm writing as I'm watching these in sequential order. I said, seems like these bitches just mooch off their men while taking baths in their jacuzzi tubs. I mean, that's what it like. If you notice, they're always the ones that are home. I mean, until you get later in the franchise, but like they're not doing anything. They don't have you never see Katie go off to school. You never see this bitch do anything other than have her child. But
true. I think they come from money though, because their grandmother was the one that was such a major player.
You mean Christy having a baby? Christy.
Christy, yes. But at the point in time when I wrote that note, that line of
Right,
dialogue
yeah.
had not came from. So that's
True.
why.
That is one thing about these movies is that it seems
You're
like
right.
it seems like everyone is really kind of well off because these houses are living in are pretty
It's
big.
where they're set
Rich
too.
white
mean,
folks.
really,
Except for
And
the marked
California.
this one right here, the father obviously doesn't really care much about what's going on in the house. And he does. We do get to see him leave and shit like that, but. Man, this guy's a fucking douche, man. Essentially, he is, kind of responsible for making the decision to, like, kind of move the demon on from Christy to Katie and shit. And, he kind of marked himself, really. I kind of like, his decision making's crazy, and it's like he's already such an asshole, and then he pulls this asshole shit with, after Kirsty gets possessed and stuff, and then they go and burn the picture, passes on to the. But he solidified his own fate, which I thought was actually quite funny. I actually kind of laughed about that. I'm like, dude, she came back.
Killed him. That's
Yeah,
what you get.
because she came back and fucking, not only killed, her sister, but she ended up killing him too, which is, I love that scene though. Walks in there, just fucking boom.
Too.
It's kind of cool, but ultimately, like this guy's an asshole, man. It's just an asshole character, but yeah.
Yeah.
He gets what he
And
gets
they
coming.
did a
No
Ouija
character, but
But I like the whole progression. Like, I like the fact that, like, we get to see how, once, Kirsty gets possessed and stuff, and then we get to see it pass on and how it gets passed on, and that's where the burnt picture comes in effect and stuff. And I think that all that little connectivity is it's super cool, man. Super, super cool.
Yeah. And you guys mentioned the like settings of these rich, like California homes and stuff like that. For some reason, I really like that. I don't know what it is. Like, I have nothing like that around here, but like just the fact that they all have this feeling, like they all feel like they're taking place in this territory, which they are. But it makes the franchise like sort of cohesive. And then even the marked ones, which is a different version of that, is still in the same area, in the same sort of, it's just like a poor.
It's in your family's areas,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, it seems it's a
But
little
I
bit.
like
It
that.
seems like
You're
it's.
from Reseda.
It seems like it's a couple county or like a county over something like that, like in the apartment complexes. Yeah, I get what you're saying though, completely. Yeah, just different part of the but that's how close it can be in proximity. You live in $1 million houses, and then right down the block there's fucking apartment complexes. So it's kind of crazy.
So you guys have much more on this one?
I always feel bad what happened to the dog,
just have
man.
a couple.
That was fucking brutal.
Oh, isn't that
Yes.
sad?
Well, actually, the dog
diversion,
didn't
though. It
technically
had to be done.
die.
No, the
Yeah.
dog didn't die, but I mean, it still fucked the dog up a little bit.
Which is good.
Just mean.
I mean, it's not like they went Michael
was a good
Myers
dog.
on it.
I kept thinking to myself too. I'm
Right.
like, man, these were shot for the theater, mainstream and stuff. I'm like, they just don't, they kill dogs in a lot of horror movies, but do they do it in a lot of like straight up mainstream ones? Not too much. So, but it gave him a reason to get out of the house though too. So can't really kill the dog at that point.
I always like the theme that like dogs know something's up before humans.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of
Yeah.
cool.
That
Just
Sixth
like
Sense.
Latin
Kind of that
American
Sixth Sense.
older women.
bro. Fucking save the dog in Amityville.
You know what part
Yeah,
actually made me laugh in this movie, which I can't believe I even laughed, was
Baby?
the whole build up. Like I was talking about how they edited this film, and it would go to like day 4, and then it would shoot. You'd see the pool scene and the pool cleaner in the pool and stuff, and always be in a different spot in the pool. It was like it's like it took fucking 24 days just to clean the one pool, like to do a whole pass in the pool, right? Because it'd be in a different spot. You're like, did it take a whole day to get to that point? It's crazy. And so I felt like after showing that pool shot, probably a good dozen times in the film, was like a build up to the dad's prank with the pool cleaner. He's like, what's that down on the ground there? And then everyone bends down and it fucking fires out of the pool. That shit actually made me laugh. It's kind of funny. It's stupid daddy jokes, but yeah. Non-believers, man. Non-believers would pull that shit when the shit's actually really going down. You're gonna pull some shit like that, right? Yeah.
Right.
Asshole father.
Well, they do the Ouija board again in this one, like they did in the first film a little bit, but obviously it's on camera this
Hunter.
time.
Yeah.
Yes. And they don't understand. It says pussy, or like he spelled pussy, and then obviously when it's really doing it, it spells hunt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how old is this girl that that these things are okay to say? I don't know. Yeah,
You didn't say pussy when you were 15?
I've never said pussy a day in my life. You pussy.
Oh, you just did now. Gotcha.
Wow. Okay.
What's it, California?
Anyways.
I'm pretty fast out there in California.
Did you guys ever watch Boy Meets World when
Yes,
growing
I
up,
watched
or
them all.
ever? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
My
So
second or third favorite show ever.
okay, so obviously, all right. So in my head, the way that I seen things going, because it had been several years since I had seen some of the sequels, I felt like there was like witchery going on, and the kid's name is Hunter, right? So I kept thinking as I was watching
Sean.
this one of this or not the Sabrina, but the Boy Meets World Halloween episode where you have Candace Cameron, DJ Tanner from Full House. Do you remember the Halloween special? And they have to find a hunter in order to complete their ritual. Like that is all I could think about as I was watching this movie, and like so I was like, did they take inspiration from that show? But yeah, that's stupid. I'm sorry, I don't know why I brought that up.
Wow, that's so weird that she was on that show. Because I remember I used to see commercials for Boy Meets World, and I used to think that girl that was the regular on Boy Meets World was Candace Cameron. And then and then I found out later that it wasn't. But when I first started seeing commercials, I'm like, is that the girl from Full House? But
Yeah, you can never forget her name.
wasn't.
Topanga is like the weirdest name.
Topanga.
It's such an odd name.
That was my first ever crush ever.
Yeah, I
She
never
was
really,
a pretty girl.
I never really watched the
You
show
bobbed your baloney
religiously.
to some Boy Meets World.
Yeah, I never watched the
I
show
think I'm
regularly,
gonna
but
keep
I
going.
remember her and the name because it's kind of hard to forget.
No bopping your baloney for JP.
Bob
Anyways.
your baloney.
It's so
Dog
weird because my first two crushes ever, like celebrity crushes, was Danielle Fishel from Boy Meets World, and then my second one was Danica McKellar from The Wonder Years. And
Did you bop your baloney to her?
Ben and Fred Savage. What?
Well, you would have been their best friend.
JP's never seen Vacation, so he doesn't get the joke.
Exactly.
Vacation?
Bop your baloney. You haven't seen Vacation, the original?
Yeah, I've seen Vacation.
Oh, okay. Oh, well,
Couple
Jeremy's.
times.
Okay, all right.
Of course, it's classic.
You haven't seen
All right,
fucking
guys.
Blues Brothers, and that's a classic.
Oh, yeah, you must see that. You must see that. Good
Again, that's one of those titles that I'm like, fuck that movie.
Oh,
Fucking amazing.
What do you mean? You judge a movie off of its title?
Yep.
I do sometimes too. Yeah,
No,
but
not judge the movie as in like rate it, just like if I'm
Just
gonna
not
watch.
interested.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's not saying I'm never watch a movie that has a title that I don't like, but
Well,
I'm just
being
saying
not
like,
interested is kind of judgmental at the same time, though, is it not?
yeah, I'm being
If you
judgmental.
helped, I guess. Yeah. Just see,
Like
if you don't like it,
personally
you don't like it.
judgmental.
You should watch
like
it.
a
It's
fan,
fucking
too.
awesome.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
I understand the deep thing, though. I understand it.
Um,
You know what? I think that there is one part in this movie, and I want to give props to the baby. I think he was a great baby actor, and the dog was a great animal actor. He did a great job in some of the scenes when they needed him to. He did a really good job, and that isn't easy with babies. But the one scene of unintentional comedy in the whole franchise for me happens.
the floating baby.
Yeah, when he goes out.
Yes. Oh my god, that's in my notes, Dave. I was gonna say that next. I was like,
What, when the baby
I
gets
don't
picked
know
up in the
why.
crib?
Yeah, we're just like floating. The baby's just like fucking floating in the fucking air.
Well,
Like I was like, this should be a really horrifying moment. Maybe I felt like maybe there was something wrong with me because like I'm not a mother and I'm not maternal, but I totally laughed at the shit.
doesn't the demon put the baby on the ground though? Like it picks it up and then puts it on the ground because or does he put it back in the crib?
It's crawling up and down the stairs.
Yeah, no. So the demon actually picks it up and puts it on the ground. So it's like it floats it and then puts it down. But
Floating
He
though.
slides. That's the funny part. He slides across the crib and up
right,
the railing
and up the
down.
railing.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Yeah. I never really thought of it as being funny, but now that you mention it,
I'll be honest. I didn't laugh at all. I was like, oh, I just kept thinking like, I pictured a demon hand like holding onto the baby. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, oh, that's horrible.
that's exactly how I
Well, you
pictured
have some
JP. I pictured the
imagination there,
demon kind of almost like on its knees at the crib and reaching into it and grabbing it, and that's why it slid across and up the rail and stuff. It was the way the physics were for it. I don't know. That's just the way I pictured it too.
I
It's
don't
funny you
know.
guys
It
took
just
it so
seemed
different than
cheesy or
us.
something to me. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I
it
can see
just
that
looked
now.
silly.
But like in the moment.
I don't know why the
Like,
demon ever
I
would be
guarantee
kneeling by
you
the
if
crib.
you watch it again, I guarantee you, if you watched it again, it will be more comedic now.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, it'll be
I remember
it'll be
talking
years
about it.
since I go back, but
One other thing that really bothered.
Go ahead, Lacey. I'm sorry.
there's always these little.
Sorry,
Sorry, Lacey.
just one of the last things that really bothered me was like quick edits. Like obviously it's supposed to be, as we're seeing it on film. When the daughter gets locked out of the house, even though it's just like a little dainty lock, even though they've been broken into. But when she's explaining the fact to her, racist father that she got locked out of the house, that
he still won't check the footage.
Her. No, but not even that. Like as this is happening, like she's explaining it, and it will like do like a quick edit to where she's like at part of the story, and then it cuts off, and then she's at another part of the story, and like just like quick edits, which I don't understand why they did that.
So the thing that I find a little bit frustrating in this film is like, the fact obviously the father is that character that doesn't believe what's going on and stuff, and like, even when his wife is like, trying to explain to him like, I put this pan up here and it fucking fell and stuff, like, why doesn't she just say, motherfucker, check the goddamn footage? It's on. Everything is on.
Way a few times in the franchise where you're like, just fucking check.
But that's the point. But otherwise you'd be like, okay, whatever. Of course, check the footage. But in this point, they have the footage, or they have cameras, to check things, right? Hence the break-ins, right? So why not use the cameras for this to prove this, right or wrong kind of thing, right? You got that option sitting right there. It's the point of having the cameras in the first place. It's fucking frustrating.
That's true, but it is. The thing is, I'll give it a pass when it for certain characters, like a character like Christy, who isn't the one that set up the cameras, and maybe that's not her first thought. I can kind of give it a pass to, but then what you see in part 3, there's actually an argument because the guy is setting up the cameras and he's having a fight with his wife, and then she storms out and he's like, "You just gotta check the," and then she walks out of the door and slams the fucking footage. Yeah. And by that point, you know how it is with you, like if you have a different, it's just. It's very realistic.
Well, even the daughter mentions to the father too, like, you got to check this out. And eventually in the film, he finally sees the footage that kind of changes his mind and gets the housekeeper back to like, unpossess the house or whatever and stuff. So there is a point where she finally convinces the father to do that. But leading up to that, like I think there's moments where, she's alluding to check the fucking footage. Like this shit's going on. There's something wrong in this house, but it just doesn't happen. But I mean, I don't know how anybody could have this many cameras and then not believe everyone's word. Like, when you have the curiosity, like, there's no way you...
Like, if I saw the door shut, I would be like, yeah, that's weird looking, but I'm not going to believe it's a
No,
ghost.
I meant with the pans. Like, you're just going to come to the conclusion that your wife's an idiot and then she can't hang up a pan properly? Oh, you put it on the wrong loop and it fell twice. Like, fuck off. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's just... Yeah, I agree.
Right? It's just so dumb.
Like, somebody, like, I would think, like, okay, somebody, like, did something.
Moved it.
Right.
Like
I mean, really, to check the footage, though, it takes you 5 minutes. She could probably give you an approximate time of what time it happened. You go into the footage, you cut right to the footage, and you go, oh, shit, that thing actually did fucking fall. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's problems like that throughout this franchise, but, you're going to have that one.
It comes down to a lot of, it's those horror tropes. It's those horror tropes where it's too obvious to do it. It's just a trope, right?
Well, I think a lot of times you're like trying to convince yourself that these things aren't happening or they're not real.
But the argument for that, Lacey, is that we have characters like Allie, who's completely on one side of the argument, where she's completely believing that this shit's happening. And you got the father who's like far fucking left field. Is like, nah, shit ain't happening, right? You just have to have the contrast, I guess, right? So.
Well, yeah, I mean, not everybody sets up a camera in their house. If they didn't have that, then like obviously that theory would be a lot more believable.
Well,
that you're trying to convince yourself it's not happening, but now you have the footage to where you can see that it is.
Especially when you were down with putting the cameras in there because of the break-ins. Why wouldn't you just utilize the footage? Right? It's just fucked up, man.
This is the one that I feel like underutilizes the footage the most.
Yeah.
Like, does it even utilize the footage in it at all, actually?
Well, I mean, eventually, that's what kind of breaks it open a little bit. I mean, Allie shows the father what happens at one point, and then that's when he freaks out and is like, "Hey, there's something fucking wrong here." So, I mean, eventually it gets to that point, but there's a lot of moments where you could have been.
They're not following necessarily. Aside from her, they're not following the entity.
No.
Well, that's the difference between this and the first one. The first one, it's all about the entity. In this one, they're only concerned because there was a break-in and the mysterious circumstances. So they're not immediately going for it. It kind of rears its head like halfway through the film that, oh, wait a minute, maybe there is something going on here. And then everybody has like a different take. Like Katie wants to talk, Christy wants to talk about it, but Katie makes her hush up about it. The daughter wants to talk about it, but the father's just a non-believer. And that's what I think it is. It's an ends to a different
And to be
means
fair,
in
the
this
father
part
isn't
one.
experiencing any of the things.
Nothing.
So he has no
True.
reason to believe or to be worried.
Well, except for
You know
the
what I
fact that his wife is literally getting pissed off at him because she's basically saying, you're calling me an idiot because I can't hang up shit. Like, check the fucking, like, I mean, I'm not lying about this shit. Like, they're literally
but
having arguments about it, right?
He's not experiencing personal paranormal.
But he's also not there half the time.
No.
Right?
Right, exactly. So
I mean, at that point, if he was there and nothing was even impeding him being there, like nothing was happening around him and stuff, I'd be like, okay, a little bit more skeptical. But he's literally not even there. So how can you just go against the grain at that point, too? You're just a dick. Just straight up. I don't know.
Yep.
But I think it
Snap
does all
his
start.
neck.
See, I like that, with the girlfriend and the boyfriend and stuff. Like, it all kind of starts from, oh, what the fuck was that kind of thing, right? So, so it makes sense when you have shit happen to you or see some shit or something. So, but I mean, honestly, getting into the ending of this movie, man, I think the ending is fantastic in this. I think it's fucking crazy. Asshole father gets what he deserved.
It's interesting how how they came up with it in the writing room. They're like, okay, she's gonna go to her sister's house and kidnap her niece or nephew. It's like, it's fucking cool how it fleshes out like that.
The only thing I don't like about this, I like the whole fact of like, Katie gets possessed by, this thing and stuff. And then obviously, kills her fucking boyfriend and then sits around, I think just stares for like a day, right? Or whatever. And then eventually makes her way over to her sister's house. But the only problem I have with the ending, I love the fact the way she kills her brother-in-law. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty nifty death. And, but the thing I had a problem with is that they repeated the whole camera shot, with the sister being thrown into it and stuff. And I was like, really? They just fucking did that? And I'm like, come on, man. Like, you guys could get so original with the way, and I like this too. It's like, at this point, you got to separate yourself. You're like, man, she's definitely fucking fucked up, possessed and shit like that because she's killing her sister here. It's nuts. Yeah. I like that aspect because you're killing off main characters, killing off likable characters and shit. It's kind of mean-spirited a little bit, but I like that about it. But it's just the way they did it. I was like, I don't know, man. They could have done something completely different because I kind of like that, that whole shot of the boyfriend in the first one being thrown at the camera and shit. I thought that was kind of neat. First time you see it, you're like, oh, that's kind of cool. But then you have to do it in the sequel. That's my point about the franchise. There's a lot.
I feel like they just feel like they repeat themselves a lot.
Right? They repeat a lot of certain things. Like I said, with shit falling from the roof, it happens quite a bit throughout the franchise. I'm like, really? I mean, I get it. Shit definitely could happen like that in the supernatural world. But over and over again, I'm like, but ultimately what we get here is she comes back, basically a day after the events of the first one, and she fucks shit up and she steals Hunter, which leads in, to more of the narrative and stuff. So it's kind of a cool ending. It's actually a really, really downbeat, great ending. I think it's cool.
For sure. I agree with everything you said about that, and I wish they didn't repeat it. That was one way they didn't step up. They stepped up in every way in this movie, in my opinion.
Right.
Except for that. They were not creative in that kill. You're right.
Yeah.
But great stuff. I like how Martine says it's a special baby when she's rocking it. It's like she thinks for different reasons, but she says
it's like the dog, right? Certain people are more spiritually sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, yep, and that for sure. And I like that Katie says when they're talking, they're just making a joke, and it's just a throwaway line. But she said she's the evil step aunt, and then she goes, I'm not really evil, but I can be. I can be evil. That's my point. She says. I think it's kind of cute because, of what she ends up becoming. But little things like that.
Yeah, she's kind of like the villain of the franchise, right?
Uh-oh. She's in the Paranormal Activity again.
Ghost dimension.
In the ghost dimension.
What do you mean?
In the tunnel, in the ghost
you.
dimension. How does that keep happening?
You're ghosting us.
Oh, no, what I was saying is, she actually became kind of like the villain of the franchise, right?
Who, Katie?
For sure.
Yeah.
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 Like, I mean,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what you kind of associate with. Like, I mean, I didn't really
That's why
think
that
about
line's
it.
cool, because it's like foreshadows that, but she's unaware. She's just saying
Right.
something,
Yeah,
cute.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really think about it until I watched all of these, consecutively. But yeah, she's definitely like the face and the villain of the franchise, in my opinion.
I mean,
Cool.
up to this point, so I mean, the story does change a little bit. I mean, there's a reason with with Hunter and stuff, which makes me kind of. It's interesting because, like, what are your thoughts on her abducting the child at the end of part 2?
I feel like they kind of had it coming. I mean, they transferred it over. I mean, this amazing kind of setup that, in the first one you think that it's all just, her, and then this one you get this other storyline that, attaches itself to the first one. And the fact is that the entity was actually, trying to possess, Katie and get her firstborn. Or not Katie, I'm sorry, Christy.
Mm-hmm.
They should really change the first 2 letters of their names. But
the fact that the demon ends up in Katie, who and ultimately kidnaps Hunter.
well, I don't feel like that she kidnapped him. I feel like that was always the end goal.
Well, I mean, essentially,
But,
in reality, when you take someone else's kid, it's kind of considered kidnapping.
Well, but I don't think it's her though, because they passed, the thing. Oh, whatever was going to, attack Christy.
Mhm.
They switched it on over to Katie, so it was going to take it either way.
Right.
True.
So I don't feel like. I mean, obviously, like Katie would never like do that if it was her, but obviously it had possessed her. It bit her, and.
Yeah.
Because of what they transferred it over to her.
Yeah.
So
This
I
isn't.
believe that was what was going to happen to it.
This conversation is important for leading into part 4, which we'll get to there after part 3, obviously. But there's an opening here that's kind of huge. So, but anyways, we'll get into ratings. Who?
Me. It's me.
JP.
Yep. So yeah, to me, I think this is what, like, when you think of a sequel, what do they usually do? It's like, okay, they do the same type of thing, but they just amp it up, and that's basically what this is. Now, the subtle scares of the first one are not the same. I think if I watched both of these when they came out, or like separate, I would think the first one was more effective as a scary movie, but I actually like the story and the family, and this one just has a lot more going on, so it's more entertaining. So I'm going to come up a half point on this one. I'm going to give it a 8.5 out of 10.
Who's after Lacy?
Yep.
As we were going through this, I was kind of like struggling with where I was at with this one. It's definitely not scary to me. I laughed at the floating baby for probably longer than I should have.
Every time I do.
I'm glad I'm not the only one, Dave. Like, I feel validated now that I'm not.
That's
like,
totally.
weirdo.
That's my sense of humor. It's always stupid stuff like that. Yeah.
I remember like hating this one and thinking like, oh, they just retconned everything. But but rewatching it now, like 10 years later, obviously they were doing something a lot more intricate and a lot more smart. I feel like it took too long to get to where it needed to be for me, so it's definitely not as high up in scare wise, but I do like I think it's cool and interesting what they did with the story. So I'm gonna come in at like a 7.5.
Jeremy.
All right, Paranormal Activity 2. Yeah, I just feel like this one held my attention a little bit more than the first one. I feel like the added story gave me a little bit more substance than what the first movie had. And on top of that, I thought the jump scares were better in this one, and I overall just enjoyed it a little bit, well, 1.5 points more than the first one. So I give this one a 7.5 out of 10. I think it's one of the better sequels in the franchise. Well, the best, but I like it a lot.
Yeah,
I can't bitch at you when we have the same rating.
Yeah, this one kind of caught me off guard. Like I said, I didn't really know much about these films going into them, and I was pleasantly surprised at the way the narrative advanced itself, and then how it ties into the first, like just the way the way it ended and stuff. And I'll give it props for actually making me jump like a fucking like a 7-year-old with fucking, it was crazy, man. Like that one jump scare was crazy to me, man. But I completely disagree. I think this one actually develops quite nicely. I think the subtle scares and the subtle things that are happening, I don't think it took long. I was really involved in this story right from the get-go. I thought it was really interesting how they developed it and stuff. And I really enjoyed this one. 8 out of 10.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. Right on.
I never
Okay,
thought
well, like
that
I said-
moods would be coming in higher than Jeremy. Nice. I'm happy about this.
Yeah, me too. So far, so good. Yeah, shit. So, yeah, I think it's a step up as far as the camera tricks, what they're doing. This time when you see Christy getting pulled as compared to Katie in part 1, it's a completely different thing when she's holding on to that top step and you see her feet in the air. They just do more things. It goes from a small door opening and this and that to all the things opening in one room. So they step it up in that respect. I think it's what they do with the story is kind of brilliant instead of being lazy. So, yeah, I quite like it. For me, it's 8.5.
Wow.
Cool, man. Cool. All right. So that is.
I love Christy. I gotta tell you, I love Christy. You guys are all Katie guys apparently, but
No, Christy's. I will give this
Dude, I
this
love
franchise,
them both.
man. Honestly, man, there is nothing
I
but
do too.
great casted women in here. Like right to the. I mean, is it wrong to say the daughter is cute? Whatever, she is. But the sisters and like throughout the franchise, like everyone really, like all the mums and stuff are all good looking in this.
My favorite character is Robbie.
Interesting, man. I think the blonde chick in the sixth one. Holy fuck, man, that chick is smoking.
God,
Jesus fucking Christ, you guys.
I know.
Dude,
I just
we're a
couldn't.
fucking bunch of
I
dudes.
couldn't
What are you
help it.
supposed
I
to
couldn't
say when
help
you
it.
do the fucking podcast with the girls, the whatever. I don't even know the fucking name of it.
It's just something I noticed.
You're gonna be like, oh, that guy's so hot.
Yummy
oh
mummies.
My God, he's such a hot.
I love how you are automatically assuming that.
It's just a bunch of yummy mummies, and I like the fact that character in part 6 too is just kind of there to be eye candy too, because like she's not really part of anything, but she's just there. It's kind of funny, but anyways.
But marked ones, every female in the marked ones is gorgeous.
I think the Jessie's sister in that one, she only's on screen a couple times, but I believe that she played Selena in a movie or something like that. It's crazy, but yeah.
Is it the TV show?
Maybe it was, but I because I recognized her. I was like, who the fuck is that chick? So I looked her up and I just saw that she'd played Selena, and I was like, oh, that makes sense because she's fucking hotter than hell. So
they all are in that movie.
Oh,
the
dude,
sister, and the girl being picked up
she's
at the
the sister.
party.
Yeah, the one. Oh yeah, the main girl in that. She's
the
fucking
ones at the party.
really good looking, man. Really good looking. Okay, so that is Paranormal Activity 2.
All right, here we go. Hey, ladies. Hi. Hey. Oh, it's Katie. Woo-hoo-hoo. Katie, wave hi to the camera, Katie. Hey, Christy, you want to say hi? Come on, give us a wave here, Christy.
All right, so moving on to 2011, Paranormal Activity 3, directed by two people, Henry Joost and Ariel Schulman. Interesting. Okay, so quick little synopsis. In 1988, young sisters Katie and Christy befriend an invisible entity who resides in their home. All right.
Toby.
In steps Toby. Yeah, right.
This is the first time we hear Toby's name, right?
Yeah, this is where the narrative takes a turn. Obviously, this one right here is a prequel. We're following the same sisters we've been following, well, from the previous film, but this is obviously taking place when they're kids in 1988. And this is where the story kind of starts with I guess Toby.
Witches. And,
So we get a totally different, part of the narrative here. This is a really interesting one. I will start with the fact I love the way the story is told here. I mean, I like the fact that they went back to the beginning after the events of part 2. Like, we get to see that shit, and then they're going to take it, right to the forefront, and we're going to show you exactly how this developed and shit. I think it's, again, going back to what we've been talking about, this franchise is not lazy at all. They're really trying to expand the core narrative here.
It goes in reverse for these first 3 too. It's
right.
like weird,
Yeah.
you know
Right.
what I mean? It's
cool.
another prequel.
It is really
you don't
interesting.
Get that all the time. Like sometimes
Very
you have
unusual.
a film and then you get a prequel, and then maybe a sequel, or a sequel then a prequel. You never get really a prequel then a prequel. Maybe the Puppet Master franchise that does that.
Right.
You get at the beginning of where, it's Christy and Katie, and, Katie is dropping off the videotapes that, and she's like, I don't know how they survived the fire.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so that's how it sets up this film, which I think is really dope.
Yep.
Well, you guys want to talk about the comparisons first between the rated and the unrated?
All
right.
Sure.
I want to hear what you got. Yeah.
Running time for the R-rated theatrical cut is 78 minutes and 39 seconds. Then the unrated director's cut is 88 minutes and 29 seconds. So there's 5 additional scenes in this one in the unrated cut, which adds 9 minutes and 32 seconds. And there's one scene in this that's extended by 18 seconds. So the additional scenes that are added in this version is Dennis is waiting for his friend Randy, who's supposed to help him move in the garage. Randy is late again, so Dennis decides to play a prank on him with a little from his new girlfriend's daughters. All right, whatever that. And then there's like another scene where, that's the same scene. And then there's a scene... Dennis and Randy are watching the wedding videos. Dennis noticed a tipsy woman walking straight to the camera. They make fun of her, so that was added into the cut. I think they zoom in on her tits or something. The theatrical version lacks the entire night number 7. There's complete and utter silence in the house. Suddenly, a noise that wakes Dennis up. He gets up and starts looking around. The camera is with him. Everything's normal. After looking out the kitchen window, he turns away, but when he hears the noise of the blinds, he's startled and turns back. He checks the blinds, and everything seems normal. So this one, they cut out night 7. And then Katie and Christy, Julie's daughters, are playing inside the house. To do so, they have to reposition one of the video cameras. Let's see. After Katie and Christy left the room because they were done playing, the camera keeps rolling. It's directed at Teddy Ruxpin. In the background, the storeroom door closes by itself. Night 12 has also been removed from the R-rated version. Several shots show the bedroom, living room, and kitchen. In the children's room, Christy's bed is empty. A pan shot shows Christy standing countertop in the kitchen. Back in the bedroom, she balances on the banister while whispering something to her imaginary friend Toby. At the same time, she jumps from the second to first floor. Katie, who got woken up by that, confronts her.
Wait, that's cut out? Her jumping off the
That's crazy.
Jesus,
Yeah.
why would they
one of the
ever
best
cut that
scenes.
out? That's probably one of the best scenes in the movie.
Yep, totally. I love that scene.
And that's everything.
And I got other shit. All right, check this out. I have scenes that only appear in the chronology.
Really?
Unfortunately,
Talk about what that is for the people that don't know, because you were telling me about that, and I was like, interesting.
Yeah, the sad part is you cannot get it anywhere at all. I don't know if it was ever released on. No, it was never released on physical. It was only a digital download or whatever it is that you paid for.
And it's actually official.
Yeah,
and
it's
it's
from
official.
Paramount.
Yeah, it's from Paramount. The opening credits are different. It's completely set up as parts 1, 2, and 3, only in chronological order. So it starts off with part 3, and then etc.
Right.
So now they added scenes in the chronology. The only place you can get it, the only reason I have it, is somebody gave me the passwords to their Voodoo. You know that thing Voodoo?
Yeah.
And there was a time you could buy it on Voodoo. You can't even go now as a new person and sign up for Voodoo and get it. It's not available. So this person has owned it for years, and that's the only reason I have access to it. And goodness, it's really cool. I finally watched it today for this show after I watched all the movies. I said, okay, I'm going to see what happens here. So now it's nuts because the stuff they take out was really good. First of all, there's this whole thing that goes, how in the beginning with the girl and the tooth, her tooth is loose. That's a throwaway thing. Either way, first of all, that was real. That girl just showed up on set that day and they said that she has a loose tooth. So okay, let's put it into the movie. So everything they did was improvised as far as their tooth. Now what they do in this version is it goes a step further. She draws pictures about what she wants going on with the tooth fairy. They had this whole conversation. So now she goes and she hides the tooth. And then later on we see the mother and father go up there to get the tooth and give her $2, and they can't find the tooth anywhere. So they're going crazy looking for this tooth. What are we gonna do? What is she? They're just parents that are kind of bugging out about it. It's like, okay, so who the hell took the tooth? So the tooth goes missing. Now they this is fucked up because they this is gonna resonate with Lacy. Julie, the mother, actually gets entity'd. I don't know why.
What?
They don't put this. Now, she doesn't get boom, boom, boom. It isn't the whole thing. But you see the cover's pulled back, and you see whatever she's sleeping in lifted up, and her moaning, and she's basically being seduced. You would think, she might be thinking that her husband's doing that to her, trying to wake her up and get her in the mood or whatever. And then this goes on for like 30 seconds. And then she wakes up and freaks out because it wasn't him. And Toby was freaking, gonna entity her. So
that's insane, and that's not available like in deleted scenes or anything, or
Weird.
is it?
Nope.
Weird.
No, these things that are in their chronology are only there. They're not because we have the extended versions on Blu-ray, so there's nowhere else to even.
So how much other footage
Yeah,
is sitting
yeah,
around that they've never
but
used? Like, what the fuck? This is crazy.
Yeah, that's cool though, man. That's really neat. Like, if you ever want to push a digital thing, but that's another reason why digital sucks, because look, it's gone. You can't get it anymore. If they decide to remove that content, it's gone. With physical, you
Right.
have it forever. You know what
Yeah,
I
I
mean?
can't
As long
even
as you
find
have
it on any of my fun websites. I can't even find it. So
That's
Yeah, I didn't
interesting.
even know
That's
about
a
it.
that's a grail item then. That's
Yeah.
something that
Yeah.
I would want in the collection. You know what I mean?
No.
Well, and that would probably
now-
fuck with me even more, Dave, because this time of era, the mother in this film, Julie, actually reminds me of my mom, whose also name is Julie.
Wow.
So, no, like when they're sitting there and they're smoking pot, and like I just feel like, it's just me and my sister, so 2 girls, and they're about the same age. We're about the same age difference. So this movie really, really did fuck with me as well. So, as you say, and then the fact that and they cut that, I'm glad, because that would have definitely fucked with me. But yeah, the mom in this really reminded me of my mom, because she was always like very secretive about, smoking her pot or whatever she was doing. That's who my mom was. And I felt like I was kind of watching her sometimes. That's probably weird. I'm done. But
Isn't
yes,
that Poltergeist though? By the way,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poltergeist,
Yes.
yep.
Yeah.
Right,
But
right.
it resonated with it. But it felt close to home to me.
what do you guys think of the Bloody Mary sequence?
Oh, I
So
love
it's like
it.
that feels like that's
So
like the one
good,
thing
man.
everybody talks about.
Especially because nothing happens the first time and you're anticipating it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Mhm.
Oh, dude, I remember when this was the ad campaign for this movie that they kept showing that scene.
Yeah.
With the 2 children, Bloody Mary. You know what I mean? They kept showing that fucking commercial. But yeah, I never watched this one, and I think I knew that. You know what? I knew Bill Shetty said that this one was good, and it always surprised me. I remember back in when it came
Carly
out.
said it was her favorite too. So
I remember when it came out, I was like, oh well, if he likes it, then I don't know, But I remember it being reviewed, and they said it was set in the 80s, and that always intrigued me, and that's about as far as I knew about it, But I thought that this was such a cool, interesting place to go with the series after the first 2, because you get these little hints of like, oh, when we were children, okay,
Yeah.
let's show them the children stuff, and that and the 2 sisters, you feel like them, like what, because Christy and Katie from the other 2 films, it's really easy to get invested in them. And the little kid actors are really good too, I think. I think they do a phenomenal job.
I think it was
Maybe
really the only.
best I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was really the place that they had to take this, though, right? You had to go back to the beginning, which I thought was really cool, really neat. And I actually kind of like the way, the cameras, why the cameras are set up in the house. Like, the boyfriend, Dennis, is a fucking, he's a wedding photographer. He films weddings and edits at home and stuff, right? I think that's actually really cool. So he's all into cameras and shit like that already. So the setup right there is just believable. It's already believable that you would have, these cameras and shit like that. And of course,
all of them though, he has like a shit ton of them though.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Once he thinks something's up, then it gives him a reason to put up fucking way more cameras.
Right.
Yeah, but aren't cameras expensive as shit in the 80s? How the hell?
But
is he buying all
he's a wedding photographer.
I know what he is.
Yeah,
And his boy
job,
has
sure.
stuff.
Yeah.
Well, see what happens is the reason why he starts investigating more, obviously, because, Christy, I think, was talking to Toby or something like that. And of course, they have a botched sex tape that they're trying to make from the earthquake, I believe is what happens.
Yep.
Right. And of course, he notices something there. And of course, he starts investigating, sets up more cameras and shit. And I like how 80s it is. It's like you want your camera to oscillate and stuff. So you take apart a fan and you put it in the kitchen and, just kind of like shit like that. It's 1980s and stuff. And I really like this whole setup and how we get to learn, about Toby and infiltrating the girls and things like that. And where this one goes is kind of crazy. And I can see why people thought the ending was a little bit crazy. Like why, it seems like it's a huge fucking left turn when it goes into this whole witch coven type territory and shit like that. But I think the ride there is pretty cool.
I didn't think so because they kind of mentioned that in the sequel or prequel to the sequel. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute.
In the second film.
We skipped a movie.
No, we didn't. We're doing it last.
Why are we doing it last?
I knew you were going to say that. I don't know.
No, because it makes sense. Because these movies are so connected, we might as well do them in order. So.
Oh, this is gonna fuck with me.
Well, but I mean, in the second
we've never
film,
done that in the history.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we just did it.
But
we did it.
Okay,
it doesn't belong
guys,
anyway.
Let me get my thought out. All right. In the second film, the stepdaughter mentions, she's like, because their grandmother, maybe.
Yes.
For money. So that's why this one is not so surprising of the ending, and that's why it fucking blows, is because you see it coming from a mile away, especially when one of the first shots of the film is you see the grandma right away. You're like, okay, that's where they're going with
I mean,
I don't know if anybody else
but they do mention
I thought that.
for money, but it actually, I mean, I don't think it really has anything to do with money, though. That's
no. It definitely does, because here's the thing.
That she's involved.
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
right?
that she's involved. Yeah.
Which is in the traditional sense are people who give up their souls for something, whether it's power or, in the case of witches, a lot of times it's power and abilities, but the idea and the core concept, it's all related. You know what I mean? It's like whether you give it up for money or power or fame or whatever, it's still.
Yeah, in this case, I think it's I think the core idea is about power and stuff, right? I mean, if you're essentially trying to conjure up this huge, kind of overbearing demon and stuff like that in Toby and shit like that, I mean, I guess there comes power with that. I mean, if you're disciples in that world and shit, it's just all about power. It's not about money and stuff like that. But it would explain why everyone was fucking.
Hereditary.
Yeah. So.
Oh, dude, Hereditary! Don't get me started. I've told Watson this several times. I guarantee Ari Aster watched Paranormal Activity 3 and the marked ones, because that is 100% half of the stuff that goes on in Hereditary. And that's why when I first watched it, I kept saying, I go, we saw this in Paranormal Activity, the marked ones, and Paranormal Activity, right down to opening the pictures and seeing Grandma standing with somebody wearing the symbol, the whole nine, the same 100%. Symbol, by the way.
Right.
All this stuff, and I still love it, but that's why I didn't give it a 10. That's why I gave it a 9 out of 9.5. I swear to God, I said that on the show. I go, that's the only reason why, is because I've seen it before, and I think that it was kind of lifted. But anyway, that's a whole other story.
Yeah.
But let me say one thing about this. I love this movie, and Lacy, watching it movie in a row, I could see how you would say, because we're watching 1, 2, 3, there wasn't a surprise for you. But I'll tell you what, for me and my dumbass, one line said by the girl in part 2 about a coven, I didn't even remember, a year later when I went to the theater to see part 3, and I loved every bit of the movie, and my fucking jaw dropped at the end of this. I was like, wow, that's
part 3.
Thinking that.
The only one released in IMAX, which was fucking retarded. Who would release these movies in IMAX? But it was. It was in IMAX. Wow. Paranormal Activity 3.
Jeremy.
I just started catching on in this. Obviously, the grandma had been brought up before and stuff in the narrative, or the mother and whatever. And there's that whole scene where the mother.
Oh no, never mind. It was the next shitty one. Never mind.
Where the mother, I guess the grandmother in this, is telling her daughter and stuff like that, to basically leave Dennis and shit like that because he's no good and he's just this and that and stuff, and you wanted to have a bigger family, you wanted to have more kids and stuff like that, and I was like, they're totally alluding to the fact and not even being subtle about it, like, you need to have a fucking son here. You need to have a son big time, and that's why she keeps kind of pushing the fact, like, you need to have more kids and shit like that, So something's up right there big time. It's not really that subtle, to be honest, but
I guess you guys do make a good point. I guess for me, watching it the first time, it didn't resonate.
Right.
Yeah, it didn't resonate.
Especially a year apart.
Well,
right?
you
Like,
notice
if you
because
wait a year to see these movies.
Yeah. I mean, when you're watching, like we alluded to before watching part 2, it made me realize that I need to pay attention to every small detail. So every like little conversation, you might just be thinking that it's in passing. No, when the grandmother was talking to her daughter about leaving him and wanting to have more kids and stuff, I was like, there's something fucking up here. I mean, this is where it's going. And I'm like, okay, it's pretty cool though. Like I like the whole setup and I like where it goes and stuff like that. Like some of my gripes with this movie, man, dude, I can't help but notice. And I know people are going to give me shit for this because it's the type of shit that I always bitch about. But honestly, dude, this movie's set in 1988, shot on VHS cameras. First of all,
right? I knew you were going to say that.
Of course, because people know me because this technical aspects of things might not bother a lot of people, but it doesn't make sense, dude. I mean, we're watching this footage that's really damn crystal clear. Right. And we've always criticized a lot of found footage movies.
Maybe Vinegar Syndrome. Maybe they hired Vinegar Syndrome to do the transfer.
In 1988.
But you can tell from
VHS
watching that footage, it's not VHS, right? It's definitely shot on something different. But we've criticized movies in the past for, especially these new age found footage films that are shot digitally that have that VHS glitches in it. We're like, that's fucking bullshit. That doesn't even make sense. Why would it have a VHS glitch? This movie, it actually does the polar opposite. These are supposed to be shot on VHS and it doesn't have any of the VHS, tracking and stuff like that, which I thought was kind of interesting. But when you're replaying and watching the footage, it's in widescreen and it's actually shot in widescreen. From what I know about home cameras in 1988, even if you're doing
shot 4:3, right?
They're shooting 4:3. Those cameras were not meant to shoot in widescreen unless you were using, actual movie cameras and stuff. But a guy that's shooting a fucking wedding, he's shooting that shit in 4:3 because you're watching on your 4:3 aspect ratio tube TV in 1988. So playback, I was a little bit frustrated. I was a little bit frustrated with the quality of it. I was like, okay, this looks way too damn good. Second thing, the wardrobes in this, and for 1988, nobody looks like they're from the 80s. The hairdos, the clothes, even the house itself, the aesthetic in the house does not look fucking 1980s, man. This is the type of shit that I notice and bitch about. I don't give a fuck. And
wasn't tapes like $100 a piece back then?
Usually people say the other thing. They say they shove the 80s down your throat. I was about to give it props for not doing that.
No, but there's a way to do it, Dave. There's a way to do it.
Hair.
There's a way to do it, though, and I've mentioned this many times. Like when you watch these throwback slasher films, throwback slasher films, and they let you know it's in the 80s, and then they leave it alone. But then there's other slasher films where they keep telling you and letting you know it's in the fucking 80s over and over again. They're like, guys, we get the fucking point here. In this movie, I just felt like I was watching something pretty modern, hence how it looked. It didn't look like VHS footage, but it was also, I was having a hard time with, I don't think the hairdos were overly that 80s. Some of the equipment and stuff in the movie, but the house aesthetic and shit like that, it looked pretty modern. Like, I know 1988 is not that long ago, but still things have changed a ton since the 80s in home decor and shit like that. It didn't look.
They didn't even have a bedroom door.
Well,
they were up the stairs.
Yeah, they're on a loft.
About the parents.
Like the house looked.
You had a lot of money though.
The girl's room. The girl's room is on one of those.
Door.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
it's
because
a loft.
That's a loft. That's like a TV room that they utilize as a fucking as a bedroom, right? I've seen houses like that actually.
Oh my dude!
Well, that would
a couple
be like
of my
a
friends
playroom.
lived in houses like that.
Yeah. So there's just certain things.
The roof is curved into the damn side of the wall. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. So there's just certain things in here that was kind of bugging me. Like I said, just the clothes. Like even from the clothes, and I was like, man, dude, those aren't fucking 1988 clothes, man.
I 100% agree with you on all of that. I didn't think it felt like the 80s at all. I noticed right away that the video quality, even on my fucking DVD, was too good for the 80s for a VHS. You know what I mean? But that's like all technical stuff, and I do agree that it can pull you a little bit out of the movie. But I was like, fuck it. After like thinking about it for a little bit, I was like,
again,
I think it's definitely of note.
I have noted, this is the type of stuff that I would, really does bug me in a lot of films. In this one, I was like, whatever. I'm only here for the narrative. I want to see where this is developing.
Right, I want to see where it's going.
Right. I actually didn't really care too much, but I wanted to bring it up because, obviously if I didn't bring it up, people would be like, Moods was thinking that, he just didn't fucking say it, because I always talk about shit like this, right? Because it bugs me. It honestly bugs me in movies, right? Continuity errors. And
it could bug me. It could bug me, but I prefer that over the alternative. I prefer that over the opposite, when they overdo the 80s. That's something, because I lived it. I don't like when they make it seem like every other word everybody was saying was totally tubular and this and that, and everybody's wearing neon. And
well, I'm not really talking about that. I'm just having any aspect of the 80s. Like, it's set in the 80s, but then you're watching it going, no.
Yeah, I think that
totally Kyle. Totally.
Right. Well, I'm not talking about lingo. I mean, lingo is one thing. I mean, that's kind of like that's very subjective when it comes to lingo too, because not everyone talk. It depends where you're from, right? If you're from California, you use tubular.
They do mention MacGyver, which would have been around the time.
But they do. But we still mention MacGyver all the time too.
Yeah, I went and looked up when fucking MacGyver came out after I heard them say that.
Oh,
and
he was
like,
out.
Okay,
he was out before that. Yeah, for sure.
Like 87.
It's like 85.
But even kids nowadays could even say, "Oh, that's totally MacGyver," because they have a remake of the show.
Because it's become pop culture. But back then,
No, but but they remade the show.
In 2016, yeah, I noticed that too.
Right. Yeah.
And I had that conversation too about Back to the Future, which would have taken place back then when they'd be debating it. I thought that was kind of cool.
Right.
It should actually be Back to the Present, and they're going back. I thought that it was kind of cute. It was just something for the time. And to me, the lady looked 80s, like their hairstyle. What's her name? The mother, beautiful by the way.
I thought the mother fit in the 80s a little bit better than anybody else.
She reminded me of my mom.
Nah, I don't know, man. She looked too good for 1988, man. Fuck, she was hot. She was really hot in this.
People aren't hot in the 80s.
No, I always felt like the clothing was too big on every woman in the 80s looked fat because of the shitty ass fucking clothes.
I mean, yeah.
I'm telling you, man, clothes never fit properly in the 80s.
I don't think so.
I do.
I don't think so.
High pants and fucking they were either too high or just too fucking big. Man, everything just didn't fit properly in the 80s. It's weird.
I'll have to send you pictures of my mom from the 80s. Definitely nothing of what you're explaining.
You trying to say your mom's hot?
My mom was hot.
Yeah, but Lacey, your mom isn't the entire 80s.
Aren't you proud of me? I held back my remarks. Very proud.
My mom was super young in the 80s, man. And like, I mean, everyone had different fucking styles and shit.
Wait, your mom was young in the 80s?
My mom graduated in 84. I was born in 87.
Weren't you young in the 80s?
My mom was in 1980. My mom was 18 when she had me. So she was still very young and stylish in the 80s. I'm just saying. But anyways.
Well, am I the only one, but when they put the dates on the tapes, like, so September 3rd, like that's my sister's birthday. Does anybody else like correlate like a date when they show those on the screen?
Yeah, but I was never alive for any of that stuff, so I don't think.
I'm not saying like of the year. I'm not saying like the year, but it will say like September 3rd.
Your girlfriend's best friend's sister's boyfriend's birthday.
Yeah, if it has like my birthday, I'm like, hey, that's my birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, like. I don't know. It's like in part 4, it goes into November, and
I think in the first one,
my birthday.
It skips over mine. My birthday is October 3rd, and I think it kind of skips right by it in the narrative. So
we all think about it.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. So,
I honestly think that this film, obviously I was really scared by the first one originally, but I think that this one is probably the scariest of the franchise, in my opinion. Now, on this watch, anyways. Yeah, like I was watching it by myself, home alone at like 10 o'clock at night. I was like, all right, I got to get these done. And, Dan works a late shift, and there's like a snowstorm going on out there. We got hit with like 7 inches of snow. So like it was like really cold and windy. And as I was watching it, like something like hit the window, and I literally freaked the fuck out and had to like shut it off. That's not a lie. I was like, okay, I can't do this right now.
Dude, one of the scariest things for me is when they're looking one way and they turn around and there's someone fucking there, man. it gets me every fucking time, dude.
The hair,
like at the end of this movie with all the fucking people. Oh my god,
there's
the hair pull is what got me.
Oh yeah, the hair pull's brutal, man. Yeah. You know what part actually made me laugh out loud in this was the fucking the white sheet over the fucking over Toby, That shit instantly reminded me of Halloween. It instantly reminded me of Halloween and how I always criticize that part because it's so out of Michael Myers' character to do something like that, right? It's just such a silly, stupid part. So it instantly was having flashbacks of that from Halloween and just kind of made me laugh out loud. I'm like, that's fucking stupid, but it made me laugh in a good way though. So
which one does the character turn and then there's like a shit ton of people?
The fourth one.
No,
no.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, there's like hundreds of them, and they all look the fucking same.
Yeah, so bad. Yeah.
No, fuck you guys. I love that.
Well, there's
so
also at the end of there's also the end of
unrealistic.
this one too, where Dennis turns and he sees like the Coven of Witches too, in this one at the end of the film too.
Yeah. This one and that one both get me.
Yeah.
This movie was on its solid way to being like almost a perfect horror film in my opinion, and then the ending happens.
See, that's what I was alluding to, because I've heard people say that the ending of this movie was so dumb. They're like, oh, he went to Covenant Witches, and this is all because of that.
Yeah, it is fucking dumb. Like I said, from when we talked about the first one, like, it's a lot scarier when there's no motive. And, like, obviously we're getting to the point with, the second film, and now this one, it's over-explaining things.
Well, we're still not 100% on what the actual motive is. And the fact that we haven't really seen, like, Toby's never really seen until the end of the sixth one.
And
right.
he's still not even really seeing.
Yeah, we get to see some fucking, some sexy ass legs or whatever. But I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's still a mystery. They kept it concealed pretty well throughout this whole thing and stuff. So, I mean, that's the way I see it.
The idea and the concept of it is cool. However, as a horror fan and, talking scary, it's hard to scare me. So I guess I was just disappointed going through.
I got a question.
And having,
No, I get that. I get that completely because, from what I'd heard about this one and stuff. But I got a question though. Did anybody else, and I'm talking to, I don't know if Dave can remember because I know he's seen this movie multiple times, but this is for everyone that's seen it for the first time.
I'm not going to remember. I remember fucking 4
So
months ago,
I got a question because when this movie started and I realized that it was, it was a prequel, it's right back to 80 as kids and stuff like that. And knowing, obviously, just watching part 1 and 2 and them talking about how their house burnt down, was anybody anticipating the end of this movie was going to end in a house in flames?
100%. I was waiting for it the entire time.
So I'm sitting here watching this movie going, well, this movie's fucking anticlimactic. We already know how this shit, it's going to fucking end in a big fire and shit, and then it doesn't happen. You're like, what the fuck? That's so fucking...
No, it just
they show it?
It was weird, man. So...
they actually showed in a flash. There's a quick flash of a house engulfed in flames, and they also show a quick flash at the end of part 2 of the baby walking in the middle of the street. And it's unexplained, but they show it during the climax just for a freaking one frame of it.
What?
Yeah, it's
Crazy.
a real quick thing. And they showed both of those things in the trailer. And looking at it, and they showed like full scenes of it. Not full scenes, but more than just a frame. But what they did this quick thing in both of in the climax in 2 and 3, where they put one frame, one of the baby in the street in 2, and one of the house engulfed in flames in 3. Weird, but that they did.
I honestly don't remember seeing even a frame of that. It's just I just remember being like, holy shit, man, this completely doesn't. I mean, they allude to it in the Ghost Dimension too with that footage and stuff, and like because. The early 88 stuff is shot in the house that they were in. And then the 92 stuff is mostly shot at the grandma's house, right? As kids and shit. So I'm thinking in between that 4-year period, sometime the house burnt down, I guess. You'd have to put yourself into that time frame, I guess, right?
Yeah, the house burnt down like right after that.
Yeah.
They had to move in with their...
Well, that's what I'm saying because some of the first tapes that the guy's watching are from 88, but they're still in that house. Right. And it's different footage. Right. And so it must have happened right after. Yeah, it's weird. But it just kind of gets you thinking because you know that house burnt down. But then it's cool because they tell you a narrative in the sixth one is like this footage was shot in 1992 and it's all in a different location. So it's it's in that time frame. So kind of cool. But
weren't you glad because you said you knew that it was going to go in this direction?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay,
I was glad that this one ended up because it takes away from their house.
Did you like the direction that they went?
Yeah, because when I thought about it after the movie, I was like, everything was alluding to that because, there's a moment in the film where they talk about how I think Dennis mentions something about, the symbols that were found in the girls' rooms and stuff like that were linked to Witch's Covenant. It was something to do with them brainwashing the daughters and blah, blah, blah and stuff. And I was like, okay. and this was all kind of leading. I was like, and then when it eventually went to her mother's place, which is, the witch's coven or whatever you want to call it, I was like, okay, that's cool. It's cool. It didn't end in the blaze I was expecting it to. And that's a good thing, because I hate sometimes, and I've mentioned this before, like in so many movies, when you try not to figure out things, but you kind of do figure out where it's going. And when it goes there, you're like, oh, God damn it. I'm a little bit disappointed in that. Right. So, and I felt like in the first 20 minutes of this movie, it was going to be super anticlimactic, and I couldn't have been happier when it didn't go that way. And when I saw where it went and how they explained the whole witch's covenant and, with the kids and all that, I was like, wow. They really are outdoing themselves narrative-wise, because it's just a unique way of telling a story. So very, very happy with it. And I will say, this movie has probably the kill of the entire franchise too, with Dennis's death.
Oh man,
dude, he gets fucked up, man. He gets fucked up, man. And I like the fact that you end up seeing that scene again in part 6. Is crazy, man.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Did anybody think that Toby was going to be as big of a deal as he was?
I kind of figured that they were going to bring him up, that they probably continue the idea. I mean, because what else were they going to do?
He was going to be as big of a deal as he was. Like,
yeah.
I just thought that, well, not necessarily that he was going to be as big of a deal, but just like, I didn't.
Well, you mean the whole point of the whole point of the franchise, essentially, where it goes?
I definitely didn't think, like, when they brought him up, I didn't think that he was going to be the reason for everything.
Right.
But
I didn't know
she
there was
was
gonna
like,
be
Toby
more.
pulled my hair.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Dave didn't know there was going to be more.
And
honestly, I thought that they were going to end the storyline with this one. Like, I thought going into 4 it was going to be unrelated.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And that's where, 4 actually fucks with your head a little bit too. But there's actually a scene in this film where I think Christy runs into the corner or something like that. She's running maybe away from Toby. I can't remember. But Katie's following her and she's running in the room. And then she fucking, basically runs into, like, to us it looks like an invisible wall. Man, that shit freaks me out, man. I'm like, could you imagine? Like, you're just walking, all of a sudden you hit like an invisible whatever, and you're just like, you faceplant into it. That shit's kind of freaky to me, man. I love that. That was a cool part. The
scene with the friend in the Bloody Mary, dude, man, that shit just, like, I was so scared during that whole moment, like when they were in the bathroom.
I don't know what it is about the blood, but I found the Bloody Mary stuff to be a little tad bit corny. I'm not gonna lie, dude. But I wasn't.
It wasn't necessary.
I didn't know the whole campaign for this, so I never seen the trailers and stuff. So I never knew any of that shit. But I was watching the Bloody Marys. Honestly, dude, Bloody Mary as a kid, like, we used to do that shit, and I always like, this is fucking lame. I know. I always thought it was super lame and corny, and then when I saw it in this, I was like, oh, are you serious? But it made sense because in 1988, I was 8 years old, and that was literally the shit I was doing. Right? I was like, wow, that's kind of strange.
Me too.
Right? It was just like I was falling into this nostalgia of time. It was like time lapsing, I was like, it was weird. But
do you think kids still do Bloody Mary?
Kids don't know what Bloody Mary is these days.
Candyman. they might do Candyman now.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
No, dude, what do you mean you doubt it?
Do you really feel like Candyman is a fucking popular?
Yes, it's pop culture now, dude. I can tell you that they did it when I was a kid.
Yeah, but that's when we were kids, not now. We were kids fucking 20 years ago, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guarantee.
Candyman's about to come back out. So.
Yeah,
we'll definitely be doing it again.
Guess we'll find out.
So what? You don't think people are gonna, or kids are not gonna want to watch the predecessors?
I don't know if they're gonna want to go see the new one in general. I feel like it's just made for us.
Kids want to see horror. Period.
Exactly.
Right. Guess we'll find out.
Yeah, we'll see. Who knows if it leads to the predecessors or not, though? It's hard to. Sometimes they do. A lot of times they don't even know. Like I've seen, people that not even kids to us maybe, but like in their younger 20s that don't know shit about old movies. That I talk to about a movie and they don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah,
here's an example for you. The Last House on the Left was
Nightmare City.
Remake. Last House on the Left was coming out, and I was like, well, fuck, I want to watch the original before I watch that, and that was what, like, 06-ish?
10 or 9, I think.
Yeah,
no, it was way before that.
No, Hills Have Eyes was 07.
No, or maybe it was, okay, well, get what I'm saying, though. Anyways, I wanted to see it before.
09.
So I believe that they would want to do that as well.
Yeah, film fans. Film
If they're
fans
aware.
definitely, you know what I mean? But like, yeah, I mean, I guarantee that like 80% of the kids that would go see Candyman probably don't even know that there's another Candyman.
3 other
No,
Candyman.
I
Just like
disagree
Black Christmas.
completely. I
Really?
disagree completely.
No, I
think
agree. I
that-
agree. I know how I have kids.
I can tell you nobody
kids
knew
don't know
fucking
anything.
what Dr. Sleep was.
Kids live in the moment these
No
days.
one- that's-
They have no history of
No,
anything.
But Candyman has a story. Just listen to the fucking name, Candyman. Like that's geared towards fucking kids.
Yeah, more so than Dr.
I mean,
Like,
so is the Bye Bye Man in that movie fucking tanks. So
Well, yeah, it's fucking stupid. But I'm just saying.
Well,
that
if
I
you're from the
believe-
streets like I am, man, Candyman meant he was the Candyman, aka drug dealer.
I agree.
Drug dealer.
In a family that like,
You know, because I'm from the
VHS,
streets.
Like pirated, VHS tapes from,
Right.
when they rent them. I mean, that's the type of family I grew up in. But I believe that there's always that one friend, like I was, that would be like, "Hey, let's watch Sleepaway Camp. Let's watch, Candyman." Like, so I think there's always going to be that one little kid.
Oh yeah, there's
That
definitely.
is going to. So I believe that kids are going to know. I do. I really do.
I
Or
hope
at
so.
least I hope so.
Pretty much all kid lives in a moment now.
There's no video stores anymore. There's Candyman's on fucking Netflix. I think.
Hence why kids
know.
can't get through an
True.
entire
I mean,
movie anymore because they
definitely-
just switch it off. That's
I don't
Netflix.
think kids are gonna watch old movies from the '90s. That's
Like,
just what I think.
With me and Dave, you rented a movie back. Well, anybody that rented movies back in the day, if you rented something, you probably finished the motherfucker because you paid for it. Now, if you're
Not
watching
only
shit on
did I finish
Netflix,
it, I
you just
watched
switch it off.
3 or 4 fucking times in the weekend.
Dave, how many movies did we suffer through because we fucking paid $1 to rent that shit? We're like, fuck this, man. I'm finishing
Oh
this.
yeah, 100%. Like,
but now,
whenever
like I
you
said,
went and got,
kids never watch full movies on Netflix anymore. They get bored 25 minutes into it. They go, fuck, I'm putting on the next Pikachu movie. Fuck this one. It's like, whatever.
Yeah, back then you had to get on your bike and go drive to the video store.
Right.
Ride your bike and spend 2 or 3 hours in the video store picking out what you wanted, then pick out your movie or two, and then drive back home and put it in. There was no.
Dude,
fucking...
I was so hardcore. I was so hardcore as a kid, man. I was willing to take my my BMX had a flat, and I was willing to take my big wheel over there.
dude, whenever my friend lived like 4 miles from a video store, we would walk to that bitch and load up on popcorn and videos and snacks, drinks, whatever, and we'd walk back, and it was like an adventure to us, dude. It was such a fun thing that we would do, and we just looked forward to it every time. And it was the journey. Getting it so instantaneously now takes away from the journey factor of like, and how much bonding went on during those bike rides to the video store and stuff like that.
Kids don't know how to go outside.
That's exactly what I say about like music buying and stuff too. People just don't understand going and digging for shit when they can just sit at home and pull shit off their fucking iTunes or their other download
Right.
thing. It's like it's not the same thing. And people ask me all the time, like, "Man, you still buy a lot of physical?" And I'm like, because I come from that era, and this shit means a lot to me. When I put a record on my player,
listen to an album.
I
would
connect.
save up your money to
dude,
get an album. You
dude,
would get it and listen to it over and
dude,
over and
I was
over.
the kid. I literally had headphones on 24/7. Like I had backpack full of, instead of bag or books, it was full of tapes and shit. Like I was always listening to tunes.
buddy.
Like I would save up my money, take the bus down and go grab the new Short Dog album or whatever was coming out. Like I would I had this connection to it. So when I pop that in my tape player or CD player, what I was listening to, you just instantly had that connection. It's like going to the video store and renting shit, right? There's nothing
now
that
kids
you
get an
can't
album
change
on
that.
Spotify,
There's a
and
connection
they listen
there.
to the first 2 songs and they're like, fuck this, and put on another
with
one.
most kids, don't like my kid doesn't even understand what an album is. He thinks that music is just a world of songs, of like singles, and like he doesn't even know the word single. Like he comes into my room and he sees 10,000 albums and he thinks these are single songs. He doesn't understand that this record in front of me has multiple songs on it. He can't process it properly because he goes on his iTunes and he's like, I want this song, I want this song, I want this song. And I'm like, fuck. So weird. That's why
I listen to now.
Oh, he's always listening to the most worst shit ever. Like the other day he was
Like what?
listening to, oh my God, what's that dude's name? Post Malone? I don't know. Oh my God! Like he has access
I
to
like
the
both.
best
Your
hip hop
kid-
collection
your kid
probably around,
could
and he
be
listens to
listening
the
to a lot
worst
worse.
shit. No, but he listens to like a lot of like
I give him like fucking Foo Fighters or something. Jesus Christ.
hockey songs and shit. Like he listens to like hockey music and shit because he's obsessed with hockey. He's weird. He's a weird kid. So,
I'm having my daughter listen to albums now. I made a list of like albums from the 90s and this and that. And I'm like, listen, because she likes a band. She's like, oh yeah, I like System of a Down. Okay, what songs? And she's like 5 songs.
Yeah, but she
off
won't
of
like your music. Her fucking songs are longer than most albums, so.
I like everything though. I made her listen to Downward Spiral yesterday, 9 Inch Nails, and then I gave her Soundgarden, Super Unknown, and I'm getting her into more things. I'm like, I want you to listen and appreciate albums, and you could say this came from 1982 and this came from 1993, and you could see what a band was doing in different eras. You can't just put on iTunes and go one band, the Beatles, and then say shuffle, and then it's not the way it works. If you want to listen to the Beatles White at the end of the 60s or fucking boy band Beatles from 64, it's different shit. Don't you want to know what they were putting out at that time? Anyway, we're going off on it, but at least we're trying to
22 shots of horrors and tangents. Yep. Right.
So Paranormal Activity 3, man, I think that this one, I think that if you're going to show someone a Paranormal Activity movie, like what they're capable of, this is the one, man. I think that this movie is good front to back. Like I love the ending. I think the ending is super scary and good. I like the, dealing with the kids and the room and her like standing on that balcony thing when she jumped. Didn't you?
Not in the theatrical.
Were you guys on edge, like waiting for the crash?
Dude, I was gonna bring that up, man. I was gonna bring that up. I was like, what a kid thing to do. Just put your trust in this fucking invisible person and jump off. And that shit is high that she's jumping off it too, man. Because if all these houses seem to have like 30-foot ceilings, it's crazy.
She's gonna break her fucking leg.
Oh, dude, she's getting hurt bad, if not dying, kind of thing, right? So
like Tokyo Nights break your legs.
She's gonna be Tokyo Nights.
Right. So I thought that part was actually it was kind of scary for what it was.
That's like fucking crazy break. Frozen.
Oh yeah. You guys have much more on this one?
I could go on and on, but I won't because you're gonna be here all night. But it's my favorite movie. I love it. It never goes down for me. Every time I watch it, I love it. I know what's coming, and I don't care. I just think everything about this movie. They upped it again. Like I said, they did from 1 to 2, and now in 3, they're doing other that when everything drops down from the ceiling at that one part that she walks in the empty room and fucking it's bare.
Oh my god,
the hell
dude!
Stamp it, and then boom, and then
dude.
Toby's hand, everything, right? Dude, what a jump! What a freaking thing to do! And that ghost thing, I think, is great. It's creepy as hell the way it is. And they turn around, and she turns around, and the thing drops. And the way that works, and then even in the beginning with the dust falling on him, they just keep upping their game with the tricks they're going to do. And the story is so good. Everything with Christy and Toby and the conversations they have, and when you watch it enough times, you know what they're talking about and what the plan is, and how at the end Toby gets mad at her. So in order to punish her, Toby starts punishing friggin' Katie, so she gives in and gets them to go to grandma's. And when the light bright comes on with the symbol, there's so much little intricate things in this movie. It's just to me, it's the most rewatchable as well. I could go on and on. I really love it. I
just find it so interesting, like when you take the idea of like Toby and Christy was kind of the connection and stuff, and then what we know in part 2 and stuff, the way it ends, it's like it's just kind of ironic and kind of sad at the same time that Katie was the one that ended up doing her in and shit like that, obviously being possessed and shit. It's just kind of a weird turn of events.
Well, blame Christy's husband.
Well, of course. Yeah. But, it's just the fact, like, in the beginning of it where Toby was, trying to get Christy to do.
But you get the sense, too, that, like, this shit was going to happen regardless. It's just the husband swore it was going to happen or something like that. But you know what I mean? Like, this is, like, relentless type stuff.
But it's again going back to the other previous films and stuff, and then what we see in this film, and if you take what we saw in this one and you apply it to the next films, and when they're like, oh, as kids, like we were, there was something that was following us, they're not really too sure about it and stuff. It's just, it's a little bit frustrating because again, what we talked about, it's like, man, you should be probably remembering some of this devastating shit that happened to you, man. Like, would you ever forget being picked up by your hair? And like, I mean, that's just something you would never fucking ever forget, because that shit would be not only terrifying, but it would hurt like fucking hell. You never forget that pain, you know, kind of thing. So I don't know. It's just it's just the fact of the matter of doing a franchise like this, because if you take this information that's supposed to be in the beginning and you apply it to what you've seen, you know, in the timeline, into the timeline, it's like, man, it doesn't fully work, but I still appreciate what they're doing in this fully. I'm on board with this. I just like to throw that out there.
What they do in Ghost Dimension, dude, I'm with you. I think that what they do in Ghost Dimension though can help explain.
Yeah, but Ghost Dimension sucks.
Well,
but listen to me.
Ghost Dimension.
What they do in there is they're erasing their memories. They're having those things, and they're doing the other. I could see them forgetting. Granted, it's retconning in the 6th movie. I get that, but now that I've seen it, I could make sense of it for me personally, saying, now it makes a little sense that they're kind of got their minds got erased a little bit, and they're forgetting the other stuff.
This was something that I knew that was going to get brought up. You just brought it up premature and stuff, but I'm basically talking to this point. So if we were just reviewing right now, but then I think that the filmmakers realized, right? So they tried to kind of throw that in there to kind of change we were brainwashing him at this point and stuff. So, and then when you watch the whole franchise, because once we get to that point, you're like, oh shit, this is what they're doing now. This kind of makes sense, because they kind of saw that development. And it's like, why wouldn't they notice?
Plus right? the demon in the coven would need them not to know, because if you have a son, it's going to turn out bad. You wouldn't have a son. Right. You would do everything in your power not to have a son. So it's like, they would almost need them to not know eventually. Of course.
But, again, right at the end of part 3, or the first 3, it's not really known, right? So.
There you would be like, well, that doesn't make sense.
Exactly. But then they try to explain it away in the 6th one, which is cool, because at least they're taking the previous films into perspective and, and seeing, kind of the faults that you can kind of write in this later on and stuff, even though. When we get to that, I think some of the new footage that they shot from that was supposed to be from, part 3 kind of thing and stuff, they fucked up the room. The girl's room doesn't look the same at all. Again, me bitching about minuscule things, but it doesn't look the same.
I didn't know that was the same place. I thought that was supposed to be the grandma's house.
No, the later stuff is that there's some footage that they show from 1988. Right, the girls were still in the original house there. It's upstairs in the loft bedroom, the 2 beds side by side with the stairs coming up. Lacey alluded to not having a door. It's because it's a loft room. It's not actually a bedroom. There is a couple scenes where they show, and the beds are like, they're not the same. And there's a lot of shit in that room that's not there, which I guess, could have been removed in time and stuff. But whatever. The point is that it doesn't look the same.
Interesting. Okay.
So
that's fair.
I noticed the headboards right away.
I never realized that.
Yeah, I noticed the headboards didn't look the same, and I was like, it's supposed to be in the same room too, because I looked and I was like, here's the stairwell, it's up on the loft, the beds it's the same thing, it's the same room, just looks a little bit different. So.
And there's literally no reason to do that. They could have done that in any fucking room. What do we care as the viewer where they did it?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
No reason. Wow. Well, I'll tell you, this girl, this Christy, this little girl. It's one of the finest performances I've ever seen from a child actor. I put it up there with that little boy, or was it a little girl? We discussed it on this very show.
Bad seed, bro. Bad seed.
That's great too. I agree. But this girl's younger than that even. But what was that other movie? The Call, that Asian movie, the Japanese movie. We talked about it, or no, Phone. It was called Phone. One of the years we did, 86 or 96 or 92. One of the shows we did.
2002 had Phone,
there was a great movie called Phone, and there was a kid actor. I remember remarking about how great they were. Well, I will put this up, and this girl is young.
Oh, what about the Babadook?
She's a little
I heard that kid wasn't annoying.
Talk about the kid from Vivarium.
The Screamer. Yeah.
Oh.
But I think this girl does so good. It's so realistic. I could almost believe she doesn't know she's in a movie and she's really having conversations. With everything, her reactions, the way she talks.
Yeah, she is good.
It's one of the best performances. She's great, and she is goddamn cute as a button. One of the cutest little girls I've ever seen. I love the character of her as a child, as an adult, and everything. And she just is just a great performance and just adorable in this role. And when she's talking about Toby, there's an extra scene again that I didn't talk about before in the chronology. You know when they're sitting down she's there with her stepfather, and they're talking all about Toby, and she says, "Don't touch him or don't call him fat," and you're patting him on his back. That whole scene, they're having the tea party.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, there's an extra scene that they throw in there in the chronology, and it goes more into her relationship with Toby, and she's talking to this guy about it, or her stepdad, and then she goes, "Oh yeah, Toby's just told me a secret," and she's like, "What?" And it's 100% ripped from Witchboard. It's the exact thing to a T, where she says, "Mommy lost her earrings," and and she tells him, "Well, where are they?" Toby knows. Toby says that the earrings are in the drain in the bathroom, and sure enough, they find it, and then he tells her, and then she goes, "Oh well, the mother plays it off." She's like, "Well, Toby didn't obviously know." She goes, "She must have been doing it," and she's using her guilty conscience to say that Toby told her to do it. But it was a cool thing. I don't know why they took it out. But
wow,
so good.
That's really cool, man. That's really neat to hear. I can't believe how much stuff that we're talking about that we didn't see. It's crazy.
It's a shame. Yeah.
Wow, that's really neat. Yeah.
I love the movie. I don't know how high you guys are on it, but it's hard to say. It seems like it's favorable for the most part, but yeah. I think it's the crown jewel of the whole damn franchise. I love it.
Should we rate it?
Yeah. If
I didn't say it, she did.
I mean, yeah, it's good. It's actually a good time because I think that's pretty much. Does anybody have anything else? No. Okay, so
just with the mom flying down the stairs.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was great. The levitation and the neck, and then man, did you like it or did you not like it, Lacy?
I liked it, but I didn't like it. I don't know if that makes sense. It feels. I guess it depends on where and like the mood that you're watching it. I think a lot of these movies feel that way, though. I think it's all about timing and how or why you're watching them, if that makes sense at all. I was totally engrossed in this. When I remember watching it for the first time a few years ago, and I thought it was corny as fuck. However, this watch, like I said, I was home alone, and I was freaking the fuck out, like thinking, because the wind kept hitting my window. So I kept thinking that there was something inside the house with me. I know that sounds stupid and corny, but this is true, and I'm not lying, just to make it up for the show. That really happened. But I don't scare easy. So, and like I said, this lady in this movie reminded me of my mom. So I was in it. I was immersed, So when she's like levitating, I'm like, Mom. Like, I know that sounds ridiculous, but like I related because of that aspect. But when she does come flying down at the very end, like the way that the camera angle is, I don't like the way like it was cut off, and you can't like really see, and you don't really know why it got to that point with her specifically. I feel like she didn't have a chance at all. So I guess it bothered me in that aspect of character development for her. Like, I mean, so, everything comes flying down at the house, and they decide to go to the grandma's house to be safe. And then, like, it's all about Dennis, the dad, and you don't really get to see what happens with her. So maybe if they do, like, the one that's coming out, maybe we'll get more exposition on that. But you don't, I mean, I know I say I don't like things be over-explained, but you don't actually get to see what happened with her. Like, why was she killed? Or was she?
Yeah, she's killed. I think it's because she's not needed anymore.
She brought the girls there.
Yeah, that was the whole point. That was the whole point, because there's exposition in the middle of the film where I think Christy says that, Toby says that we need to go to Grandma's or something like that, right? And then she kind of brushes off like, no, we're not going to Grandma's. And then they eventually end up there.
She went to go visit her mom. She fucking died.
But I think it's also because her mom had conversation with her before too, and she'd made up her mind, like, Julie had made up her mind that she's not having any more kids and stuff, and so she's like, okay, whatever.
So since you're not having a son, you're dead to me.
Pretty much.
Yeah, because she's evil.
She was expendable at that moment, right? We've got the girls, so at this point, this moment, we're gonna try different. We're gonna try different. Yeah, so they're gonna try a different approach now. We'll try a different approach.
Well, now I'm sad.
Right.
Like, she was expendable.
It is sad.
But again, coming down to how actually mean-spirited this movie is, I mean, her mom basically had her killed, essentially. I mean, she allowed it. So.
Well, we don't even know if it was the mom that killed her. I mean, it sounds.
Well, I'm just saying that she could be responsible. It's like,
Well,
telling
she
somebody.
killed Dennis, so I mean, based off of the way she died and based off the way he died, I mean, it's probably her, right?
Yeah, it's one of the two.
Of course.
Toby or her,
What an
whatever it
evil
is.
fucking cunt.
But
That's
the
the
point
idea,
is
right?
that these movies are very mean. Like, if you're a main character and you're likable, you're probably going to die. It seems to happen to everybody. You know, with the exception of the
Well,
dad in
just
part
made
2,
me,
he's a
like,
douche.
sad.
Yeah.
I didn't look at it in that aspect at all. I was just
Well,
like,
that's the way I saw it
my
too.
God.
I was just like, well, she's expendable at this moment, so whatever.
Right.
We got
She
the
just
girls.
wanted her,
Yeah, we've got the
But
girls
check
in the
it out.
coven. Yeah, so we'll do it.
Who's to say that she herself, that's even her real mother? She could be a kidnapped kid, like the same as these other ones are.
Well,
it's a fucking coven.
Yeah, so
Who
that's
knows?
that
Who's
is
to say
completely
that's really her
true.
mother?
That's true.
That is true.
Yeah, you don't know. She could just be a pawn for her. She's just using her for her own, her own gain, and there it is.
Right.
We
right.
see
Be
more
the
of this.
face on the milk carton.
Even though she did obviously raise her all those years and stuff, right? Because she's known as her mom her whole life. So either way, even if she wasn't her actual mother, it's still kind of a
Just like Hunter and Katie.
right.
Yeah. For what she knows, that'd be her mother. The only one that raised her. And this other kid, Robbie, that's not going to be really her kid. That's a
Fucking
kidnapped
Robbie.
kid. We're gonna get to it next, but that's my theory on it. That's just some other kid from the coven. It's not her fucking child.
Okay, so
these are kidnapped and bred.
So let's get into the ratings here. Who is GP?
Lacy.
Lacy's up.
Lacy.
Okay, I'll make it brief. Yeah, like I said, I felt like this one was totally relatable. The mom dynamic. The two sisters. I only have a sister. Well, I have half, but that doesn't matter. But I thought this one was genuinely scary, and not just because of it brought back the jump scares or whatever. I felt like this film was genuinely scary until the very ending. I liked what I think I need to separate. I think Jeremy was actually right that I do need to separate how I felt about the first one and actually look at the whole picture at this point. And for that, I really don't like we went from ghosts to demons to covens. It's a little too much for me for that, but I do like how everything ties together. I do like this film as a scary movie. If there was any film out of the franchise that I would show anybody if they want to see a really scary movie, this would be the one to show them. I feel like the kids, they held no bars with it. I mean, they're dragging a little girl. It wasn't when the baby was drug in the first one, that shit was funny. They didn't do it properly. This one, it did it properly. It was effective. It was scary. This is a 9 out of 10 for me.
Okay.
Wow.
Nice.
Jeremy.
All right. Paranormal Activity 3. There you go. I'm going to have to move my case around. Yeah, I like this one. I thought it was cool. I appreciated them trying to expand the story a little bit differently. That's what is interesting about this one. Everyone, Lucy Liu said, they tried to change it from ghostly to possession to now this one. It's interesting. So I don't like it as much as the second film. I like the second one the best, as I said earlier, but I still feel like the third one is pretty good. So I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10.
I'm not gonna bitch at that.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed this one too. I still think the second one might be my favorite of the three so far, but this one's right there. I mean, I'm not going to allow the whole technical aspects to really impede my decision on where I'm coming in on this one, but I do really, really enjoy this one, even though I struggled with the rating for this because, I do have to factor in certain things and stuff, but I really, really like where the narrative went in this. I think it's actually really damn cool. There's just a lot of memorable scenes in this, man. I do agree with Dave, man. The performance from Christy, the kid version of Christy is really cool. I always wondered, the main actress, what's her name? Katie Featherstone, when she looked at, the actress that they hired to play the young version of her, because she's a little bit chunky and shit. I wonder if she ever looked at him and goes, I wasn't a fat kid. Come on. That's bullshit. It's the whole time I was thinking about that. I think about weird shit when I watch movies like that. I'm like, because technically she was actually in this movie too at the beginning. I don't even think we even talked about the opening scene in this film, but
Yeah, the videotapes.
Yeah, with the videotapes and stuff. So she makes an appearance in this, but overall, man, I think this one's really cool. It has my favorite kill. There's just a lot of really creepy shit going on. I like when the Covenant is actually revealed and like all these faces. I think it's fucking sweet, dude. I think it's kind of mean spirited, and I like that. So I'm also gonna come in at an 8 out of 10. I have the same rating as part 2, but yeah, they're kind of hand in hand for myself. So.
All right, Dave Zee.
Dave.
Me? Okay, well, like I keep saying, they just keep upping their game as far as I'm concerned. Movies, and to me, this is the pinnacle. This is where it gets the best. I love where they go with the story. I think it's great that they end up with the Coven and everything going on between Christy and Toby. It's I don't know. It's everything intrigues me in this movie. I'm just on board from start to finish, and everything they do is just. It's not a perfect movie, but it's for me, it's the crown jewel of the franchise. I can watch it again and again, and it's 9 out of 10.
Woo!
Yeah, right. Love it. Yeah, you and me. 9. Nice.
For me, I really like it. I think that I have honestly zero problems with it at all, other than just the fact that like it doesn't look like it's the 80s, and the VHS quality obviously is like way better. I wonder how that. I'm sure they considered it, right? I'm sure they knew that, and they were like, well, we could either put it in the theater looking like this. Would that, primarily young people go to see these movies maybe? Would that turn them off? I could see that debate happening in the, production. Overall, I mean, I'm okay with it. I would have preferred it the other way, but it's fine. So that's the only slight problem I have. So I'm coming in, man, I really like this movie. I'm going to give it a 9.5 out of 10.
9.5? Wow! Holy shit, dude! Wow!
What did you give part 2?
I gave part 2 an 8.5.
Okay, so you came up. Wow, crazy. Okay, so
awesome.
I can't believe how low.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I mean, I guess I'm not overly surprised that. Well, I'm a little bit surprised JP's ratings are as high as they are, but interesting. Cool. All right, so
I think this is one of the better found footage films ever made, in my opinion.
Yeah, this one is really
done
good.
Really well and effectively. And I think for the era of, people that grew up in it, I think they're going to appreciate it even more so than,
Mm-hmm.
Right. All right, so that is Paranormal Activity 3.
Katie?
This chat's done, and I'm gonna go make a snack.
No,
downstairs.
take me with you. You alright?
There's something going on across the street. That's the new neighbor's house.
What the hell?
It's the new kid from across the street.
His name is Robbie?
Yeah, his mom went in the hospital. So he's just gonna stay with us?
He doesn't have anywhere to go. He has no relatives.
I don't know. I've never met his mom.
Alrighty, so moving along into 2012 with Paranormal Activity Part 4, also directed by Henry Joost and Ariel Schumann. And quick little synopsis here. It's been 5 years since the disappearance of Katie and Hunter, and a suburban family witness strange events in their neighborhood when a woman and a mysterious child move in. Alright, so thoughts on
read the differences?
Paranormal, sure, why not?
All right. The unrated version runs 96 minutes. Rated version runs 87 minutes. The unrated version contains 4 new scenes, meaning it's 9 minutes and 26 seconds longer than the theatrical version. Furthermore, one scene lacks a notification of date and place. So, 4 new scenes. Doesn't look like any days were omitted in this one, so it's just added stuff. Wait, never mind. The events of Night 8 are unrated exclusive. After a few short impressions of the dark house and Alex sleeping, Wyatt strays in his room. When his bed moves, Alex wakes up and Wyatt goes back to bed.
It's not really
Not a ton of
it's pretty much the same.
Like everything else in this.
Well, I wish those kids died because they were fucking annoying. I wanted to punch them in the face.
The boyfriend, yeah.
Dude, you guys are funny because like I actually really like this one as well.
Oh.
Wow.
But everybody's so negative on it. What is that?
nothing happens. Nothing advances. I mean, if you look back on it, you could almost leave this movie out of the entire equation, except for maybe the last act when you get the reveal of what's what and the fact that this happens here. Everything else that happens, it doesn't advance the storyline, and furthermore, nothing is advanced technologically either. Like 1, 2, 3, they kept upping the stakes. This one, they do nothing new. Matter of fact, they regress. They do fucking less. It almost goes back to part 1.
Well, you know me. The one thing that pisses me off the most is bad acting. I can't stand bad acting. And once something has bad acting, that shit takes me out of it. And I was already out of it right from the beginning, so I didn't really care too much. The fucking kids.
I never noticed it.
I thought the acting was
okay,
great.
though. I'm glad I don't.
I actually thought the little kids were the best part of the film.
Yeah, they annoyed the fuck out of me.
Like little Robbie with the sandals and socks. Like, I mean, he's a creepy little fuck. And when he's in the castle, he was like, when they're going up there to go make out or whatever, he's like, there's a boy in your castle. Like,
it is.
I don't know. I mean, the movie itself, like as a whole, really does fucking suck, but there were fun little moments in it sprinkled out. It does have another Dragula by Rob Zombie in it.
I love that.
Dancing action
with the Connect. I thought the Connect
yeah.
stuff was cool too, man. I thought that was a neat little.
It's dated.
Dated?
Yeah, but it's cool to see him in it. It's cool to see Toby's presence in those dots. That and Katie's fucking thing at the end. And Katie's rampage at the end are the highlights of the film. Other than that, most of it.
I also loved the scene where the wife is cooking and she has the knife. And then it disappears. You see it fly across the screen, and you're like, "What the hell?" And you're just the anticipation was killing me, especially when she starts putting her hands in front of the board and stuff like that. I honestly was like, could not handle the anticipation of what was going to fucking happen with that knife, and then it waits and it waits and it waits, and then the fucking knife payoff at the later in the film.
It happens
that knife was floating in the fucking air for days.
It happens like 2 acts later. It's so bizarre. Like that's got to be the longest anticipated fucking moment in history.
You start to forget about it,
right?
Because I was waiting for it for scene after scene after scene every time they're in the kitchen, and then I completely forgot about it, and it falls. And I thought that was such a fun little cool, plot device where you're waiting for this fucking knife. Like it kept me interested. But yeah, dude, I don't know. I thought this one was super solid as well. I hear that most of the world doesn't like it though.
I don't know. The movie has some creepy moments and stuff. I mean, Robbie's okay and stuff, but I mean, there's one major problem with this movie is just the simple fact that the reveal, with Wyatt and of course Hunter being the same person. So my question is, obviously, when you figure that out, you're like, well, who the fuck is Robbie then, right?
Right.
It's the first thing. It's the first thing you think of. You're like, okay, so if Wyatt is, because they mentioned in the film and exposition that Wyatt was adopted right there, and it kind of gets you thinking. That was the moment in the film I was like, what? Oh, and then there's also a point where Wyatt Hunter says, which at this point you also think that he's a little bit possessed or whatever. He's like, I'm Hunter. I'm like, okay, I'm putting this shit together right away there. But then it got me questioning. I was like, well, who the fuck is Robbie? Right? Who the fuck?
Maybe just another marked one. I don't know.
Yeah.
Really.
See that the question is really trippy.
He would have to be.
Well, but why? But okay, so Katie has Robbie across the street. So all I can think of is, Katie has this kid to basically, lure in, Hunter, Wyatt kind of thing, right? He's there he's basically, that's his job. He's doing his job. He's there to kind of lure it in and, get the whole thing kind of, get the whole thing in motion kind of thing, right? So that's why he's there. But then I started questioning the whole aspect of, Katie abducted Hunter.
Exactly.
Where the fuck in the timeline did this family end up? What did she bring him to the adoption agency?
Yeah, it's unexplained.
Dude, it's a major plot hole because
Dave?
It's a major fucking plot hole because she obviously
Dave said he can explain it.
Okay, so and I'm just going, where the fuck? How did this family get a hold of? Or she would have had to brought the kid to like an adoption stage. Obviously, the adoption is the adoption, but the fact of the matter, Katie doesn't have Hunter anymore, is just blowing my mind. I'm like, this is so fucking bizarre, man. Right? If you can explain that, how that whole thing came about, then I'm cool. But that is a major fucking. I'm talking Grand Canyon plot hole. Right here.
Okay.
I don't think it's that big. I mean, she lost him at some point.
But no, but she would. What do you mean she lost him? He ended up being adopted.
A lot of years have passed.
Whereabouts
5.
are unknown. The last time you see her, she's fucking carrying him like
Right,
awkwardly.
yeah. But you can't lose someone in 4 years when you're on the run.
Are you fucking kidding me? She has like super demonic powers. She can do.
Exactly my
people
point.
fucking fly across. No.
The last time we seen Katie, she was possessed.
Do whatever they want by that standard.
Right, but I mean, the last time we seen her, she had full possession.
Like, ditch him just to get him back.
I don't know, but they never explained it.
Yeah.
That's the problem that we have with it.
Yeah, you're
That
fucking
doesn't bother
dumbass.
me.
All right, Dave, settle this.
Exactly.
Well, hold on.
Lose him to get him back.
This is just theory, okay? This isn't a fucking any. This is just a theory about it. That because of his age, when he's taken, he's kind of useless to the coven. Katie is going to do other things now in this coven. She's going to have other responsibilities, and they're going to try to get other candidates for possession or do whatever they have to do to make their grand plan to get, one of the princes of hell to come here. So basically, she's getting involved in other aspects of the cult. So she's just having this kid placed somewhere else, most likely by this cult that has his fingers and everything, until they get to the age when they're able to do things with them. When they're a baby, they're 1 year old, there's really not much they're going to do. They don't start working with them till they're like in the, 6 to 8 year old range, and then they can start doing shit. So the way I see it, she basically, gives him up, but they know where he's going. They keep tabs. They all got their fingers in it. So she's going off and doing other things and taking a bigger, different role in this cult. And then when it comes time that they're going to be at a certain age and they got things done that they wanted to get done, then okay, let's go back and get them because now we're going to start doing what our plan is.
I completely understand where you're coming from, but at the same time, they show us, them basically shaping, the girls at a young age. I just don't understand that if the Covenant has this much power and stuff, they could probably just raise that kid until he was of age, till he was needed and stuff. But I mean, of course, where we know the narrative goes, Hunter is like he's a very, very important part of, his involvement with the whole Toby character and stuff like that. So where it goes, when you get to part 6 and you think back on this, it literally, no matter how you try to explain it away, they should have never let that kid get away out of their sight and try to get him back. It doesn't really make a lot of sense considering he is literally half of what they need to succeed in what they're trying to do. It's like, it makes it even stupider when it gets to the end, and then with the other girl and stuff, born on 666 and blah blah blah. We know the narrative, but it just fuck, man. I mean, I get what you're saying completely, 100%, but I cannot fathom that you would give it up.
Why not? They're keeping tabs. Go ahead, Lacy.
But they don't have to, though. That's my point. They just don't have to do that, though.
But there's nothing else to do.
I think at this point, guys, they kind of knew that they were, going to have all these other films that tie into it at this point, I think they're kind of getting more creative with their thought process of how they're setting up the other films, the other sequels to follow, right? So obviously, knowing what we know now, at this point, it's really fucking dumb and really confusing. However, knowing now that it was announced that the blonde bitch in this one is supposed to come back, obviously I think that maybe her purpose is unknown at this time, but I think that's going to come full circle with whatever the next film is coming out.
It's possible.
So
I mean, it's possible.
I think they had a grand scheme of things planned, but at this point, as we're watching it, and this is all that we have to go off of, it's really fucking stupid and hard, and all we can do is speculate.
Yeah, and that's how we have to perceive the film in review too, because up to this point, it's like it is a huge plot hole, right? At this point in time, it is a major 100%. Fucking plot hole. You're just like, what?
It's not major to me.
I don't think it's a major.
I agree that it is a plot hole, and I agree that it's something that I don't have an explanation for, but I also don't think that it's impossible for there to be an explanation. Usually with a plot hole, there's no explanation. You know what I mean? There's
But
no
honestly,
way-
dude, any plot hole can have an
There's no
explanation
purpose for this movie.
if you're creative
Otherwise,
enough.
There's no purpose for this movie. They're trying to get Hunter back. Like, but where, like, why does it not explain, like, how or why she lost him to begin with? That makes no goddamn sense.
I think it does make sense because of this. If you're going to kidnap a kid and you're going to be wanted, and the kid's
She didn't
identity.
kidnap him, though.
She did kidnap him. What the fuck are you talking
Well,
about?
it's definitely kidnapping.
She is not a person anymore in my head.
Police.
Well, but the demon, whoever the entity.
She's possessed. She's taken possession of the child because obviously they need him for a reason. I think if
But she
you
does
know,
say in
if,
the movie, we have to wait until you're ready.
Right. It's a
but they're not just gonna give him to some fucking what is this,
It's
like
not
a
just
fucking
anybody.
foster family?
No. Well, they do adopt him out, and they do plan to retrieve him.
But why tell the story? But why tell the story the way it's told? Though, why confuse the audience thinking that Robbie is the grown up Hunter?
It's a cheap.
Well, I think also
cinematic.
because there's a huge gap of time.
Right. It's just
they have time to they have time to fix and decide how that story goes too.
Mhm.
But just for this one, he's with his family and that's the story. You know what I mean? So I think they leave the door open to explain that because such a huge gap of time has went by. But I do agree with you. It's unexplained. I don't really have a reason for it. The only thing that I will say is I feel like it has something to do with that bathtub scene, because that bathtub scene,
Goes under.
when he goes under and comes back and he's like a completely different person. You
Right,
know what I
right.
mean? So I don't
Just like
know
Christine,
I don't know for sure if that 100% is Hunter or it becomes Hunter. You know what I mean? I don't know.
No, I think no. I actually looked it up after I watched the movie. I sat on it for a couple minutes and I was like, you know what? I want to see if I can find the director talking about this, and it's 100%. It was always intended. Why it is fucking Hunter, like right from the start. He was just abducted, but they don't explain. I looked for it in the interview, and they don't explain how this family got a hold of this kid, and they obviously changed the name.
How he got
right, because he also has a different name too. And you got to remember when Hunter was abducted, he was a year old, right? So he had a name, and most people, and I know how adopting works and shit. Like, you generally don't change the first fucking name unless they're like an infant. They don't have a name or whatever. But he's a year old at this point, so there's you got to question that a little bit too, right? So.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
just leave him at a firehouse.
It was always intended, so it's strange to me.
I'm looking at it from a big picture, the same thing they did in this movie.
Mhm.
And believe me, I'm not defending this movie. I'm just saying that my theory here, it's not
Mhm.
even my theory. It's something I read on message boards
Right.
on Paranormal Activity. But it's like I can accept it because it's just like what they do with Ghost Dimension, with making Katie the realtor and then preparing the old house that burned down for this. This is a big cult. They have their hands in big money and all kinds of things, and I can buy things like that. I can accept that. So I look at it.
Okay, I just pulled up an interview from the director, and he said that it's unexplained because it is the subject of another movie.
So basically, then what?
Well,
yeah.
yeah, that's what I said. He said it was unexplained, so I'm like, yeah, right. But I mean, that remains to be seen, anyways. But who
we
knows?
know it's unexplained.
Right.
We're trying to explain it, but
And he also says that.
But I think by him
Robbie,
saying it's unexplained,
because you
he
asked
doesn't
who
have an
Robbie is.
explanation for it.
Right. Well, now, not in this movie, it doesn't have an explanation. You're right. They don't give us anything to where we could concretely say. So I agree.
Because I honestly think at the time of that interview, he didn't have one. Like, there was just he knows that it's a MacGuffin. It's a plot hole. It is what it is, right? And people are going to recognize.
Think that they thought about it, or else they wouldn't have jumped ahead 5 years or whatever. You know what I mean?
No, I do believe that at this point, that you've gotten we've gotten from point A to B to C to, now this. I think there is, because even at the end of Ghost Dimension, it's still like, what's going to happen? Like, I mean, that's not like at the end of all these movies, nothing ever felt finished. And so
Right.
I believe, so that's where my question came in to begin with is, was there always this bigger picture that they had in
I don't
mind
think
to begin
always,
with?
but I think around
no, I
like
think
3, they start
3,
really thinking
4,
about long
yes.
term.
And I think
I agree.
here specifically, I mean, but it's very frustrating.
Right. So
know, a
another thing
viewer
that he does mention
to
in that
wait
interview,
so long to get all the tidbits.
what he mentions in the interview when he asks like,
It's
when you
unexplained
ask
about
who Robbie is.
Alex's resolution too. We don't know if she dies or not, right?
So he says that Robbie is a messenger for the Coven. He has a direct relationship with Toby.
That's
So
what I said.
when it's time to get another marked one, Robbie can arrange the introduction between the child and Toby. So he's kind of like a pawn in a way.
Yeah, no,
Right, he's
that's
just
what
another
I
kid
said.
in the cult.
He's his job. That's his job, is to basically set it up. Right.
But to me, it makes sense for her. You're going to be wanted for kidnapping. You're going to be the family's dead. The parents
Of
are
course,
dead. The
yeah.
one girl survived.
wife,
This
the
kid is
husband's
missing.
dead.
Okay, so they're dead. So you take this kid. Okay.
So if you have to
you're-
wait
you're-
till he comes to a certain age, it kind of makes sense to put him
Of
with
course.
someone else.
Put it someone else's hands, so it's you're not going to get caught. Let's get him over here. We have some people that work for us. They're the heads of the adoption agency. We can keep tabs on where this kid goes, make sure he stays in California. We'll follow him forever. When he gets to the age that he can work with Toby, we will then go back and retrieve him, and then we can begin our training.
Yeah, I mean,
to me,
that-
that makes sense.
Stupid to be,
But that
though.
explanation
Like,
makes
it
sense.
doesn't
It's
to me.
just it's just not there, right? I mean, that's obviously the logical conclusion for sure. If the fact of the matter is they don't use the kids until they're of age. See, that's the key point there. If that is what it is, then them letting go of the kid until he's old enough to go and retrieve him makes complete sense. But if the starting point is the valid point here of them not using it until whatever. So I mean, but it's all speculation, right? We could say anything at this point, really, but
Guys,
Look how
like
Layla
the
is,
basis
and look how
of
Chris
the
was.
basis of the second one was to get Hunter. Now, what is the point in like why not just wait until he's of age? That's why it's stupid.
It's a fair point.
It is a fair point. You're right, but they're just trying to write things in to keep
I know
going.
I know, and
And if I
it is
could get an
cool how it all
excuse-
ties in, and I'm excited to
Right.
see it. But at this point in stature of the movie, it's fucking stupid. That's it.
That's not the part that bothers me. I guess that's what my get up here is. I the things that bother me aren't so much the plot. This aspect of the plot. It's just that not enough is advanced, and it's just slow, and they don't advance anything technologically.
yeah,
That's
they
my
don't.
issue
Yeah,
with
they
it.
don't really do a
Even-
lot. This one definitely lacks in the progression of the narrative for sure. And the other problem with this movie too is that it kind of cheapens itself too by leaving the ending super ambiguous with Alex's character too, because now like when you think about things, if you're the whole thing with Hunter and stuff like that, if they're going to explain this down the road and stuff, what happens with the Alex character? Because they seem to be incorporating these characters later on and stuff. Like, does she die? Like, do they do anything with her? Like, I don't know.
I mean, we all we have with that is the boyfriend saying that they may need a virgin sacrifice.
Right,
type thing.
right.
So,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
They said what paternal? What was the fucking word? Paternal.
Paternal. Yeah.
I just thought it was or paternal or something. I don't know. It was a weird way to say it. Whatever it was, because
Right,
I remember
but-
I had to ask Dan. I was
so-
like, "What the fuck does that mean?" It's like a virgin baby. I was like, "Oh, okay."
So we either assume
fuck's
that
a
she
virgin baby?
is
How's that
killed
possible?
with the for the sacrifice, or not. So
Right.
Well, he's
It's
a missing person too, by the way. Remember when they're looking it up on the computer and there's what do you call it? There's a flyer. The fucking Hunter is missing person.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's described as a missing person. It doesn't say last seen with his aunt at this place. It just says Hunter, missing person. So I don't know. It's just something the food for thought that he is a missing person.
the scene where the car turns on in the fucking garage, dude.
Mhm.
I was like, and she has to crash it through the garage door. I always think about like remember we were talking about like show 'em the footage thing. I was like, I would be so fucking happy I had footage for that, because that is something my pap would never fucking believe.
You know what I noticed about that
my
scene?
My ass would be whooped, dude.
You know what I noticed about that scene that was kind of funny? Because when she gets in the car, obviously her idea was to crash through the door to get, to get out of that situation. But if you notice right away, when she gets in, the car actually moves forward like a foot and then goes backwards. I was like, of course a woman would fucking do that. Put it in the wrong gear.
I think it was because
but it doesn't. It actually goes forward. If you put your shit into reverse, it's not going forward like that, man.
It would have been
if it was trying to harm her, why would it not just like back up into her and run her the fuck over?
She wasn't behind the car.
She was when she's trying to open the garage.
Oh, I don't know.
Like,
why don't they just kill anybody at any time?
Well, but I'm just saying, like, it's stupid to. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the problem is with saying.
There's so many
but
issues.
That's with any paranormal movie.
Well, all these movies.
No, this one specifically has the most problems out of all of them. But this one has the most problems.
Why don't they just kill Katie right at the beginning instead of fucking with her for 3 nights?
Because they need her as a vessel.
Okay, but why don't they just kill Mika then?
Well,
why don't they do anything?
Okay,
you could ask that for any
paranormal movie. Obviously, in this one, it goes.
Well, the explanation for that is that they need to feed off the fear.
And this one is they have to do a ritual. There's a 3-step ritual.
They gotta keep it fresh, yo. They gotta keep it fresh.
It wouldn't need her to die because they need her virgin blood.
Well, apparently she's part of a bigger story.
Yeah.
But
it's lazy writing. This movie is fucking lazy writing compared to the first 3, and that's all there is to it. And the thing with Hunter was just thrown in as a talking point. Oh, what a swerve. That was really Hunter. Wow, cool. And now let's do something at the very end. Instead of having like a dozen witches, let's have fucking 200 there. Oh, and a movie.
And they all look the same.
I think the point is that they're showing you how big and serious this thing really is. I understood the point of that. It's like, it's growing because in the last one that we saw, we got to see a few. In this one, it's like huge. It's like we're getting to see the bigger picture just in, But
by this one and the next one, I get the sense that this is not only a story. It's not just about getting rich or like, a coven. I feel like this is coming to like a post-apocalyptic, like demons rising from the wherever.
Yeah, the witches are the disciples. They are the fucking soldiers that are resurrecting. Basically, in a sense, Toby's like he's the god of evil. He's the devil. He's what he is, whatever you want to call him. Right.
And the concept of the marked ones makes it sound like this shit's about to even get crazier. You know what I mean? Because then you find out it's not just Hunter. There's shit ton of them. You know what I mean? This is happening all over the place. A lot of people are being marked ones. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So.
It's like the witches.
What's that?
So it's like the witches.
It's like, think of Rosemary's Baby, right? It's the
I've never
it's the coven. It. Okay, well, they're
Are you about to spoil?
Have you never seen Rosemary's
Baby? No, I mean,
Baby?
It's not really a spoiler. It's about Rosemary's Baby. You know what it's about, right?
About a baby.
It's a satanic.
Isn't it like the devil's baby or something?
Right, exactly. So the concept is to take over eventually. You know what I mean? For Satan to rise and take over. And that's kind of feels
like the Omen, but
well, that's exactly where this is going, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
this is going Hereditary. That's what it is. Again, it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm. And it also knocks off Poltergeist in this one, and The Shining all at the same time.
Whoa, The Shining! How did I miss The Shining thing? Let's hear it.
What do you mean? The kid is riding around
in
a little fucking
big wheel.
He does.
Oh yeah.
It's funny that I just mentioned the big wheel, taking my big wheel to the movie store.
See, I like all these scenes. Like Dave says, they don't go bigger necessarily, but there's still all these creative, cool little things, like the knife drop and the big wheel, the chair falling right in front of him, and then I like all that stuff. That's scary.
If you guys were a kid, would you find it cool or would you have been scared?
If what?
Depends.
The chair fell in front of me and the big wheel, I'd be fucking scared.
But he thinks it's cool.
Because his friend is telling him it's cool, and then there's a Toby.
I never seen a trailer.
He's like, that's Toby, yo.
I never seen a trailer for this, but I can just imagine them putting in that the scene where Alex gets lifted up in her bed, Was that like in a trailer?
Right.
Did they market it with that?
I think it was on the cover. for
Actually,
some
I
of these.
believe it. Yeah, it was on the
I
cover,
could. When I was
Yeah.
watching the film, I was like, I would put money on it that this scene right here is how they marketed the film. Was exactly this, and I was pretty much
Honestly,
right,
that
wasn't I?
looked really fucking cool too, because I was like, how are they doing that?
It
Is
looked
this CG?
uncomfortable
because her body actually like folded as if it really would, if you were being lifted by that center part of your back.
Well, it's actually really easy to do, man. What they do is they harnessed her, right, and they lift her up through a
Just from the
harness,
center.
and then they just take out the harness visually on screen. Right.
Right. That's
But
what I
she's
was thinking
she's
it
just
was
harnessed it
about.
up. So if you have a torso harness, your legs and your appendages, your arms and your legs are just going to hang down naturally, right? Just let yourself
but
limp.
To get that level of like
Yeah.
hanging of certain parts, you almost have to put the harness like right in the center, like on your stomach, and only have it there.
It's probably not
which
comfortable
probably
even
sucks.
for her to do that stunt.
Yeah.
It's probably not comfortable. No. But
No,
it looked cool. It looked cool though. I liked it. Like levitation.
For me when that happened, honestly.
Really?
Anything to do with
Yeah.
beds and levitation and sheets moving and people getting pulled out of their beds is always cool to me. I always like that because it's freaky to me, man. So
Jeremy, what did you think?
I liked it a little bit. Not really. I mean, this is probably my least favorite one. to be
okay,
honest.
which is it? Did you like it or you hate it?
No, I didn't like it very much.
Not really.
I don't know. I just feel like all the stuff with like the 3D shit is fucking. I mean, not the 3D shit. The Kinect stuff. It just
Yeah,
comes
like the
off
Kinect
cheesy.
thing.
No, it comes up
It
cheesy.
was cool. It makes sense, right? At the time, the Kinect was a really popular thing. Of course, you hated it because you're fucking Sony. What were you doing? The Move or something? What was that called? That thing was trash. But the Kinect, like, it was a very popular thing at the time, and it has a camera. It's another way to film what's going on in the house by having this Kinect, and I thought that was really neat.
I just didn't care for the characters in this one like I did the other ones. Like,
Did you not like the boyfriend character? I thought he was pretty funny.
He's okay. Ben, he was okay.
a little bit.
Yeah,
I just didn't really care. Like,
I couldn't
didn't really
stand the
care what
night vision
happened to
camera. Oh, it just took it was.
Oh, that was atrocious.
There was a couple scenes where it was
Kinect?
kind of cool where you would see you'd see Toby kind of moving around in the room and stuff. You could see it.
That's the Kinect.
that's the Kinect. That's what we're talking.
You didn't like the Kinect.
No, dude, no. I didn't realize that's what it was called.
Overplayed. It was an overplayed hand.
I agree
liked
with
it
that.
for a minute.
I think that it was a little overdone. But
Yeah,
yeah,
me
like,
too.
You don't need to see him.
I didn't realize it was called the
'Cause
Kinect.
If you see him too much, then it kind of takes away the punch.
Right, and that's what I was having problems with.
Xbox thing.
I was having issues with that, man. Like, I felt like it was overdone for sure. And plus, it was just, again, the way these things are edited, they're edited in sequence. It's like, okay, we're going to show time date. We're going to show this scene, and then it would go to that. It would just, my eyes were, I guess it's because I'm watching this shit on like a 75-inch fucking TV now. Like, really fucking big. And I'm just like, oh, dude, it's killing me, man. But I don't know. I don't care for it. Except for the odd scene of the sheet
I
moving
liked
out. It
when
was
that
kind of cool. But
chandelier fell too, man. That was a fucking big ass glassy chandelier.
right.
It just
Yeah,
like
scary.
exploded when it hit the ground. I was like, holy shit.
JP, you're easily impressed.
Yeah, he
I
likes
wish I
beneath-
was.
He
That's
likes
a good
beneath the
thing. Shit.
Mississippi. What do you expect?
I wish I was easily impressed. That's a great gift. Fuck.
Yeah.
Always be happy.
You didn't like when the chandelier fell? Come on.
But again, by the fourth movie, we've seen 100 things fall from the roof and ceiling, and it's like, damn, dude.
You haven't seen a fucking chandelier explode on the
At
ground.
this point, like, obviously, like, I kind of binge watched them this week, and by the fourth one, like, I was so, like, in the third one. This one, it just, there was something missing.
But when you watch the Friday the 13th films, like, are you like, oh, there goes another kill, part 8, still killing people? Like, no, like that. I know what I'm getting.
No, because
out of
I'm
these.
genuinely
I'm getting
curious of
spooky
who's
ghost
gonna
stuff
die.
of
I'm not.
doors closing and
It's
shit.
not
like,
ghost shit though, because they're very adamant they're not ghosts. But however, the sixth fucking film is called Ghost Dimension.
whatever
So,
the fuck, it's all the same to me. Ghost, demonic, fucking
Like-
supernatural.
Okay, but so many things have fallen at this
Right.
point in time.
I like when things fall. That's what I like about the type of movies. Just like when I watch slashers, I'm not gonna bitch because I've seen a slasher killer before. It is what it is. That's what you expect. Now your complaints about like the plot and stuff, very valid. But when it comes to actually like this type of
But
stuff,
it's
it's not exactly the same. They're doing it in different ways still. You know what I mean? It's similar things, but
How are they doing it different in this film?
because
that
a
they
door
didn't do in
closing
the
versus a
previous-
chandelier falling 2 foot in front of your feet is different.
Yeah,
A knife
but
floating
the
in
fucking
air
all the cabinets opened up and closed is the same fucking shit.
Right. They don't advance like the other three that kept getting better.
Okay,
You know what this movie is? You know what this movie is?
What happens in marked ones? That's what I
He
want
just
to
wants
happen.
another Paranormal Activity.
You know what
movie
this?
starting to get to that part.
You know what this movie is to me, man, and it's completely. This is how I feel about this movie. You know, it's like you're making an album in a studio, and you got like 12 tracks, and your producer, whatever the record company wants that 13th song, and you're like, hey, we're just gonna make a fucking filler song. Because maybe the contract was we need a 50-minute album, we need 13 tracks, whatever the fuck it is. Hence why a lot of albums do have filler tracks. That's actually a real thing. And I feel like this is the filler movie in the franchise. Like we need another movie to kind of, give a little bit of ideas here. We're not going to get too crazy with it. This is what we're going to give you. We're going to fuck with your head a little bit on who the hell's who in this, and then we get part 4. It feels like a filler movie.
I don't disagree with you.
Right?
I'm not saying this is the best or second best or even third or fourth best in the series.
No, I don't think this movie's even that bad.
I agree with what you got, that you guys think that this is a weaker entry.
It's a filler movie. Yeah.
I agree with that too. I do think that it's like a transition. It's a filler fucking episode.
Yeah,
it
but
really
then
is.
they go.
It's just
Totally is a filler. It's what I thought
Weird.
exactly when I was watching this. I was like, by the time I was finished, I was like, I just watched a filler episode in a franchise. That's crazy. I'm a little bit shocked that everyone's pretty much on the same page. Like it's not. I don't think it's horrible.
In everything
I don't think it's horrible.
Been in that I've seen.
Yeah, I think the lead is really likable.
Yeah,
you know
she's the
what?
only
I will
good
tell you this
actor
too.
in the
I
whole
took.
She was in Freaky.
Yeah.
I watched the first 3 and took like a 3-day break, and then watched this one, the marked ones, and Ghost Dimension all last night.
Mm-hmm.
So this was my first one back, so it was a little bit.
I watched like
a
couple of night kind of thing, but like I said, I broke it up with other shit though too.
I wanted to do that, but I fucked up.
I wanted to get my mind off it, because like sometimes when I watch too much found footage, I wanted to like approach them properly. Like I wanted to go into it wanting to watch it, and sometimes when you watch these type of films, you get to a point you're like, oh my god, dude, like. Now I'm just hating on it because I've watched too much and I kind of ruined it for myself. I didn't want to take that approach, so.
Right.
Yeah.
So, do you guys want to rate it?
Sure. Who's up? Who is?
Me.
Is it you? No, you were first last
Yep.
time. Okay.
No.
No, it goes Dave, me, Lacy, Jeremy. Yeah, so Jeremy.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Even when I'm half fucking brain dead, I still remember. Anyway, Paranormal Activity 4. Try to remember this one. I tried hard. I don't fucking remember anything about it besides the kids annoyed the living shit out of me. That's the main thing that I've noticed. And I've noticed that I didn't really care too much for the story in this one as much as the first 3. So I think it's a little bit below average, to be honest. So I'm at a 4.5 out of 10 on Paranormal Activity 4.
All right.
Shit, 4.5. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this one again, it comes down to it being. It doesn't really do a lot to advance the narrative. And after watching the first 3 films, it's like you get pretty excited to see more advancement in this franchise narrative wise, and I think this one kind of. It does a tiny bit, but at the same time, it just kind of stands still. That's very unfortunate. Again, being a filler, entry into the franchise is kind of disappointing up to this point. But I don't think the movie as a whole is that bad. I just think it kind of reprocesses a lot of things that we've seen in the past and stuff. It was getting kind of old at this moment. I didn't like that whole connect thing, whatever the fuck. I thought it was kind of overdone and shit. And I generally don't like to harp on acting in these low budget films and stuff, but I thought Robbie was atrocious in this movie. Very wooden, man. Like he was coming off, and I was kind of hoping after the reveal, just because Robbie's acting was so bad, I was hoping that he was going to be some type of entity himself and he was just sucked at being a human. But it turns out he's actually fucking human. I was like, oh man, it made it even worse. You know what I'm saying? They could have saved Grace, man, but they didn't. And again, I think this movie's okay. I'm actually going to come in at a 6 out of 10 on it. I think it's okay, but it's not great. So, Dave.
Okay. You don't like that? You don't like when Robbie says he doesn't like you watching.
Wait, I think it's Lacy next.
Oh yeah, who's after me?
Dave.
Yeah, it is Dave.
He's the fanboy. He goes first.
Oh, was Moods last?
Yeah.
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 Oh, okay.
And then Dave.
I thought Lacy was.
Fuck me up there, man. Come on.
My bad.
So, like, Robbie, you think he's that bad? Like, when he says that, when he's like, he doesn't like you watching us. Or then the other part, when she's saying something to him, and he goes, I know you're pretending, he tells her. You know what I'm talking about?
To be honest, yes, I do know what you're saying.
Yeah, he could.
To be honest,
the
there,
line is,
I feel like there's parts in the film he's better than others. Like, I feel like he's just having on and off things. Like, definitely. It's delivery issues, though.
Okay.
Yeah, the line is, he doesn't like you. Who? You'll see.
Yeah, see, yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, the reaction is, what do you mean I'll see? What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah,
right?
But then it's Katie that fucking kills him. It's not a dude. Like, so, but
yeah.
So many issues. Never mind. Go on.
Yeah.
Do they just leave their house open all the time? Because Katie's always inside that house. Like, at the end, like, how the fuck does she keep getting in the damn house? Fuck. I don't know.
Right? She's got those powers.
I don't know. They don't have a fucking garage door anymore.
Right.
You're right. Anybody can walk right in. So, I feel the same I felt when I saw this. I'll never forget when I saw this at the theater, how excited I was after the first 3. And I literally, the movie ended, and, like, nobody in the theater made a peep. I think I even heard a couple people groan, like, and then I remember just, like, sitting there for, like, a minute, and how bad I felt and how disappointed I was. And for a little bit, I came up a little more because it does do something for the story, but I'm trending downward again on this last view. It's like, I can just sum it up saying that it does advance the story a little bit, but it takes too long in its approach, and it just, I'll say it again, it doesn't do anything new or fresh like the others did. It just does not. The good thing about it is Katie's little rampage at the end. It's nice to see Katie straight up badass coming in as the heel and just fucking shit up for 10 minutes.
She does.
Like that. That's the saving grace. I like that, and I like that we get to meet Ship Shuba, of course. This is, I like that guy, whoever that is. You know what I'm talking about? Ship Shuba, that fucking little stuffed animal that Robbie is.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I love that. He goes, I got this guy here. I got Ship Shuba, he says. I love that. I don't know why. I just think it's funny. And that's it. Ultimately, the ending isn't bad. It's just overplayed. It way too many witches on the front lawn. It was like, fucking, where are they gonna park? No one's gonna see it. It was just too much. So I don't hate it, but it's a 5.5 for me.
Yeah, I mean, I really dig the 5.5. Jesus. From the guy that loves the franchise. I didn't expect. Moods, you came in higher than Dave, did you not?
Yes.
Yeah, I was actually just trying to still process that.
Did not expect that at all.
No, that actually kind of shocked me because he wasn't talking too ill about it. It's crazy.
No, dude, I actually really enjoyed this one the whole way through. I got to be honest, I didn't really think about the idea that, like, why would they be with the family deeply. I really didn't. I just took it as, like, something happened in 5 years. I don't really know what it was, but okay, I'll roll with it. So
Typical
when you guys
JP
brought
logic.
that up, how's that? I mean,
because you always think like that when we watch these kind of movies. You always go,
yeah, and then you always throw darts at me saying, "Well, you're overthinking that shit." I'm like, no, it's totally logical to think of how the fuck she lost the kid and how this family ended up with this adopted child. Like, there's obvious. Like, I'm just curious.
I agreed with you guys, though. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I didn't really think deeply into it. I just, like, to me, I was just like, oh, something must have happened in the last 5 years. You know what I mean? I didn't really think anything else about it. And then
I can fix it for you. JP, check it out. I can fix it for you. I can fix 2 movies with one explanation. Tokyo Drift, or whatever the fuck it's called. The Tokyo movie.
Tokyo Drift? I think that's a Fast and the Furious movie.
It's not the best.
Yes, it is.
It's one of the worst.
It's the best.
The Tokyo Nights?
It sucks. Anyway,
is
whatever. Tokyo Night. Whatever. The
spoiler
fuck.
alert.
fucking
It is.
awesome.
It is goddamn. It's coma inducing. That's my new. That's my new
It
phrase.
is. I agree with
It
you.
is
But
so
once
You guys
boring.
talking about Tokyo Drift or Tokyo Night now?
Tokyo Night.
Whatever it's called.
It's
Guys, we're almost out of 4. Come on.
I'm fixing it for you. I'm gonna fix 2 movies. Here's what happened. You know how they say that there was an accident and the Japanese girl, was in the United
She
States
got
and she
hit in
hit
Tokyo
fucking
Night.
She got hit in fucking that movie. So this is how
Then
it
we
becomes
find the abandoned kid,
canon.
yeah.
So right, so she didn't really die because she's kind of possessed and she's kind of in the cult. Maybe the cult rushed her into the hospital and they got ties there. They saved her, and that's why for this kid, because now
Makes sense to me.
There you go. I just fixed 2 movies.
Roll with that.
Nah, it's a totally different fucking time.
let
It's
me-
it's just
Let me
offshoot,
put it
man.
this too. One of the reasons I didn't think deep about it either is because I'm only on part 4, right? So
Yeah.
how I know they might explain it in the next one. So I'm not thinking too deep about it.
Well, I can't
now
I can't help myself just noticing that. I got to think about it at the time.
And I didn't notice it. I just, again, I just was like, we'll see what happens. But then I kind of forgot about it.
Mhm.
But yeah, the knife thing and the fucking stuff. And I like the lead in this. Probably honestly, only left to go, and she doesn't like it. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
Wow.
Jesus.
Crazy. All right, who's after?
It's me. Okay, so for this film, there are so many plot holes in it, and I know obviously, like, it's the picture of a bigger story, like, we know that, we get it, right? But I have to judge it based only alone on the fact of where we're at right now. So I can't be thinking, like, oh, they could do this later. I can't leave myself to assumptions. Like, one, the plot point of, Hunter, I don't believe that as, precious as he was. I mean, he's like the fucking Gollum, Lord of the Rings thing or whatever. Let's just put it that way. Like, I mean, he's that big of a deal in the last couple movies that I just don't buy it. At this point in the movie, that he would just be out of her sight. I don't believe that Robbie they would just take in some random kid from some random neighbor to stay with them just because, like, do they not have other family? Like, I don't
Your
understand.
parents wouldn't do that?
No, fuck no.
Mine would. I would take it. Oh man.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if they were friends or, like, if you
They
knew
were
anything about them. No, they weren't friends. He was, like, hiding out in her thing. She's like, it's that weirdo kid from across the street. He didn't become
Yeah,
friends
sure.
until he moved
Yeah,
in.
it was weird to her.
Well, it's weird for all of them. And,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
he
can't-
comes in, and, like, what's with the special fucking fork that he had? Like, what's the significance with the fucking fork? I'm still
Well, he's a
thinking about
weird
the
kid. Of
fucking
course, he
fork.
has a special fucking fork. Weird
Yes,
kids have
but
special
what is
fucking forks.
It's for Ship Shuba. What are you talking about?
You're right. It totally
No,
is.
what is the significance of that's the most thing that I'm most curious about of this franchise is where's that fork going to come back into play? Because
Right.
I need
Ship Shuba in the next movie. I'm telling
Do-
you.
I do find it a little bit tedious that they just took this kid in, even though, I mean, it's that whole Good Samaritan thing, but at the same time, it's like, God, you're taking a kid in for how long? Like, you don't even know these people across the
I
street.
mean, I get why normal people might feel that way, but my family was not normal, so that we took in fucking way. We probably took in worse people than fucking the demon.
Okay.
but anyway,
But you also
so-
still pick up hitchhikers, so you know how it goes, man. Fuck. You don't do that shit around here.
But
anyways, guys, so yeah, there's just a lot of things like inconsistencies and things that I just don't find viable in this. I do like, that Robbie's a little creep. I honestly do like the fact that they play Dracula in it. I mean, there's little things that I do enjoy, but overall, as a movie, it's not scary. I think Katie is not scary. I think they're trying to amp her up to be uber scary. She was scary in the first film. She was even scary in the second film. But at this point, you know, when she's, you know, portraying to be, you know, Robbie's mom, I just don't buy it. And when she goes and snaps the kid's neck, it's just not the element of scare factor is completely gone for me out
I think
of this.
part of that is also just that you've seen 4 of these now. So it's like the concept is wearing thin for you.
It's completely gone for me at this point. You know, but you have to think though, like I just came off of what I just said was the scariest one and being part 3. I mean, this isn't the Dream Master. This isn't, you know, the final chapter. This isn't it's not even, you know, the Return of Michael Myers. This is literally fucking Final Destination 4 of this franchise. It's shit.
That one's like horrible though.
No, I would honestly rather watch Final Destination 4 than watch this fucking movie again. This is
God, no.
And you know what? I think it's fitting. I'm gonna give it a 4.
That's fine. That's not too bad. I give Final Destination 4 like a 2.
Now that's.
I really
like,
never want to see that again.
It's not like, I mean, it's bad, but it's not like, I don't know. I think this is worse.
Okay, so that is Paranormal Activity Foe.
And that is Paranormal Activity Foe. Shut the fuck up, JP.
What? Everybody hates me because I like Paranormal Activity. I can already feel it.
Nobody hates you.
I want to see if you're going to rate them higher than me at the end of the day. If so, it's going to be on your top 10 franchises too. I'm really curious here.
I can already tell you it's probably in my top 10 now.
I can't believe that I actually came in higher on a film on here than Dave did. I didn't hate Part 4 as much as other people. It's crazy. I don't know.
Well, half a
Didn't think it was
point
great.
though. I mean, and when I did it on Exploding Heads, I gave it a 6. Something about watching it this time, I enjoyed it a little bit less, and it's a 5.5. That's exactly what happened. So I was like,
I am still surprised
say-
that you are lower though. That shocked me.
Yeah, I just thought for
will
sure I'd be.
say with the potential of the other film, if it ties it in properly, that watch could actually go up, depending on what they do with it.
Yeah, if they do anything. It's been a while now. I
Right.
think they, But yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah,
did
who
you
knows?
say did you say that the blonde chick was casted in it though?
Yes. I'll
So
send you the
maybe-
article later.
Oh, we
So
didn't
Alex
we didn't
from
mention
this
the
movie?
Cameo from
yeah.
Oh, crazy. Okay,
the cameo
so maybe they're
from
gonna.
the daughter of Part 2, right?
I just figured they abandoned that idea with her character because there's two
that's in the
films
next
after.
one, JP. That's in the
Right,
March
there's 2
one.
films after it already. That's kind of weird. So okay, cool. All right. Yeah. So let's move this along.
oh, really quick, did you guys see the scene at the end, the post-credit scene?
Fuck, there was a post-credit scene.
And it leads to the marked ones. That's the cool thing about it.
Are you kidding me? I watched like the first 3, and then I was like, I'm not paying.
No, I watched. I didn't see. I actually tried to find the post credit scene. I didn't see one.
What happened?
Yeah, the girl walks into, and I think it's Katie, but you don't see it. You see to the camera. Walks into this like fucking shop, and there's like like Mexican people in there, and all kinds of weird things going on in there. Like as far as like Santeria and all this other shit. You could just tell by the the candles, and if you're familiar with it at all. So you walk into this weird stop, and then this lady stops, and she points, and she says something to her, and if you don't know Spanish, you're not going to know what she says. My wife is fluent in Spanish, so I go, what'd she say? And she points to her, she goes, this is just the beginning, she says. But it's obviously a prelude that the next movie's going to be, something to do with Mexicans. Yeah, it's weird. So they tied it right in.
What the fuck? I watched every fucking film right to the end. Like I didn't see the scene. Maybe my Blu-ray didn't have it on there, so that's fucked up. Unless
I didn't watch this time. I have seen it before.
Okay, so I swear to God, I was purposely searching for post-credit scenes and I never seen it. That's crazy, dude. Okay, well that's interesting and kind of cool because I think it's the only one with a post-credit scene, isn't it? Yeah, as far as I can think.
I think so.
Why do you have a bat in the back seat?
In this hood, you don't know.
Hey, what are you doing? You got a camera.
Inside now.
Did someone die?
I saw myself.
The lady who got killed, she lives right under me.
I had an idea. Let's go check downstairs. Holy, there's blood everywhere. Katie and Christy.
Okay, so moving along here into 2014 with Paranormal Activity. And it's not called Part 5, it's called The Marked Ones. That annoys the shit out of me, first of all. You know me, I like my shit straight up numbered. It should have been Paranormal Activity 5.
Dude, I can't stand when they drop numbers. Like, it just makes me so mad because it's like the longer they go, the more reason you need to have numbers.
Exactly. It's such a good point. It's such a valid point.
You know what I think happens?
They get embarrassed they made so many and try to just get people that don't know that it's a sequel.
Because part 4...
Right. What happens is they feel like they're going to lose some audience who might not have seen all of them.
It's the marketing. It's the marketing aspect of it. Yeah, exactly.
Make it feel more inclusive to people that might not have seen the other ones.
Right. Yeah, if you can get 30-40% new fans into seeing this one that you might not have got before, well, thinking that this is a new type film, fuck, do it. Don't call it Part 5.
Well, but even with it, like, having, like, a semicolon, isn't that still, like, alluding to the fact that it's a sequel?
Right, but I just like numbers.
Well, of course, we know it's
I'm saying
for the fans.
Other people,
yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah,
you
but
would
they
think
might
so.
think, it's probably something different. It's probably just, like, in name only.
I mean, I've seen films with with subtitled films, that are the first one.
And you hear, and you see, let's go see Paranormal Activity, the marked ones. You're not going to assume that it was a sequel. You're going to think it's something like...
Well, I'll tell you what I assumed. I just thought that it was like a spin-off, like it didn't have anything to do with the other films.
I agree.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so synopsis. When a young man becomes the target of a malevolent entity, he must uncover its true intentions before it takes complete control of him. Like, all these things are like the same fucking synopsis. All right, yeah, so this one, it definitely, to me, when I first started watching the film, I was like, oh, this one is totally just like it's kind of like an offshoot of the franchise kind of thing. And then, and then it ties itself in. Pretty cool. And I thought that was really neat, man.
It actually
I can hear
surprised
myself.
me because I completely thought that it was going to be just an offshoot. I thought that's even what it was marketed as, with like no tie-in. I just thought it was going to be like, okay, about this Mexican family. But I gotta say right away, man, I like the shift in from these like white suburban people to like the Mexican, like more poor family.
Well, this one has.
Well, you did see some family members in this one, though, right, JP?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cousin Paco and.
This one has the longest compared to the R-rated through the unrated version. This one.
Yeah, this one's it's like 20 minutes longer, isn't it?
16 minutes and 42 seconds longer. 7 additional scenes, unrated version, 1 with alternate footage, and 1 relocated scene. So the scene in the pawn shop in the beginning, that's not in the theatrical.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, them buying the camera, they don't even have it. Yeah.
Nope.
So ridiculous.
The order of another scene's different.
Yep.
When they break into the house.
The fucking seance they have isn't in there. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
No, that's
I
good.
get mad about it. I'm
yeah,
like,
the seance isn't in there. Yeah, a lot of stuff.
How do you leave that out? Those are important fucking scenes.
Yeah, those sound mostly important.
Especially the camera thing. That's kind of odd.
Yeah.
So what are your guys' thoughts on this one? I do like the fact that this one, like JP alluded to, that it takes itself out of that normal setting that we've been used to through the first 4 films, right? And it takes itself out and it does something different. But I think with what they're doing in the narrative here, it's what you have to do. You have to go somewhere else because you're exploring the whole idea that there's other marked people for this, right? So you got to take it somewhere else. And I think this is a really cool setting, actually, involving, just not white people. It's like the first non-white people you've seen in this whole franchise, pretty much.
Even in like horror movies in general, when do you ever see a whole movie based around Hispanic people?
I love when they do. I mean, every once in a while, but
it definitely isn't explored as much.
Culture a lot, and I do think that it works great for horror, especially the supernatural. And I think that honestly, dude, like I think this is the second best in the series.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that this one kicks ass, and I really like the like even just them using the GoPro and putting it down in the vent, like that was scary. And I really like the two friends, like they feel really fun together. And like the most I laughed in a long time happened in this movie, and I couldn't believe it. Like I was like, how am I laughing this hard at a Paranormal Activity movie? But it's the scene where the kid realizes that like the ghost will like catch him, or the demonic force or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah, that's good.
And he's like, all right, man, let me try. And he gets on the thing, and he falls out, and he just fucking smash. Dude, I could not stop fucking laughing. Just that kid, because that kid's like an annoying friend. You know what I mean? We've all had him. You know, he just gets on your nerves, and just like him fucking. Just fucking so funny to me. I don't know why.
Dude, you know
so funny.
You know what part made me laugh? Like, I mean, that was funny, but you know what part made me laugh, and it was kind of subtle, but it was when I think it's the I don't know if it's the housekeeper or whatever. She's shaking the the workout shake thing.
Yep.
The shake weight, yeah. And he goes, it's more like a shake dick.
That's not in the theatrical either. That's in only
that part made me laugh, and she's like, "What'd you call it?" And he's like, "Oh, nothing."
Yeah, because that was of the time too, right? Like that thing just came out.
Yeah.
Everything.
I had completely forgot about those, but it just made me laugh the way he said it. It was kind of subtle.
Dude, this reminded me so much of like just being a kid and stuff. Like when they go up to that party and stuff, and breaking into the abandoned apartment, like that's shit that I did, man. You know what I mean? Go to a party, pick up a couple girls, and go back to like some abandoned fucking house or something like that.
Picked up girls.
Well, not just an abandoned house. It was where this person that was.
Don't come at me like I don't have game, dude. Come on.
His name's JP, not Jeremy. He has game.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't really just an abandoned place. It was where this person that was deemed as a witch was murdered and shit like that. And, they just keep... And I kept wondering to myself, did they have, like, keys to this place? Because they're in and out of that place like they got fucking full access to it, man. It's really bizarre.
Right.
But
because they find out the back entrance. Once they know that, they're set. You know? Because remember, they go underneath, they take the back way, and now from then on, they unlock the door. They're set from now on, as long as nobody else goes in.
Oh, yeah, they do go through the back. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
They get in.
Because there is a point where they do go through the front door, don't they, at one point? Don't they go right in through the front?
Well, that's because, because it's unlocked, because they unlock it. But then you have to figure out that what's-his-name is hanging out in there, too. The kid's older brother, the gangbang.
The first marked.
Right.
Oscar or something, or Carlos.
Arturo. Well, Oscar, yeah, but his brother after he dies. The Cholo. Arturo. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But I like the whole Cholo angle and like all the like even the locations. It feels very, very like where you see like a lot of that taking place. It's very authentic locations.
That's Cali for sure, man.
Sure. Super Cali. Even like the riding the bike and stuff. I just completely got invested in this one, man.
I like the characters. I feel like it has the strongest characters of the whole series. Yeah.
Agreed.
I think you guys just like it because it's the only one that has nudity.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
those chicks were hot though.
Is there nudity?
I did notice.
Yeah, not those ones, but the camera down the vent.
Oh, when they're spying on.
It's a full frontal.
And then Anna comes in and they're like, he's like, I just lost my boner.
I found myself staring at the fatty that was painting the stuff on her belly, man. I didn't even notice the naked chick.
Which they were the same marks that Wyatt was, or that Robbie was painting on Hunter in part 4, I believe.
Yep,
it's the same ones I think even in part 6, right? That actually creates the tunnel.
Yep, it's on the light bright, and what's her name draws it inside her little hide space where she locks Katie. Little Christy draws it. Yeah, the triangle and the circle. Remember he's talking about part 4? Yeah. That's a thing too. That's legit. That's a freaking real. That's a sign in that culture.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
I don't know. Ask JP. He knows.
No, he's not into that aspect of it. My wife knows what it is, and there's two things. But I guess it's basically considered bad news. But I mean, it's used for a couple different things. Somehow it's used for fertility, and it's used for being an entrance to another world, which obviously that's exactly what it's doing in this franchise. But there's a more of a demonic.
So like a dick going in a vagina.
What's demonic about that?
What?
Nothing.
No, you said fertility and then going into another dimension, like a dick going into never mind.
Oh, word. Yeah, you could send someone to another dimension. That's true.
The only thing I was kind of confused about, this movie being called The Marked
That's
Ones
a
is like,
dimension I've never been to.
is how Jesse kind of becomes possessed and stuff. Like, it's not like, I mean, I guess he, in a sense he is marked and stuff like that too, but they also perform that ritual in this also, right? So in a sense, like if you were fully marked, but you're performing this ritual that actually essentially led to him being, possessed and stuff like that. It was kind of strange how they did it, to be honest. I was expecting a little bit more narrative in the fact that he was literally chosen, but they kind of did it. He kind of did it to himself, really, because they obviously find that book
it was like
of spells, and they perform a seance. They performed a seance, which essentially led to, what goes on, right? So I thought that was kind of interesting.
Right.
It wasn't really my favorite way of doing.
Well, I don't know. I don't
Maybe
know.
that's why they
he's
cut
like,
it.
I don't know if he's like
maybe
always a chosen one though. You know
Well,
what I mean?
that's why I was so confused.
Chosen at birth, kind of thing.
He was. They said when he turns 18. Remember when they talked to Allie Ray and she tells the story, and Oscar just had his birthday and the whole shebang, and he.
That's
was
why I
gonna
was
do it.
confused. That's why I was
Yeah.
confused when they tell you that later on in the film that he was chosen at birth when he turns 18. Blah blah blah. I'm like, well, what the fuck was with the seance then?
So is the
Because
seance irrelevant, or does it awaken it faster? So, you know what I mean? I'm with you. I was thinking the same
because
thing.
then it's just more coincidental. Out of all people to go in there and find this book of spells and then actually perform a ritual that essentially he got possessed from it. That's how it happened. But if he was chosen from birth, which they do an exposition later on in the film, I was like, what? I was like, okay, that's what I was expecting to start out with as being the marked ones. I knew going into it, I thought it was specific people, right? But I'm like, he got possessed from doing a fucking seance that high school kids do.
Yeah,
we fuck with Ouija boards, we fuck with spells.
If he didn't do the seance, like he would still be technically a marked one. So something else would have to happen in order for him to get possessed, like.
But the way they're seeing the way this is perceived, it's a bigger person.
That's what I was thinking, that the seance sort of gave him powers. You know what I mean?
But it got me thinking. I'm like, does everybody have to do their own seance or what? Or people just specifically
seance to get the powers? Because he's right.
But what happens if you don't? So like if 100 people, so
you're just a
if there's 100 marked people, and only 3 people do a seance, then you got 3 fucking possessed people. Like it's kind of weird that would rely on them making this conscious choice of doing a seance.
The powers are completely different than anything we've seen in the franchise. Like
right.
I don't think Katie has this. She doesn't have the powers that he has.
The superpowers.
He has
right.
Like I thought it was gonna go to a fucking like. You guys ever see the movie?
No.
The found footage.
I'm not really talking about that though.
Jason told me that it reminded him of.
I thought it was gonna go in that territory.
I want to see it now. It's found footage too.
Yeah,
it's great.
It's a really good movie.
Yeah, it's good.
I gotta check it out one day. I own a fucking thing.
Which one is that Chronicle? Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
Like
That's
a
with
superhero type thing.
Yeah, that movie's fucking cool, man.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna go in that territory.
Yeah.
Or that movie Afflicted. Did you guys ever see Afflicted when that guy gets hit by the vampire and then he gets all the powers at first? He doesn't know why.
Actually, I liked Afflicted too. That one was fun too, man. That one shocked me because I didn't know anything going into it, and I was like, whoa, it's like a fucking superhero fucking horror movie. It's cool.
This one feels like this one is like the teen version of the Paranormal Activity movies. Like this one's targeted towards like a teen graphic, because like even seeing the chick with in the bra saying like I want you to fuck the shit out of me and stuff. I'm like, oh, this is totally
dude. That chick was smoking too. I was like, fuck, man. Oh,
incredible.
You know what's kind of pissing me off though? Their friend that hung around, the female friend. I can't remember what her name is right now. She's fucking smoking too, and like you're just friends with her. How could you be friends with that chick, man?
The guys here, did you guys not feel horrible for dude when she asked if he had a condom and he like realized he didn't? And I was like, no.
That sucks. Yeah.
I felt
he was very conscious about it though. He's like, our generation would have been like, bitch, I'm pulling out.
Of course I have one.
And probably would have been rude by saying bitch, because we were stupid back in the days. But
yeah, the
bitch.
Yeah. Phew, man. Right, Lacy? Smoking.
Oh, yeah.
Will you carpet munch?
Yeah,
that, Lacy?
I will give this franchise
I
credit,
would
man. Like I said, man.
carpet munch Florence Pugh.
Okay, me too.
That makes two of us. I let her
Who?
Midsommar me any day, baby.
The girl from Midsommar.
Oh,
I
yeah,
love
that's
her.
where I knew the name
I
from.
eat her
Okay.
pie. I drink her lemonade. I do whatever
Oh,
she
okay.
says.
Hold on. Let's relax for that.
That's what Midsommar mean. It's something we do on Exploding Heads. If I say I would let that girl Midsommar mean, that means that I would do those things in order to get with her if she wants me to.
I would eat her asshole while telling her Midlamer was ass.
Oh yeah. Well, would you eat her pie?
Wouldn't that just be ironic? Everything.
You know how they bake the pies and they put the pubes in it? Would you eat one of those if you had to? Like if they said,
sure, man.
You can hit me. Let's say you're single. Mood, you can hit me. I'm Florence Pugh, but you got to eat this pie first. Would you do it or no?
Oh my god, that is. I don't know if I could do it, man.
Oh, no,
I honestly have a phobia of hair in my food and feet. Like I can't do it, dude. If you had said you have to even touch someone's foot to get with, I wouldn't be able to do it. I can't do it. I'm so disgusted by feet and pubic hair. It's so gross. Like when I'm taking a piss in a urinal, like I can't even look at the urinal. I have to be like everywhere else, and it must look so bad too. It must look like I'm fucking looking at other dudes' dinks and shit. But I can't look at urinals because of the hairs in there, and it freaks me out. I get freaked out.
Looking around in the fucking urinal, like looking all over the place.
I am.
You know,
I'm that dude.
Like,
you should have seen what he did.
You should see the looks you get in Vegas. You're taking a piss in a bathroom with 100 urinals.
The fucking troughs at Wrigley, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like that. Like I'm looking everywhere else, but where I'm supposed to be looking. You know, it's like no.
All right, guys, the marked ones.
No pubic hair talk.
Yeah, but man, I don't know. I just think this movie flies by. I love when they start piecing into like the Katie stuff and shit like that. I was like, oh, okay, man, this is dope.
I love that reveal, man. When they're in the store and then they see the news clipping. Yeah. They see the news clipping and it's like fucking couple was killed, kid was fucking. I was like, that's how they connected. Not even closely expecting the end of this movie. I was what? Cool. Dude, the way it leads into it and shit, and like, oh man, dude, this is one of the cooler endings in a franchise.
Character from part 2.
Yep.
Which is really cool.
She shows up and explains
I almost wish
something.
She was in it more and talked a little bit more. It was kind of brief.
In the library.
That was super cool, man, to see her back in there. And yeah, really, really neat that they did that. And like I said, it was extra special too. It was the same actress too. That's really cool.
Like, is this franchise just really, really smart and everybody's just sleeping on it?
Yes.
Yes, I think
don't know.
I slept on it for fucking a decade.
I always thought this movie was smart, though, even though I never saw any of the other ones. But I
remember you giving this. You went and seen it, and then did a show, and you talked about it. I remember years ago. Well, obviously years ago. It came out in 2014 or something. It was right when we started. Yep. So I remember you talking about it and saying it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But
I've always liked it.
I love how they go into Katie and Mika's house at the end, man. Like that is so. I was like, it was like a clap moment for me while I was watching. I was like, oh, that is so cool.
Yep. It was like in Saw 3, at the end of Saw 3, when you see that, at the end of Saw 4, when you see that led up to Saw 3, when they had that connectivity thing, it was like that. Like, holy fuck, this is what's happening. Yeah. Oh, man.
It's like the Final Destination 5 moment.
Oh,
true.
That moment, too.
Right,
yeah, that moment kicks
me. Oh, yeah, so good.
Like, because, I mean, this is why I think this franchise is really, really smart. I don't know, like I said, I don't know if they'd planned it from the beginning or not. I don't think so, but the fact that they took a moment that, left viewers, like, because sometimes I hate off-camera shit. It's something that bugs me, and the fact that they came back and, capitalized on that moment that probably, they probably got fan feedback or something, and maybe that's why they wrote it in. I don't know, I'm speculating. I hate doing that. But the fact that they came back in and took that moment, because you're like, well, what the fuck happened down there? Why the fuck was she screaming to begin with? And that they took it all the way back to the first fucking film. It's just fucking awesome.
Indeed.
It's one of the cooler endings ever, really.
Yeah.
You know, I
think
mean,
it's the
you know,
best
that's associated with a franchise. It's
I
cool.
think it's the best ending in the entire franchise.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, it's fucking cool.
Oh
man.
yeah.
I'm
Like I
just
said,
so
my
glad
film
that shit
professor
wasn't
once-
ruined for me, man.
this
I'm so
fucking
glad that
whole
like I went into this franchise so green and just witnessed this shit for the first time this week. Like
Oh,
it's
dude,
crazy.
That's the coolest part about this for me. I actually, you know, sometimes when we get these franchises like halfway through or when I'm almost like got 2 left or something, I kind of start getting like, I can't wait to be done with this. I want to watch other things. That wasn't the case with this, man. I was actually super intrigued to just see like if it was going to keep going. You know, if it was going to just keep going with the storyline and yeah, I'm super happy that I went in mostly completely blank on this.
Right. Yeah, it was definitely a treat, man. I gotta say, because most of the franchises we do after 2 or 3, given that there's 8 or 9 in the franchise, I'm like, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm you know, we've suffered through some pretty horrific ones.
Puppet
So
Master.
this is a fucking breath of fresh air, man. It's crazy. Yeah, this is definitely a fun one, man. I enjoyed this. It's just a completely different film in every aspect, you know. Like, I mean, I just like how it's out of the norm.
It's Chris
and
Landon's
generally,
first directing movie, right? It's the first movie he directed.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Built a good relationship with Blumhouse, man.
It's just cool, man. It's really well, you know, when you take chances like this and you take it out of the normacy of, you know, a franchise, especially as connected as, you know, Paranormal Activity. I think this could be a huge misstep, but in this case, it actually worked out. And, you know, mad props for making this shit work, man. Good one. Really good film.
Yeah, they brought it back, man. They brought it back after what went down with 4. I never would have thought they did. And going in to see this one, I was like, wow.
I think that's
you're
why.
back on track, you know?
Well,
I bet you that's why this franchise goes this way too. I think that's why it goes so far to the left field, you know, is because the shit didn't work in part 4. We need to try something new and fresh and incorporate the narrative into what we saw.
Yeah, but then they
let's
shit
do
the
it
bed
in-
at the next one, so it's like, whoop-de-fucking-do, back to square
Well,
one.
I think the problem is with the next one is that they try to do too much with it.
I agree there. Correct.
That's the big problem with that film, because these movies are generally pretty damn simple.
I
The
think
sixth one just
the-
screams
the-
issues. Yeah.
Well, I remember the marketing for the 6th one saying that it was going to be the final one for a while. So I remember they probably try to just do as much as possible.
What do you mean they marketed it as this is going to be the final
the
one
final
for a while?
The director
For a
Just
while.
period. They said it's wrapping up the series.
Yeah.
This franchise.
I mean, the
is wrapped
ending-
up, this storyline.
Is an end. It actually is an end.
It is an end,
right?
sure. It's just
We'll
like
get to it.
Hereditary. You know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah, but when did the interview that you read with the director about Part 4 take place then?
I don't know when that interview was, but
I would assume probably
it was
the time
probably
the movie
before
came
the
out.
Ghost Dimension, or
Yeah.
I assume it was probably before. But you know, sometimes you might have ideas, but like, you know, I think that I mean, let's face it. I mean, they were doing these so often. I think that even the people that liked them were kind of getting sick of them, right? Like, even the people who really liked them. I don't know, Dave. You watched them as they came out. What were you kind of done with it by that point?
Well, I was so let down by 4 that I didn't have my expectation. Because you know what happens with franchises. Usually one bad one rears its ugly head, and they usually tend not to come back. I mean, sometimes they do, but more often than
Child's
not.
Play. They
Right,
came back.
thank
with
you.
Child's
I
Play.
thought that exact same thing. I was thinking that's the one time they did. But normally, it doesn't happen. So after
And
4,
Jason Goes to Hell. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Fuck, shut up,
But then
dude.
this
That
came
is so
out-
stupid.
and I had hope, and I was like, oh, the marked one is great. Then they advertised the Ghost Dimension, and they said, we're wrapping up the storyline of what we started. This is it. So now you're excited because they're announcing they're wrapping it all up, and the last one was so good, so maybe they just had one misstep. So I was excited going into Ghost Dimension because of the success of this one. And this one, something I love about it is that scene when they go in that basement. There's all that stuff that happens in that basement of Anna's house, but the stuff gets uncovered. It's like the Hereditary scene, and they literally see the picture of Anna and Jesse's mom and Lois all together, like this cult's been around. I love when movies do stuff like that.
That's one of the coolest things in the film. Actually, I thought that's awesome.
What
Yeah,
a
really cool
tie-in.
thing.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
you see the little black-eyed girls that are supposed to be Katie and Christy, and they're in there, and it's just
Yeah.
everything coming around, and that Oscar jump scare when he's like, Oscar, I just saw Oscar, and he goes, who? And he goes, Oscar, who? Oscar.
Boom.
Oh,
Dude, I
Yeah.
love that too.
that's a jump
Well,
in
even
the
when
hand.
you first see Oscar, when the chick opens up the hatch, dude, that just scared the shit out of me too.
Yep, it's like a double freaking whammy. Yeah, man. So cool. And then the shit they're doing with Simon is fucking great. It's scary. When it goes to the red. Oh, dude, that's fucking. I played with Simon a lot when I was a kid, and when the batteries would get low sometimes, it would
I
do
love
shit.
that.
And when you're,
I love that aspect too. Like that's
Yeah.
like they finally nobody's ever communicated with it. This is the first time that we see somebody actually like communicate with this being. No one's ever actually like talked to it, so it was pretty cool.
What the fuck? What is that?
Well, yeah.
What is that game
yeah, I
thing?
guess.
What is that game thing called? What is that thing called?
Simon Says, man.
It's just called Simon.
That little push button game. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
called
the
Simon.
game is called
I
Simon.
used to call it Simon Says, but
No, I've
Why?
never played. See, I'm not honestly, dude. Like, I am not a game person.
you didn't
at
have
all.
one of those when you were younger?
I had a pocket Simon, a
No.
regular one. That was a big thing.
Yeah, I had a
Absolutely
couple
not,
of those.
dude. No, I collected hockey cards, man. I wasn't a fucking. I wasn't into games, dude. I never played games.
know,
It was,
It's a
You know what
memory
the game
game.
is though, Moods, or no? What Simon is? Or no?
it's
You
weird.
even know?
No, just
It's a memory game, so
Right.
it would go like green, red, green, yellow, blue, and it would add one each time, and
Right,
you
right.
have to go until you make a mistake, and then the longer it went, the faster it would get. It would go do, and then you had to fucking repeat what it did. Oh, dude, that was fucking an intense game. Man.
Yeah, you would sit there with
So
like
it-
two
so it's
people
fancy
and see if
school.
you could go further.
it's fancy school. Fuck that.
It's like
Yeah.
Bop It. You didn't have Bop
Bop
It
It,
either.
you know, twist it.
Bop.
Bop it.
Pull
Yeah.
it.
Oh, light-
Everybody had Bop It, man.
Did you
Pull
guys
it.
have Light Bright? That thing that was in fucking
Oh,
Paranormal.
hell yeah. I bought my niece a Light Bright this year.
They still make them?
Yeah, dude.
I might buy one for me.
But they're fucking
He
LEDs
said
now.
I might buy one for me.
I would totally play that game.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
Not even
Light
a
Bright.
game,
Right?
it's making
It's not a
mistakes.
game, dude.
It's fucking cool looking.
Man, I
used to
literally
get a
have-
Light Bright every Christmas because I'd lose all the pegs and shit, and I used to get one.
I must have 100 and something games. Like, we have shelves in this room in my house of games, and it's the wife and the kid. That's all they love games. And I'm just like, what? No, I can't fuck with games, man. It just bores the fuck out of me.
I'm buying a fucking Light Bright. I just decided.
See, I can't do it, man.
It's not even.
Although I did buy this.
You know?
I did buy this one called Horrific. It's pretty cool, man, where you battle like universal monsters and shit. It's pretty neat.
Ooh.
It's very strategic. But yeah, the Mark ones. Anything else on this one, or?
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good. I just love to talk about those scenes when he's blowing up the fucking thing with his mouth.
Yeah.
All the tricks he's doing, and he's finding out his powers, and then he puts it on YouTube, and he's getting all negative and saying this is fake. All that shit is so much fun. when
Oh,
he's fucking
dude, the YouTube
and
thing is really
skateboarding.
funny because it's so true, right? Like,
Oh,
you could have concrete proof, and people be like,
Dude, I
nice
actually laughed
special
at that,
effects,
too.
man."
I generally don't even like shit like that in movies. You know me with that technological bullshit and stuff. But in here, it just made complete sense. It worked.
It's kind of more of a, like a fucking comment on that shit.
Yeah, I wasn't really trying to pull any social commentary out of these films. I was taken for what they were. I don't want to think about it too hard.
And it's so cool they end up at Lois's place too at the end. That's like the fucking hub for that area. The place from part 3. Still years later in 2014, they go to Lois's house, the grandma. You know?
Oh yeah, and that shit's creepy. When I started seeing all the furniture covered up in sheets, and dude, the scene when he is outside the door and he's like, "Let me in," and he's like, "No, fuck that, yo." When he busts through the door, it scared the fucking shit out of me, dude. I was like, "Holy fuck!"
Yeah, how about with the
guys.
shit with grandma? Remember when they're having and he fucking grabs his grandma and she's bleeding and then he throws her down the stairs and then all of a sudden he's in the room and he appears like an exorcism shit and I'm like, holy fuck. Dude, they
No,
take
guys,
it far.
The most fucked up scene is actually in this movie. I know Moods talked about the dog in the second one, but the dog in this one is way more fucked up in my opinion. When it's on the wall. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, no, like, because you don't know what's gonna, like, that's the scene that, like, and my heart is, like, stopping in my
Yeah.
chest. Like, that's
Right.
it had that, I'm like, please don't hurt it. Like, it it was giving me anxiety.
Oh
Straight
man.
up.
Okay, so I have
I
a quote
sent it
here for
away.
you guys. That we were talking about like the series. So, when this one was coming out, the writer, the one who I said was interviewed about the side story about how that would have happened with Wyatt or whatever. So at the time of the Ghost Dimension coming out, he said in an interview that there would be several sequels to tie up loose ends, and but Jason Blum came out later that same year and said that it's coming to an end. This is it, the final. We're saying it before the movie opens. We're not going to grind this horror franchise into the ground. So so the writer sounded like he had more story to tell, but Jason Blum is like, no, this is the last one, dog.
Huh.
Oh, well, there's your answer. That's why.
Crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy. Jeez.
So but hey, they're making a new one, and Christopher Landon is involved. So, we'll see. But Mark,
Yeah, I'm definitely interested to see. Yeah.
all right. So, ratings.
Yeah.
Who's first?
I went last,
No.
so that would be who's after me. Moods.
Oh yeah, it is me. Okay, so yeah, man, this one is the thing that I like about the most about this is that it's different than the others, and it worked. There's a lot of good scares, there's a lot of good tie-ins. This one has the best ending in the franchise, and that's really what solidified me for this one, man. I do like this one. It has it all, man. It has it all. It has some decent laughs. It's got some good scares. It's got some really good scenes, man. The one thing I didn't like about the movie, I hated the scene where, who is it? Is it Oscar? The guy that, yeah, I think it's the Oscar character, the one that fucking gets flattened by the car, or flattens the car.
Yeah.
I should say. I hated the fact that I knew that was coming right away. And I was like, there's something that's totally going to happen. And I was like, dude, shit just keeps falling from the sky and the roof in this franchise. I'm like, can't they do something different? Even though it looked pretty damn cool. It just wasn't my favorite moment of death and shit like that. But lots of really cool things. This one really was a big surprise. I was actually going into this one thinking like, where the fuck are they going to take this shit? And when it started, I was like, okay, I don't know what the fuck this is all about. Right. And it was off-putting, but that's what I liked about watching with this franchise is that I didn't know what to expect. And it usually kind of delivered. So, I'm coming in at an 8.5 on this one. I think it's definitely worthy as being one of the better entries. I mean, you can't fuck with this ending, dude. It's crazy. Wow. It's just so damn well executed, man. And I love the thought put into that. You didn't have to do anything like that and shit. And there's just a lot of elements here. Like we finally get some decent comedy, like some comedy that worked.
Dude, the guy falling off the chair was like killed me. Like I'm not even joking. It's the funniest I laughed at a movie.
I like the part. I actually like the part where the one gangster dude, he goes to steal fucking Jesse's bag, and then he just fucks him up, right? And kind of looks at, or his friends look at him and go, "How'd you do that?" And he's like, "I don't know. I just did it." And like the way he says it,
I
it's
thought
like
that dude was fucking dead, man.
everybody would have been freaking out. Dude, you threw this guy like 30 fucking feet, man. And everyone's pretty calm about it. I would have been like losing my shit, but it was just funny the way he reacted. He's like, I don't know. I just kind of put my arms up, It's funny, man. I like that shit. But yeah, really, really good one. Really surprising entry into the franchise. So, Dave.
Nice. Okay, yeah, I love this one also. A great way to bounce back after the disappointment of 4. All my complaints with 4, they did the opposite here. They upped it again. They did new effects. They went new places with it, and the story, they added more to the story without it being overly convoluted. It was a very interesting, course to take the franchise on, and the tie-ins with Lois and all that other stuff. It's so cool. Just love for the franchise, just like the way they tie it in and the way they end it, man, so cool. This is what you want a horror sequel to be, especially, 5 movies in. You're lucky if you get one this good. So for me, it's 8.5.
Yeah, dude. With you guys, I love this one. I think it's hella good. I love the culture difference because I got to be honest, I was getting a little tired of like rich white people in suburbia, So it kind of was a breath of fresh air, and I like that it feels it's like the Jason 5. It's just like the more nude, I guess the only nudity, the it's a little more vulgar and stuff. There's some skin shown and things like that. It feels more like geared towards like teenagers. And I like that. But yeah, 8.5 out of 10 for me. I could probably even go 9 on a rewatch. I really like this one.
Damn. Crazy.
Yeah. Is it me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the characters in this one, they're relatable. They're a couple of, guys that I probably would have hung out with like in high school or around that age, They feel authentic. I mean, who didn't grow up with dudes drawing dicks on each other's face,
Oh, yeah,
I forgot about that part.
Great, and I totally forgot to bring that up. But I love how
Dude, done that so many times.
I actually have a video of some dude. We like destroyed this guy's face with marker.
I mean,
yeah.
I got a good story about that actually.
That's definitely a marked one,
Nice.
Bum bum bum.
I thought this one was a lot of fun. I mean, it has the tie-in with the girl from the second one. It has the tie-in with the first film. I definitely thought it was going to be something kind of like The Purge, I guess, in a sense. So from The Purge being, and then like the second one to where they don't even connect aside from the fact that it's The Purge, So I thought that it was a very nice surprise of the tie-in at the end. And it was in great proportion because that was something that I was always really curious about. And I never thought that I would ever get to see. Just like I don't think I'm actually going to find out what the fuck happened with the fork. But I love this film. Like, I'm on that fork. It's forked up that I don't know. And bad puns as well. But yes, I really like this, and I love that you get to see that at the end. And I think that he even, the main character of this one could even potentially come back in, future installments. So yeah, I'm right there with you guys at 8.5.
Cool.
All right. Paranormal Activity, the Patrick family story. All right. So, like I said before, one of my professors in film school, probably the most knowledgeable person I've ever met when it comes to film criticism and film history and really knowing how to, really talk about film in a philosophical kind of way. He loved this fucking movie, and he put it on the syllabus in one of my classes. And when I fucking saw Paranormal Activity, the marked ones, I was gonna fucking yell because, of course, I've only seen the first one, and you guys probably remember I was not a big fan of it. So when he made us watch it, and the ending of this movie comes up, and I realized what he was going for with how fucking amazing the ending of this movie is. It's super just revolutionary in the way that they piece it together and everything like that. It's really, really great. So I give this one a 7.5. Like I said, you probably know where I'm at in most of these movies, but it's definitely the second best in the franchise for sure, and easily the best ending of the whole franchise. So I've always liked this one a lot.
I still am surprised that your professor liked this so much.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked by that too.
Because like even though I really like it, I don't know what the hell you talk about in like a film analysis way,
I don't even remember. It was fucking 4 years ago.
Well, I mean, it's really smart. I get it.
It is interesting when you think about it.
Yeah, like tying it
It's
all
definitely
together,
shocking.
like Saw.
It's definitely shocking. Yeah. Never seen anything like that before in
I
a
thought it was
franchise.
shocking.
Pretty cool.
Yep.
Alrighty, so that is Paranormal Activity, the Mark ones.
Katie, Christy, I want you to concentrate.
Concentrate. I need you to concentrate.
She's taking some sort of like
trance state or something. They're inducing a trance.
Where'd you get this?
From a box of like 80 VHS tapes the old homeowners left in the basement.
This tape is like 20 years old.
Tell me what you see. I think I see 2 men. What are your names?
Brian. Mike.
We're the Fleege brothers.
Brothers.
All right, so getting into the film 2015. And this is technically the last one in the original franchise to date. Paranormal Activity, The Ghost Dimension, directed by Gregory Plotkin.
More like Blumkin.
That's kind of funny. His name is Plotkin. Interesting. All right. Enough with the daddy jokes. Let's get into the synopsis. Using a special camera that can see spirits, a family must protect their daughter from an evil entity with a sinister plan.
All right, so this one adds 9 minutes and 18 seconds. From the rated to the theatrical, a few more plot scenes have been added. Most of the news footage is rather unspectacular, though, kind of like the actual movie, which is not as good as previous installments.
Wow.
So that's that. Yep. It's just like extra scenes. It's too hard to read. There's fucking 9 extra scenes, but nothing was taken out or added, so. Yep.
Very odd.
And it was 3D.
It was 3D. I remember that.
Oh, was it really?
Was fucking great. Let me tell you that when you see those scenes, right when they start doing things with the camera, and believe me, I'm not gonna bullshit about it at all. I've had great experiences with 3D at the theater, and I've had piss poor ones. Like fucking, what the hell was that one? Saw fucking 3D.
Yeah, I saw 3D. I even have the glasses that says I saw it first because
didn't you want to give it back? Didn't you want a refund at the end of that fucking thing for the 3D at least? Because it was the worst 3D ever. So it was a bad experience. But this one, going into it, I'm like, okay, we'll see what happens. When I don't know if you guys can recall, but there's this one scene in the beginning when you see the stuff floating around. Anytime you see the stuff floating around, that was 3D. But then there's some really cool parts when all of a sudden it goes like a splash and it flies at the screen. And you see that stuff all over the screen. All that shit was fucking flying right off the screen. It made for really. It was so good that it was distracting. That like. When the movie ended, I was not satisfied with the way they wrapped it up, but I was like, you know what? The experience of that 3D, it was such an unusual method of using 3D to have like these, weird things flying out at you. It wasn't like depth dimension. It was just like strange squiggly fucking things coming out at you.
It looked like distortions, like reality distorted.
That actually makes sense now why they kept showing like this demon face coming towards and shit like that. I didn't even know this was in 3D, but now that you mention it, I'm like, oh my god.
I started thinking that it was
actually makes sense. I didn't even think about that. 20
minutes in.
So you said
3D Blu-ray.
Did you say you didn't like the way this one wrapped up, Dave? You don't like the ending of this?
Initially, I was kind of confused and a little disappointed. Number one, because I was expecting Katie, of course, because why wouldn't I? They're wrapping it up and it's her story basically. But what are they going to do with Katie and Hunter? And at the very end, when they brought in, this Layla girl, when I already thought we had the Hunter, I'm like, why are you adding to the mix when it didn't need to be added? So I was just kind of underwhelmed, I suppose. But I will tell you this.
But the narrative tells you why they do that, because they need the blood of 2 kids born on 666 to.
You know what I mean? It was just like added on just to fucking make another movie. I felt like I'm like, well, why are you adding this stuff that didn't need to be added? We were fine with the story we had.
Yeah.
That's just the way I felt. But I will say this: now that I've seen it 4 times, every time I've seen it, I've come up more. I like it more now because I've. The first time was kind of jarring. I was like, okay, well, no Katie, and I was not expecting it to go in this direction. But now that I take it for what it is, I've actually come around on it. And I'm still going to say one thing about it. It's kind of like Paranormal Activity 3 light. It's like a light version of that. It sounds like I'm knocking it or a poor man's Paranormal Activity 3. But I still enjoy it.
I like the whole aspect. I like the narrative here. This family moves into, basically it's the same location. It's of course not the same house.
It's the
from
location of the mother, right?
It was where they grew up, in part 3 kind of thing, and what had happened, which we never do see. But the house, they actually talk about it in dialogue too, where the house burnt down and they rebuilt this house, obviously right on top of the burnt one kind of thing, and that's how they kind of utilize that whole angle and stuff. And of course, it turns out they were actually coaxed into buying this house for specific reasons. And I really like this in the narrative that, the Katie character, I don't think she's ever actually seen it. No, she's never actually seen as an adult in this, but it turns out that she was actually this kind of fake realtor that basically coached this family into buying this place because they needed them in this spot. And I actually thought that was actually kind of a cool angle, and we get some exposition later on and stuff to why these tapes are in the garage and stuff. And of course they find this stuff, but the whole angle of, them watching this past footage and stuff, which is kind of like the present footage, but it's the past footage at the same time. They can see into this world and shit. It was kind of a cool idea. I just think that some of the almost continuity errors and stuff, like I mentioned before earlier in the show about, they're showing, the kid's bedroom from part 3, but it doesn't look the same. Jesus Christ, Jeremy, are you moving fucking furniture again?
No.
Okay, anyways. But
I'm sorry, I'm moving my 1984 pine dresser from Argentina that I just got imported on FedEx. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's very important. I can't scratch it.
But yeah, some of those scenes I thought were kind of cool. Like I like the aspect of these guys, this father finding these tapes and, kind of, figuring out, the storyline like that and stuff like that. But I just felt like some of the footage that was shot that they were watching, the continuity was obviously a little bit fucked up too, but it felt so like the acting was so bad in it. You know what I'm saying? Like the father figure that was in there, kind of the cult leader thing. It just felt all so forced at times. I was like, man, this is so bad. Like I thought a lot of that footage was fucking terrible.
I didn't like the father figure.
Yeah, it just all felt forced. It all felt fake and shit. It felt like it was being coerced in there, and it's supposed to be coming off natural because you're watching these tapes that are supposed to be from 1988 to 1992, right? And I'm just like, it wasn't working at all. Even though I love the aspect of this, and I like the fact that they found this camera and you could see into this dimension, and they tried to explore new things and stuff, which I thought was kind of cool and things. But I didn't think everything worked properly. It does go a little bit crazy by the end and stuff, but I like how all the symbols and stuff kind of play in. They take all these the mythology of the the symbols and shit, and they create this dimension opening. This is what it was for. That's why when they're showing them around the house and shit like that, there's a tape of that and stuff, and it's like, oh, this is going to be a good entranceway and shit. There was a lot of cool tie-ins in this film, and a lot of cool ideas.
My favorite parts was like the tie-ins of like the husband and the brother watching the tapes from like previous time periods and stuff like that. That was the coolest stuff to me.
Yeah.
Overall,
because it takes place in 2003, right?
2013, I think.
13, sorry.
Yeah.
I like that stuff too. I just like what the actual footage that they're watching. Some of it just doesn't come off that great to me at all. You know what I'm saying? It's like I said.
Did they get the aesthetic right though? At least.
No, they totally didn't. That's what was bugging me, man. I was like, this is fucking. That just bugged me. But
mustache bugged me.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
But I like the fact that this one actually takes place at Christmas time, which is kind of cool. So is this going to become a yearly?
One of the other ones take place at Halloween.
Yeah, at Halloween. Yeah. So that was kind of a cool setting for it and stuff. And
part 4.
But I like I do like where the narrative goes, like, how they tie into like how they were coerced to this, and with the two kids and stuff, needing the blood of these two kids to resurrect this thing. And I actually just kind of liked all that shit, man. I thought it was kind of cool. I mean, it does get a little bit, it gets pretty crazy with the whole tunnel and all that type of aspects and shit. But, I was like, oh, this is getting pretty wild and stuff. But I really enjoyed the ending. It's super downbeat. It's really, really downbeat, and it just kind of works for what it is because it follows suit in the franchise. Because almost every ending to these movies is kind of downbeat. There's not really a lot of like super happy endings and shit.
There's no hope.
Yeah, exactly. Why not end the whole franchise on this note, kind of thing? And I think the ending was kind of cool, man.
You know what it is, Moods? I think I was expecting something a little more grandiose.
Okay,
is the word I would use for it. You know what I mean?
I 100% know what you mean. To me, when I finished this, I was like, if this is supposed to be the end of the series, I'm a little disappointed because I feel like we didn't, like, Katie needed to be more involved. Christy, I needed everybody to be there. You know what I mean? For it to be like, this is it. It just kind of was like, man, I kind of wanted more out of that.
Mm-hmm. I get it, because we've spent so much time with these characters and stuff. You feel like Katie should be involved in this, but I feel like the narrative does evolve itself into what it needs to do to resurrect this Toby character and stuff. I think it kind of made sense where it went and stuff. It's kind of doing something a little bit different, but still incorporating these characters, into the whole idea.
And I agree
right?
that it works. It's just as a fan by this point,
right?
I became a fan over these 3 or 4 days. I just wanted. And knowing as if I saw this in the time when it came out too, they were marketing it as like, okay, this is it. This is the last one for it, or at least for this, storyline or whatever.
See, again, I don't know about any of the marketing schemes. Like, I went into this again so damn green that I never even knew what the fuck like anything was. I didn't even know this was in fucking 3D, man. Right? So like,
I want to read some of the things. So maybe I'll read this at the end. Sorry, go on.
What is it?
I was going to read what Blum said about the next one. I'll just wait till the end.
Yeah, well, let's do that in a minute. But no, yeah, I agree. I mean, all I knew is I just remember, because we reported the news like so many times on all these movies coming out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just remember reporting that it was like the last one. So we definitely talked about it, even though you probably went in one ear and out the other because you didn't care about this franchise. Neither did I.
No.
But I do remember that, and I completely blanked on it being in 3D until about 20 minutes in. And I was like, was this thing supposed to be in 3D? Because
never even dawned on me until you guys mentioned it.
I always remember.
And then I thought about it, and I was like, wait a minute, they have a lot of shit coming at you, and like there's those faces, and there's moments like that, right? And I was like, okay, now that kind of makes a little bit of sense. But okay, what's the character's name? Oh, Skylar. This Olivia Taylor Dudley chick, man, she fucking looks like Patricia Arquette. She she does look like her, man. Wow. Man, she is fucking hot, man. I was like, whoa, dude, holy shit, man.
Yeah, especially when you first see her.
Right? And she's like this total like offshoot character. Like, she's not even part of the family. She's like a friend or something. It's weird, man, how she's incorporated. But again, even the mom in this film, man, they have something about whoever does the casting for this franchise knocked it out the park with the looks of
the hotties.
It's crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah. But this one feels really big. It feels really, really big for some reason, just because
it feels like it's going like
right
craziness.
It's because they do a lot with effects and stuff, right? They do a lot more in this one, so it just feels like it's big. But it's funny because it takes place just like all the other previous films except for Part 5 in one location, right? But it has this like massive appeal to it. It's kind of an interesting watch. I didn't really dislike this one a lot. I don't know. It was okay.
I like the camera and seeing the other side and actually seeing the sludge thing, which apparently is Toby, and seeing everything. Finally, we get to see what is moving all these objects around and doing all these things. Mm-hmm. We get to see through the lens of this camera. It's a good idea.
It's a
Did they explain where the fuck the camera came from?
Okay,
it was hidden in there. It was placed there by the cult.
Yeah, but the cult made it because they made it to where it could see this stuff. Like, it's intentional. They talk about how it has way more like lenses and
so I got all that, but why did they make the camera to see this stuff? Like, was it important for them to see it? Did they I was kind of confused on that.
The poster tagline for this film was, "For the first time, you'll get to see the activity." Okay,
but like I understand that, but like why? I get it. Why we? Like, why the people in the house, why they would, this camera and stuff, but like, why would the cult need to see what they were trying to achieve, right? They know it's there. Like, I was confused on why they would have this camera.
Maybe just because, like, why not, I guess?
I guess, right? I was just kind of...
I would if I was them. If somebody approached me and said, hey, if you guys build this camera, you can see exactly what you're dealing with.
Man, not only these guys like a super powerful, like, cult and coven or whatever... Man, they got some technology skills, man, because that's some fucking next level technology shit, man. You're like, you can build a camera on VHS.
Like infrared and different stuff.
They're big time, man.
VHS. That's how I look at it. There's nothing like seeing the fourth dimension in fucking, 320 fucking video or audio.
20p 4x3.
Yeah,
Doesn't it just feel a little wrong that Katie, the actress, Katie Featherston, whatever, like she was in this whole franchise and like she's not in this movie like at all, but she was in every single one of them. Like it makes me feel kind of angry.
So
like,
thank you for that. Thank you for that. So I have written in my notes here. I said it's kind of fucked up, and I forgot I wrote it because I'm reading it right now. That, you know, that's when I said, I was like, did they have Katie in the fucking friend? Because I know that they talk about her and she's like this, you know, the person that sold in the house kind of thing. It would have been cool if they showed that footage with her on there instead of just hearing the voice.
For sure.
Right? Because they literally talk about her.
It almost feels like they like it was a production thing, right?
They
Like
couldn't get her.
Oh, well, we're going to have to pay her a lot more to do this one or something. So let's
It's not
just
like
not.
she was in high demand.
Well, regardless though, maybe she was like, okay, this is the last one. You know, I'm a big part of this.
Yeah,
thing.
but you got to remember,
I wanna
people have lives
upgrade
too.
it.
Maybe she just had a baby in real. Maybe she just couldn't do it. Right? Who knows? But I just felt like it was a little bit of a misstep. It's kind of just unfortunate that they didn't get her face in there. You know.
Yeah, it kind of bummed me out a little bit, man.
Yeah. Well, it's just the simple fact that they bring her up. She was the one that got them in the house and shit. And I was like, that's crazy.
And the fact that she's in all of
And
that.
she's the face,
She's
and
the face of the franchise.
and which is, you know, ironic.
She's
you
the
know,
only
she's
person
literally
that
the
was
face
in
of the
all of them.
franchise, and we didn't get to see her face that one last time in a sequence that was on video.
Or her boobs.
Or
her boobs.
Maybe she was in Tokyo.
Although Skylar was making up for it in this
she
one.
was. She was in the hospital. She got hit by that girl. She's still there.
No.
She didn't die.
No, well, they say in dialogue that she did die. So, but
They did?
Yep. They
You
actually
mean in Tokyo? You're talking.
Yeah, they say it in Tokyo.
Yeah, yeah. She said, "Oh, and apparently that girl that you hit was a murderer, you know, and then she died in the hospital." You know, the dialogue is, oh my god, that movie, Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else? I don't know. To me, this is the weakest one, personally.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. But I do like it.
Like it has cool elements. It just
It's better than 4, I have to say.
Yeah, I think the little girl,
I think it's better than 4
that
also,
little
yeah.
actress, I think she was really, really good.
She was pretty good, especially when she was mean.
When she was like clawing at the fucking wall.
Yes.
Like I don't know, like I just believed her. Like I mean, if I was a little kid and somebody told me to do that, like that's why I could never probably be an actress. I'd be like, why the fuck are you wanting me to do this? Like, I mean, she's so young. I just thought she nailed it.
Yeah, she was good. Very good. How about when she was playing the game in the mirror and she was saying bloody mirror backwards? That was fucking creepy.
No, that's one thing that bugged me. So the little girl knows Bloody Mary, but this guy's never fucking heard of it. Like, what, have you lived under a rock?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if everybody knows about Bloody Mary.
What do you mean? Come on, Dave Zee.
I don't know. Well, I'm going to go to work on, Tuesday this week. I'm going to walk in and ask the people around the room if you guys know what the game Bloody Mary is, just to see what the dudes say. Because I don't know.
Here's the thing. Obviously, most people know what Bloody Mary is, but if you walk down the street and ask like 30 people, is there a chance that somebody doesn't? Yeah, so it's fine.
I bet you 20 know and 10 don't.
No way. Like, this dude, come on.
I don't know, man. Some people don't know things.
Yeah.
Look at Jeremy. He doesn't know like a lot of shit.
Yeah, you want me to read what he says? Jason Blum. He told, this was on the Evolution of Horrors podcast. He says, we are doing a new Paranormal Activity. Blum told Evolution of Horror host Mike Munzer. We have Chris Landon, who wrote almost all of them. He directed one of them. He's really kind of the showrunner of the Paranormal Activity series, and he's coming up with Paranormal Activity 7. But then Chris Landon said in another interview during the Happy Death Day to You press, I wanted to clarify something about my involvement in the new Paranormal Activity movie, Landon tweeted. I am helping my friends and co-collaborators at Paramount set a new course for the franchise. I am not writing the script, nor am I directing the new movie. But then it goes on to say that they did sign the girl from Part 4 back. So
I don't know what they're going to
Lucy
do.
Liu was right.
So that
this
is
new movie.
very interesting.
Because I mean, if they use the alternate ending for the end of this movie, it would make more sense. But I mean, this one does kind of end unless they're gonna.
So I do want to say this. That,
It's weird.
He should not survive at the end of 4. A fucking 1,000 witches coming at her. I'm sorry.
The alternate end.
Unless they captivated
will
her.
survive unless they are using her for something like the.
But are they going to
sacrifice.
incorporate that into like the core narrative too? I don't know what the fuck they're going to do.
I hope they do. I hope it ties even further and deeper. But I will say this, Jeremy. Bloody Disgusting put out an article earlier in March. When was that podcast from?
I don't know. I closed the tab.
Because Bloody Disgusting put one out not March, just 3 months ago in November, saying that now Landon is writing the script. So, you know,
that's cool. He wrote 2, 3, 4, and 5, so he should write it.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
Wow.
I'm gonna look at it on
and he
IMDb.
wrote Freaky, right?
Directed Freaky, Happy Death Day to You, Happy Death Day.
So he obviously likes working with that actress.
And I will say one thing about the Happy Death Day movies, even though I don't like them, he does do a lot of like tying them together in cool way type stuff. So
all of a sudden you don't like them?
Like something he likes.
Weren't you the one that was
Happy
calling me an
Death Day?
idiot for not liking the first one? Oh no, it was Jeremy. I don't know.
No,
I don't know. It's
like,
not on
I
his
like
IMDb. So.
But the second one I thought was like really bad.
I like the second one
Freaky.
Oh, I couldn't even bring myself to watch the second one.
Not at all.
Not after how
it's
bad that
horrible.
first
The
one
second
was.
one's horrible.
Oh, the first one is
Why
just
is it horrible?
terrible.
I did a review. You're listening.
Yeah.
That's not my type. I hate those movies.
Okay.
He wrote Disturbia, which I just watched.
I
a
like
month ago.
that a lot too.
Just watched it a month ago. The chick in that movie
Shia
is
LaBeouf.
fucking smoking. The chick in that movie.
Yeah. All right. So what do we have on? Anything else on this one?
No.
Just the wall when it fucking opened.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that shit. Yeah, that's the portal. That's the
I like the
that's how they
portal.
can-
I like how they set it up with all the like how they show all the symbols around it and stuff, and then all of a sudden, you know,
Yeah.
it gets to the point where it can open and stuff, and it was like kind of creepy. But at least they show you that creation before. I think that's really cool because it's a build up from the sign, right from the early films, right? So kind of cool.
It is cool taking it back to the 9 Deuce. You know, that's where they're all meeting up to lay a final smackdown on everything. And
Yeah,
then
back to
let this
1992.
guy come out.
Right.
You know, which is cool. I just don't. Here's what my issue was. Everything about this franchise was about that special boy that was being born. It was all about the boys being born, and this one here. And then they talked about the marked ones. At no point did they ever say that because remember that was the whole big deal about selling everything to give up your firstborn male.
Mhm.
All of a sudden they threw this extra thing in this movie. Oh well, there also has to be a female that was born the same day, and they have to get their blood together and do that. It seemed like it was, I don't know,
Too much.
Yeah, they were grasping at straws, putting things in there that didn't need to be there.
Yeah, but that's not
was my
true, Dave,
problem.
because they keep adding more shit. In the first one, it was just that your son, the kid. The first one, it was nothing. The second one, it was that your bloodline's cursed until the firstborn son. In the third one, it was then this Toby character comes in and they need more stuff, and then the Coven comes. It's always a progression, adding more elements to the situation. I don't think that it's any different than what it's been doing.
I don't know. For some reason, it felt forced this time to me. I don't know why. It's just the vibe I got.
The marked ones, right? Well, what the hell was that? That's adding some new element to it. That it was always about this family's kid, and now it's about other people too. So I just look at it as like she's another marked one type thing, and the Toby to come to life needs the blood of those two whatever. It's just more shit.
The two kids that were born, they needed the blood of two kids that were born on 666, and the date still confuses me because they were born in 2005. It's so fucking weird.
Yeah, but they're using, like Dave said, the first
I know, but I just never thought of it like that. It was just so confusing to me.
Year zero.
Because I kept thinking, yeah, exactly, the year zero, because I kept thinking the way the Omen did the marketing was
normal
in
society thinks.
Right, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what the fuck? And it kept like driving me nuts. I'm like, what am I missing? What am I missing? So...
I think the point of all this, though, is ultimately the picture is bigger than what we originally anticipated or realized.
Majorly bigger.
And and that's what each film is doing. It's providing, basically, God, what is it? Like when you get infected almost.
This whole movie
it's
is like a prequel to the
growing.
fucking the whole franchise. We're gonna get see.
Now wouldn't that be something?
It's just like Hereditary. It's the same thing. Toby is one of the fucking 7 princes of hell. Same thing as Payman. That's the same thing they're going for.
Toby's a douche.
He is a douche.
Toby's a kind of a douche.
He's one of the 7 rulers of hell. He's just fucking. That's what he is.
Ugliest set of legs I've ever seen.
Well,
there's
whose turn? Mine. Yep.
Yeah.
We good?
Yeah. No, we're good. We're good.
Okay. I think this is the weakest in the series, but I do like it. So, I mentioned that this is probably going to be one of my favorite franchises now, and it's definitely one of my highest rated. Maybe Friday the 13th or like Elm Street might rival it. But yeah, I give this one a 7. I think that every film that I've watched, I think it's above a 7. 7 or above. This is the weakest to me. I like part 4 a little bit more, but I still really enjoyed it. It's fun.
Nice, man.
It bugs me that it's called the Ghost Dimension. It could have just been called Dimensions, because they made it very perfectly clear. But I mean, I get it because some of them are dead and whatever in different time periods. But they were very adamant in the first film that they were not ghosts; it was demons. So, I don't know, it just bugs me. But I do like the element of where they're talking back and forth on the TV or see them in the future. It really is kind of like Back to the Futurist, So, I mean, obviously the guy likes to play with time travel in an essence. And, I mean, a lot of times they say your horror franchises jump the shark when you implement time travel. I mean, the cool thing about this franchise is it's done all these elements that you should never fucking do in a horror franchise, and it does it, and oddly it works for this fucking movie. But I mean, it is a weaker franchise. I do think the little girl was great. I'm going to come in at like a 6.5.
All right, Paranormal Activity 6, Ghost Dimensions. They should have put 6 in it. Anyway, it's better than part 4, but as you guys could probably tell with all my reviews over this lengthy episode of the 22 Shots of Movies and Horror podcast, I wasn't the biggest fan of Paranormal Activity. I appreciate that the films had amazing continuity and everything along those lines. A lot of franchises don't do that, and I didn't even know that they had that going into them, so I was pretty surprised in that sense. So yeah, I give this one a 5 out of 10. It's not awful. It's like I said, it's better than part 4, but I had all of them besides one above average or at average. So, I mean, maybe they're not too bad as I think they are, but I don't see myself watching them again. But now that I've seen them all, I'll probably go and watch the new one when it comes out, just because now I could say that I'll at least know semi what's going on. So, 5 out of 10.
Some of my favorite things in the film was kind of the things that I almost are critiquing the hardest about this movie too, man. I like the idea of, seeing these tapes into the past and getting a glimpse, and it kind of being the glimpse at you at the same time and stuff. But those continuity problems was killing me, man. I was like, that's not the fucking bedroom, man. It's fucking driving me nuts.
I'm gonna have to pay attention to that because I don't remember that.
Yeah, it just looks, the room is just a little bit more empty. There's not a lot of shit in it, right? It's just not there. It's fucking strange. The bed looks different too, both beds. But yeah, even some of those, like the dude, man. Oh god, it was so wooden at times and shit. But I can kind of look past that. But I do like the tie-ins. I think it's a misstep not having Katie in the film and stuff. But I like that. I like the fact that we end back up at this. In a house that was built on where the other one was burnt down and shit. I like that whole aspect. I like where the narrative goes. I like the kids' blood. They need a pair of blood from kids that was born on 666 and shit like that. I mean, it's in a sense, like when you say it out loud, it kind of comes off as being a little cheesy and corny, but I kind of like that idea. But my favorite thing about them
kind of makes sense. Like to procreate, you need like a woman and a man or whatever. So it's like, you kind of, take the in the
and also to raise
role.
a demon, you have to be it has to be from a man or a boy and a girl that was born on 666 also.
Yeah, it's like a demonic version of
exactly. It's like a demonic version of like the weirdest like immaculate conception, but with it's weird. You know, there's no sex happening here. I don't know, it's weird. But you know what I'm saying? Like, but I think the ending is pretty cool. The movie comes off.
They could do it with sex. It's just they're young right now, so
they do it through. I mean, I would like to like know actually how they do it. You know, it's just like blood. What do they do? Inject the blood into the the ghost or whatever? I don't know. And he just becomes human. Who fucking knows? But the movie comes off pretty big and stuff. And I actually, you know, I enjoyed it. You know, I just there was moments in it where I was like, man, that's really cool. Like, I love the symbol shit. I thought that was really cool. I liked the going into the, you know, the whole tunnel into the next realm and shit like that. Cause I mean, I was having these flashbacks of like watching The Beyond. You know, the end of The Beyond is one of my favorite endings to a film. It's so damn creepy. And it's like, that's what the other side kind of looks like. I like that whole idea and stuff, but it's the downbeat ending here that does it for me. And I think it's an appropriate way to end the franchise, considering what we've seen through 6 films. So, but you know, overall, I mean, I still think that, you know, as a whole, it's not really the strongest one in the franchise. But I'm going to come in at 6.5 on this one. I think it's okay. You know, it has its moments.
Wow.
Where does that rank for you in the franchise? Is that bottom? Or no, you didn't like 4. Second bottom?
Second bottom. 4 was 6 and a 6.5. So I think this one's better. Like, I don't even think this one's even that bad. But I don't think it's as strong as the other ones. I think it's not as bad as that one. So I'm like, you know, I'm kind of there. There's things I like about it. There's things I don't. But, yeah. I really like the ending. I just like the ending. So it's cool. Dave.
No, you know, you got me coming around a little bit on the ending. I never thought about, I don't know. Before I thought the girl coming in was kind of a forced thing, but I guess, I don't know, this discussion has led me to think that maybe that's not so bad. And I keep saying that I'm coming up a little more.
That's really cool because you've not only watched these movies a bunch, but you've actually reviewed them a bunch. So if there's something that we're bringing to your attention or making you rethink something, that means we did our job.
Yeah, man, absolutely. And that's what's great about doing podcasts. Sometimes you have a discussion and you can change your mind. I mean, my rating is still the same, but I still feel, you know, differently about that one aspect. I'm like, you know what? I can buy that. I can accept that. That's fine. And I'm liking it more each time. I'm just, the initial disappointment stuck with me a little bit at the very end. But I just like you, Moose, I'm always a big fan of downbeat endings, and it fits in with a lot of the stuff in this franchise, and that's good. I like the girl's performance. Layla, I think she does, you know, pretty good. Not on the level of Christy in part 3, but still pretty good, especially when she's bad. When she's mean, man, she's got a nice mean streak in her. She pulls it off. And it's cool that we see Toby in his form doing his things through the camera. I think the only thing I don't like maybe is the priest coming in and I don't know, it just felt like kind of a rush thing, and even some of the parts in the climax were a little rushed. But ultimately, you have end of the world type shit going on, which I'm always a fan of, and this guy's, you know, coming out to wreak havoc again. No Katie, which is unfortunate, but what are you gonna do?
Do they soak that sheet in holy water? Do they soak that sheet in holy water? Is that how they try to?
Do. Yes.
Okay, so I did remember correct then. Okay.
They bless a bathtub full of it, and
that's right. Okay.
That's yeah. But it's interesting that I end up having the same rating as a lot of us here. 6.5 out of 10 for me too.
Cool. Okay. So that is Paranormal Activity, The Ghost Dimension.
制作費135万円で作られ、最終世界興行収入が186億円を突破した驚異の映画。
All right, so moving along, and we're taking it back to 2010 with this kind of sidequel, I guess. I read that somewhere. Someone like dubbed it as a sidequel.
Production from Japan Now you got to keep in mind this was in production during the time that Part 2 was in production. So it released actually 1 month after the original Part 2. So they wouldn't know that, Katie's fucking alive.
Right.
But yeah, what's this one about?
Okay, so yeah, Paranormal Activity 2 Tokyo Night. A young woman returns to Tokyo following a car accident that fractured both her legs, while her brother Kochi provides hospitality for Haruka. Fuck. Weird noises and events transpire in the house, leading to more and horrifying truth.
Bum, bum, bum.
So
we all know you hated this one, Moods.
I just found this one to be so fucking boring, man. My God. Like, I was like, what the fuck? Like, I thought it was going to be something completely, I don't know, maybe different and stuff. And I was actually kind of shocked that this one ties into the original one. I think that was probably the coolest aspect, but it did make me laugh because in exposition, they're like, whatever it is, what it is, like you're on holidays, you get into a car accident, you have to go back home because you're all fucked up and shit. I'm like, okay. I'm like, where's this thing going? And then they explain that like she hit somebody running out of a house after killing her boyfriend, and that she killed this person. I was like, oh my God. And I literally bursted out laughing at it. I was like, are you fucking serious? It was just funny to me, man. It was funny, but I was like, okay, that's how they connected. That's what they're doing and stuff. But I'll take it. It made me laugh. I was like, okay, that's your connection. But I don't know, man. I really thought, just being a Japanese film, kind of a demonic haunting type film and stuff, I expected it to be a lot more kind of elevated and shit. Like they didn't really do anything in this that was
kind of their thing.
Yeah, I was expecting.
It felt like a low budget Japanese film.
It really fucking felt like they just kind of took elements from the first one and just did it less. You know what I'm saying? Like it didn't really do anything to excel. Like the scene where the glass breaks, I'm just like, if is that their fucking stab at like their A-class fucking scare here? Because
that's all they had, bro.
I know, dude. It was just like again them going to sleep and waking up, but I was expecting the whole movie for something bigger, and it never happened.
I'll tell you one thing.
And the dialogue in this movie is
JP probably loves it.
is
you
coma
guys
inducing.
Made a mistake by watching it at the end. I'll tell you that. Because if I watched this,
I watched it in order.
It would have been so.
I'm glad I didn't.
Go from like the others. If you watch, I watched this one right after Part 1, and it's like you're used to that toned down version of It's not as amped up. So it was a little bit more digestible. And no, I didn't love this one. I don't hate it either. I just think it's kind of boring.
I think it's super boring.
No, I meant the glass breaking.
Oh, yeah. The problem with this one is it's just a ripoff. Right. That's the problem. Yeah. It redoes the baby powder, but it's salt this time. It redoes
the camera, the body going in there.
It's a ripoff.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I was expecting more.
Japanese remake, even though it's not.
But like JP said though, this is what they specialize in like ghost stories and shit like that. In these type of movies, like they always do. I wouldn't say always, but the majority of the time they do put out some pretty quality shit, and it's always scary and it's different and it's unique and stuff. And this one was like they just did everything that they don't do. They like went against their grain and like did this American thing. And I was like, maybe that's what the appeal was when they were making it. They're just like, well, if we're going to make a sequel to an American film, what we're going to call a sequel or whatever, we're going to do it like their style. But it's not what Japanese filmmakers do. It came off very, very bland and coma inducing. I tell you, the dialogue in this movie, oh my God. Ugh. It's so
fucking. Do you think it was
fucking.
just a translation, or do you think it was the actual dialogue?
I don't know, but it was painful. Like the scene, like you know what I thought was really, really poorly done is when their friends come over, like the girl and the two guys or whatever, and then all of a sudden the girl has like supernatural abilities. I was like, are you fucking serious? Really? Out of like all your fucking friends, you probably have 100 friends. And you bring the one person over that has like supernatural ability. Fuck, shut up. It just right there lost. I was like, no, I'm done. It's dumb. It was cheesy.
I can't even remember. What did she do that was supernatural?
I don't know. She was like feeling a presence and
She could, yeah.
right. And
Breathe
they didn't really do anything
She
with.
was spiritual. She wasn't. I thought you meant she had like powers.
Well, it's
like actual powers.
No. She was like
just
spiritual.
believed
She
she
could
had
feel the presence, and I was like, really, like out of all people, because she wasn't invited over there to do anything like that. She just happened to have that. I was like, oh my god.
I think this is the one that I tuned out the most when I was watching. I don't know.
There's really not much to tune out to.
Yeah.
Like it really nothing happens.
No.
It like whenever people complain about the first Paranormal Activity or any of them really, and they're like nothing happens. That's this one.
You know what this movie is? It's a brother and sister eating food. The entire movie.
I was gonna bring that up. They eat so much.
They eat
so
constantly.
More, almost as more Snowtown murders, bro.
Right, they're just eating in every scene.
The lead girl is so annoying in this movie, and like the last act, all she did was like scream, and it was like the most annoying scream I've heard in a really long time. It was like, I don't know, like I can't even do it, but like I was like fuck, and I muted it. And I was like, I don't need it. I got the subtitles. I'm good. I literally
when he was cooking that fish at the beginning, I was like, ugh. I don't like some stuff grosses me out. I'm
You need to expand your.
You know what else I hated about this film?
Me and Moots had some bomb ass Korean food when he was here.
Well, this isn't
I love Korean food.
I know, but it's similar cuisine. It's fucking good.
Man, you know what I really hated?
I hated cooking a fucking fish on my stove.
I hated the scene where the sister comes downstairs and I think the brother asks her whatever, and she's like, "Where's Dad?" And he's like, "Oh, you must have got up and left this morning." I'm like, so he got up and left without saying bye to them? There's no fucking way. Absolutely no fucking way. And I was like,
yeah. Your family doesn't leave without telling you?
My parents might.
No, they always tell me.
Yeah.
Oh. We just come from different fucking backgrounds, man.
No, like, because you let someone know when you're leaving.
Be there. I wouldn't see them for like 3 days.
I'm asleep. My parents wouldn't say shit.
Well, that's the thing, right? And he was also going away for like days and shit, and they seemed like they were pretty close family and shit too.
I think it's his job, though, right? Like it's just normal for him to leave on business sometimes.
But then they had to call him back because they said it wasn't safe for them to be there by themselves. Like, what do you mean?
But I mean, it was the whole setup. It's the whole setup to the scene, though, because like, oh, Dad left without saying bye. Like, but they kind of react to it like that is odd, and then right away that something happened to him. Like, it's fucking crazy. I mean, it's so fucking obvious. I mean, this is one of those movies where I'm just like, oh my god.
Again, too, though,
it's not shocking.
Be careful with that stuff because you don't know if the translation was correct.
Well, I'm also watching the brother's body language too. It's like, oh, really? Like he's kind of confused because like in Japanese culture, like saying goodbye is a big thing. It's a big part of the culture, right? Like you always say bye. Like it's a thing, right? That's what you do. And like they react to it properly, and I was like, "Yeah, he's fucking something happened to him, of course." And they find him in the chest or something like that.
When this movie came out, you could actually get this on Amazon in the U.S. here. I remember it had like a pink cover a little bit. It had some pink on it, and
I didn't know about this until years later. I think
went super fucking out of print, and then even the imports are like out of print. So like
not that they don't have English subtitles.
Well, there are some French ones that don't have English subtitles. They have French subtitles. So this movie is like extremely hard to find, even on like if you're gonna try to find it like a bootleg, it's really hard to find that even. Like,
well, I find everything because I'm awesome.
Well, we looked for this for a while. Me and Jeremy, we tried to find this for a really long time to because we wanted to cover it with the others just because it was an oddity, and you know how we do that. We usually will try to find if there's like an oddity out there, we'll try to throw it in. But yeah, weird that this exists.
That's what I want to ask you, Dave. When you reviewed these franchises, did we already answer this? I can't remember. We started like 7 hours ago. Did you review this one?
Nah, it's not canon.
Okay.
For me, it would be like doing the Friday the 13th franchise and fucking doing Never Hike Alone. It's not my style.
Well, I think we try to avoid not student films, but fan-made films and stuff, just because there's so many of them. No,
like
rip-offs,
like
offshoots. Right. Yeah, well, unofficial sequels, I think, is kind of what we dub it, right? Like, Savage Vengeance is a perfect example. It's an unofficial sequel, so.
Right. Unofficial sequels are kind of interesting just because, like, and I'm not talking about, like, fan ones, I'm talking about, like, an actual production type thing.
I guess I consider it like fan because it's not really canon. So if it's not, then it's just another movie that anybody can make. You know what I mean?
Have you seen this one before, Dave?
No, this was my first time.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what are your opinions on it? Like, what do you think of this one? Because I honestly, this is coma inducing. This is so fucking boring, man.
It is. And the thing is, it's like I said before, how slashers, how found footage now or in the late 2000s is like what slashers were in the 80s. It's the same type of thing where Friday the 13th inspired movies like, Happy Birthday to Me and The Burning and ones like that, but it also inspired movies like fucking The Prey and Final Terror and Open House, and that's the same shit here. This movie here comes out, Paranormal Activity, and it inspires other good found footage movies. Then it also inspires run-of-the-mill fucking rip-off movies, and that's what this is. It just happens to have that title on it and come from Japan. It's just run-of-the-mill and nothing happens.
Right.
They don't do anything. They don't advance anything. It's boring. Their trick is fucking sand or salt and a glass breaking. And listen, I like found footage movies more than the average guy, believe it. But I wanted to like. I was a little bit excited about going into this one, but I was just watching. I was just like, man, what the fuck? Nothing was happening. It was like you said, coma-inducing. I agree. Nothing was going on.
I just feel that, like. It is, man. It's just so damn run of the mill.
Simple.
It's so simple. It's just like, if you're gonna do something, put some fucking effort into it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why just redo the same shit? I don't understand the point. And then when I finished this movie, I was like, that movie was fucking pointless. I don't even like to ever say. I've used every adjective to describe this movie that I usually hate to say. I hate saying boring. I hate to say useless. I hate to say pointless. And and those are the appropriate adjectives to describe this shit, man.
I can't wait to see.
I'm not even gonna beat around the bush. That's exactly what this bullshit is. It's fucking. Oh my god, it's so pointless. I hate pointless shit, man. I got worked up.
I don't have much else on this.
I was just mad. I'm like, really? I just watched 6 movies that I completely respect now, and I always used to think that I was gonna hate, and then I watched this shit. Fuck.
Like JP, he wanted to do it, not me.
Don't you think it was cool to do though? Even if you didn't like it?
Absolutely. I'm glad that we did it, to say that we
might be the only people. Seriously.
Well, I'll tell you what. Nobody else has done the entire franchise except Exploding Heads and now 22 Shots, and you went the extra mile with this with Tokyo. But when I was researching. When we were going to do Paranormal Activity, because I love it so much, I wanted it to be a real important show for us. I looked all over the place, and at that point, nobody had done those 6 films in their entirety, ever. Especially in one sitting.
Nice.
So I was like, wow, I was happy to do it.
So this is going to be another episode that constantly brings us listeners like Children of the Corn, dude. To this day, that's still, people still say, I was looking for a podcast that covered all the Children of the Corn movies, and yours was the closest thing I found, because now we're missing one in there. But at the time, it was like that and Hellraiser are the 2 like franchises that bring in the most listeners, because nobody had done them.
You know what's funny? Actually, there was a comment on that podcast video just recently. Actually, I can't remember exactly. I'll kind of paraphrase the comment, but it was like, it says something on the lines of like, you guys are retarded. Who the fuck would ever do these shitty 9 movies or something? Like, it actually made me laugh, and I'm like, us. And I'm proud that you would write that, because you noticed that we did 9 films or whatever. And he was like, it's something to do with, there's only 2 good movies in the whole franchise. And I was like, what's the second one?
1 and 4. 4 is good.
No, but that's one of those things.
But my standard can be a little bit lower than others.
How much did we dread the Hellraiser franchise, and then we walked away like those were all pretty okay, actually.
I like that.
They're not as bad as people make them out to be. That's for damn sure. For damn sure.
For the most part.
Yeah, they're totally not that bad. It's not. I mean, honestly, I will say, the Puppet Master franchise is a little bit stressful to get through because of the clip one and then the whole Nazi trilogy. Like, those movies are terrible. So when you're watching 10, 11 movies and like 5 of them are balls, like, it's fucking tedious, man. Like, we're talking balls, man. Like, you know, I mean, people don't really like 4 and 5 that much. I personally think those movies are not great, but they're fun. They're
when
totally
you watch
watchable.
The rest of them, you love 4 and 5.
Right. That's what I'm saying, right?
Oh, man.
Right. So.
Yeah, I think that might be the hardest one for me that we ever did, even though they were short.
Still to
getting
this
into
day,
those later sequels
nothing
and stuff,
has
man.
fucked my head up more than the I Spit on Your Grave franchise, man. That was just such a painful show to record. Like, in the fact that, like, I liked those movies, it was just exhausting talking about what we were talking about for like 7 hours.
You're right. The last one was one of the most painful watches of my career.
It was 2.5 fucking hours of pure, unadulterated fucking
we don't even
garbage.
speak of that film.
Oh my god, that thing! I'll never forget recording that show. Like, I'll never forget how fucked up mentally I was after recording that. It's crazy. But speaking of being mentally retarded, we've been recording for a long time, and so long that my furnace kicked back in. I had that shit turned right down, so it got that cold in the house that it kicked in.
So what you're saying is we should probably
you can hear it, man, because I always turn it off when I record because it's literally blowing down at me. It's like,
yes, please. Are you going to read me a nighttime story?
Yeah, we're gonna have to tuck Jeremy in soon. So we should probably.
But anyways, I guess we got to do some ratings on this. So, Paranormal Activity 2 Tokyo Night. Who's going first? I guess we're back to the beginning. So, Dave.
No, we already got back to the beginning.
So who's
we're on
Dave?
7. Yeah, so Dave, it was JP.
JP? Didn't I do the last one first?
Yeah, I went last first, if that means anything.
So if Dave
I
went
went last on the last one we did. So
no,
what
it's
does that
JP.
mean?
It's JP.
It's me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, dude, I don't know. I don't think it's like the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's kind of a waste of. I mean, I thought it was cool for curiosity's sake, and like Moods mentioned, the coolest part of this movie is when they mention like Katie, and you're like, what? Right? It reminds me of that. You know the meme you see with fucking from the Hollywood movie, the Quentin Tarantino movie, where he points at the screen. And he's like, right there. That's me doing when they said that, you know, because I was like, they said it. It's connected. So I thought that was cool. But besides that, it's really just the first movie. It's a ripoff. It really is just a ripoff of the first movie.
Yeah.
I didn't find it horrible though. I'm kind of not sure about this, but I gave it a 5. You guys might be a little lower than that. I might be a little high.
Oh yeah. Lacy.
She pulled a Mike Merryman, fell asleep.
Is she not on the call anymore? No. She's actually
out of the call?
She's not even on the call.
Oh, she's still here. She's still here.
No, I just clicked on who's on this call and she's not on it.
Really?
Okay, I guess we're not getting a Lacy rating on that one. Who's after Lacy? That would be NES Ruler.
4.5.
Okay. So
all right, so I'm actually pretty low. I'm coming in at a 4 on this one. I mean, when things are dreadfully, just painfully ripped off and boring, I will give him props for throwing in that pure hilarity mention of Katie. That shit just still kills me. It's pretty funny actually, but
I feel like when you rip something off, you got to make it more ridiculous.
Right. I just feel like there's missteps in every scene. Every fucking scene is like, oh my god, just do something different, man. Come on. But Dave.
Yeah. Well, there's really nothing else I'm gonna say. It's a 4.5 for me.
Okay, so I was the lowest on this one. Crazy. Okay, well, I was just about to say thank you, Lacy, for joining us once again. I'll still say that because you can hear this on playback. So fuck, where the hell did she go?
I will get Lacey's rating for the rating crew.
Right? This is hilarious. This has happened to us twice in the last couple months now. But anyways, Dave, once again, thanks for coming on. It was fucking fantastic having a big fan of the franchise to, talk with about this and stuff. And of course, having you on is awesome as usual. So thank you once again for doing the show, putting up with our bullshit.
Yeah.
And,
this was a short notice thing too, because originally you were not scheduled for this episode. I asked you because I was scared Jeremy wasn't going to make it.
Right.
But it actually worked out great because we had somebody that had more experience with the franchise.
Yeah, I tried to weasel my way in since you guys started talking about it.
You did mention it a bunch. Yeah.
I would apologize for making you watch Tokyo Nights, but I'm not apologetic for that.
Fuck it. Hey, if you're gonna hang out with fucking 22 shots, you gotta do that shit. So it's
you gotta subject yourself to the worst movies ever.
I respect the game, man. It's okay. I'm just happy to be here anytime I am.
Oh man, speaking of bad movies, I saw JP's pick. Oh my god, his latest one. I haven't watched it, but I heard it's the worst movie of last year.
Is that the Glenn Danzig movie?
Yep.
But I heard it's so bad it's good, so you might get some joy out of it.
Wait a minute. Who gave me that?
Derek.
Wait a minute.
You obviously pissed off Derek because
he's trying to get revenge on me.
Right.
I think it was probably when I called him retarded the other day.
You knew that shit was coming though, man. Come on. Oh man, I'm so glad I'm not making enemies anymore. Come on.
It was like I was joking. I called Jeremy retarded every day.
Yep.
That's funny, man. All right, man. My head is literally ready to explode. Like, I'm surprised I'm still talking. I need to go eat. I'm so hungry. I might actually go get food. It's like 11:15. I might drive. Oh my god, I'm so hungry.
Dude, fuck you. I'm so tired of you getting off at 11. I'm over here at 2:14 a.m. Like, fuck. This guy's got the whole night ahead of him still.
Yeah, I do, man. I do. And actually, it's beautiful. I got the whole house to myself, man. I feel like a bachelor, and it's awesome. It's great. Love it.
All right. Well.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for listening to episode 203 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. As always, if you want to follow the man Moods himself, you could do so at youtube.com/mood616. You can follow JP on his channel, youtube.com/doubleshotj. Follow me on my channel, youtube.com/NESRoller22. You can follow that biatch Lacy wherever she's at, and follow Dave on the Exploding Heads podcast, patreon.com/is it Exploding Heads podcast. Dave, what's the link to the Patreon?
It's just Exploding Heads. Yeah.
All right, patreon.com/Exploding Heads. If you'd like to join the Facebook page and hang out with people such as Kevin Neese and Bob Ryan Toys, you can do so at facebook.com, search bar 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. Please leave us a voicemail at 724-426-6665. Leave us an email, 22 Shots of Moods and Horror at gmail.com. And as always, follow us on Twitter, twitter.com/22 Shots podcast. And please support the Patreon to hit the sand sucked out of my vagina, patreon.com/22 Shots podcast. All right, everybody, that should do it for episode 203 of the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. I will be off for the next couple of weeks. I got a job, so the fellows will be on here giving you some Edward Cullen shirtless vampire love next week with Twilight, hopefully. And then you're going to dig in. I think they got some fun other stuff coming up. But I'll be back in a few weeks. And thanks, everybody. I love you. And fuck Jerry. Okay, bye.
Deuces.